Good morning, Professor Mahadevan.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, I was just checking the audio. We're just setting up things.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are you able to hear me? Is that okay? Sound is
absolutely, very
okay?
clearly, sir. Absolutely, very clear.
Okay. I may have to only check my sharing works or not. That's the only thing.
Okay, you can try it, sir. No problem.
Yeah, I don't know this. Window, entire screen, Microsoft Edge tab, window. Where is the window? I'm not seeing my window.
So there are three dots in the bottom.
No, no, when I open it, I'm not able to see the window where my PPT is.
Okay.
Although
Sir,
my
you know
PPT
the
is open.
location of the folder?
Yes.
Yeah, just search for that.
Where do you search actually? Share if you every time I have this problem with this Google. If I have to share,
Sir, up arrow, there is one present now is there, right? Behind, on the left side of the hand symbol.
yeah, yeah, I have clicked that, but it is
Okay.
not showing in the list of windows that are available. It is not showing my PPT.
Sir, you minimize this window
Okay,
and then open your PPT,
okay,
and then again that PPT window will be there in the background, and
okay.
then you again open this, and probably that then it will solve the issue.
Sir, otherwise, what you can do is to email us.
Oh, yeah, it has come. It has come. It has
Okay,
come. What
okay,
you
but
mean?
it's still not showing up. Okay.
No, no, I'm not
Ah,
a.
ah, yes, yes, yes. It's showing up, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'll mute for the moment. After you start, I will unmute.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Professor Mahadevan. I request you to,
Yes, good morning. Thank you.
I'm Professor Shyam Kamath, one of the co-coordinators of this IKSHA workshop. And I have the privilege of introducing the speaker uh, of today, uh, Professor B. Mahadevan, an illustrious personality in this field of Indian knowledge system, who is a pioneer in integrating ancient Indian wisdom with modern management, with over 35 years of experience in teaching, research, and academic administration. He has retired as a professor of operations management at the IIM Bangalore. He was the founder, vice chancellor of Chinmaya Vishwavidyapith. His scholarly interests encompass spirituality in the workplace, management paradigms from the Bhagavad Gita, and applications of Indian knowledge systems in contemporary settings. An esteemed author and speaker, Professor Mahadevan has co-authored Introduction to Indian Knowledge System Concepts and Applications, which is now a widely used textbook across India. He has also been instrumental in teaching traditional texts like the Bhagavad Gita and the Upanishads through his practical Vedanta Samvada initiative, fostering a deeper understanding of the Indian philosophy. His contributions extend to policy development as a member of the Central Sanskrit Board and as an advisor to the Vyoma Linguistic Labs Foundation, promoting Sanskrit and the Indian heritage globally. This has been a very brief introduction to this illustrious personality, Professor B. Mahadevan, and we are now really fortunate to have him amidst us during this unique workshop on Indian knowledge systems and heritage awareness. Uh, on this occasion, I welcome Professor B. Mahadevan and I hand over to him for, and we would be eager to listen to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and good morning, gentlemen and ladies. I'm very happy to see Professor Kripashankar, Professor Sridharan in the audience also. Very nice to see them here, and of course, the other faculty of NIT Suratkal. Uh, in fact, there was a strong request to come personally. I have been traveling quite a bit, primarily on account of the IKS work and quite a bit of other, board directorship and so on. So I had requested that I be allowed to share my thoughts online. Thank you for your understanding. I just returned from Bombay, yesterday evening, and so it's too much of travel also puts me a little out of place. I'm very happy, first of all, that NITs have taken to Indian knowledge systems quite seriously, and on this occasion, it will be my pleasure to share a few thoughts. Although it is very difficult to share what is written in a book in a matter of about 45 minutes. But nevertheless, I will try to give a little snapshot of some of the things which may be of interest to science, engineering, and technology. Although, it has so much. You open any branch of science or engineering or management, I realize that there is some very interesting material available. So let me go over to full screen. Please tell me, are you able to see my full screen? Is that okay? Are you able to see my full screen?
Sir, not yet. It's still showing the original screen.
Uh, I see. If I go full screen and then, so let me stop share and again start.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hopefully it will. Let me just see. Because full screen may be better for you. So let me just see if I can. No, it is still showing only the.
Sir, have you shared the entire screen?
I have shared the window. Maybe I should share the screen,
Yeah,
I
you
think.
should have shared the entire screen.
So let me go and share the screen instead of window. That may make things a little better, I think. Is it okay now?
Uh, yeah, yeah, perfectly okay.
Okay, thank you for just waiting for this. Let me first start with Rig Veda. I love to recite Vedas. So let me just start with one couple of mantras in Rig Veda and before we get on. So let me recite these two mantras. There are about 12 mantras in this beautiful suktam. So I will just recite only the two. Na sada sim no sada asit tadanim nasit रजो नो व्योमा परो यत् किमावरीव कुहकस्य शर्मन् अम्बः किमा आसीत् गहनं गभीरं न मृत्युरा आसीदमृतं न तर्हि न रात्र्या अह्न आसीत् प्रकेतः आनीदवातं स्वदया तदेकं तस्मात् धान्यन्न परः किञ्चनास. So this is a basically a Nasadiya Sukta, which is in the 10th mandala of Rigveda. It is the 129th Sukta of 10th mandala of Rigvedam. And there are a lot of scientists who are actually seriously reading this Sukta. I mean, the reason why I recited this was, moment I recited, most Indians think that one Purohit has come for doing some puja, some mantras have started and so on. Basically, this Suktam is a beautiful Suktam on what is called cosmogeny. Essentially, this suktam speculates about the origin of universe, which today scientists are also speculating. They are also trying to really ask what is the origin of universe. And this sukta actually gives some interesting directions into what possibly could be the origin of universe, and that is why a lot of scientists, foreigners, are actually reading this sukta. I don't know how many Indians know about it and whether they will read it. I do not know. But I wanted to tell you that Veda has quite a bit of scientific speculations and scientific concepts also. Also, I wanted to start with the Rig Veda. Anyway, so let me quickly show you a few things that what we can call it as IKS, because I've been extensively traveling for the last 3 years in the name of IKS to the length and breadth of the country. And what I realize is there is huge confusion. I would say more than confusion, IKS is being introduced as purely strictly as a matter of convenience. Some people recite two slokas, sing a Kalidasa's song, and they say this is IKS. That kind of things are. Some people talk about what is called Palita Jyotisha. What will happen to you tomorrow morning? Will you be okay next month? They are all not part of IKS, according to me. They are all, uh, uh, people who have used IKS for making money and addressing psychology of people. In fact, I keep addressing a group of builders and talk to them about Vastu Shastra. And one year I asked them, what is your understanding of Vastu Shastra? And one gentleman very nicely told, unwittingly and very nicely told, sir, if you put the window at this particular portion of your house, your mother-in-law will die. But our Vastu Shastra never says any of that. If anybody has a school of architecture, please read Vastu Shastra and teach. Because Vastu Shastra has some wonderful ideas of how do you create structures. It's all about, architecture and town planning and so on. But anyway, we have completely gone places. And that is what is being introduced as IKS. I want to dispel that myth first. The very idea of the book was like that, for that reason. So today, what you see here in front of you is the only living fort in the world. All the forts in the world are abandoned. This is the only fort which is living, and it is going to complete 1,000 years very soon. So it was built in 1156 CE by Jaisal. This is the Jaisal Amir fort in Rajasthan, which is actually a living, it fully habitated. UNESCO heritage site says is the only living in the world of this vintage. And we know how to build structures which can last 1,000 years. I do not know why our School of Architecture does not want to teach, even to know how they went about building these structures and take a leaf out of it and teach. So that's an assignment for us to think through. But I will show you. So my book, before I go further, let me make it clear. My book is based on three things. It's not based on going to the rooftop and saying Indians know everything. It is not based on mindless glorification. It is not based on blind faith. My book is written based on three sources. One is living structures. What you see is a living structure in front. Nobody can question it. We are not talking about the Roman colossal. Roman colossal is all destroyed. We are only seeing some ruins. My book deals with living structures. You have a Pragadishwara temple which has completed 1,000 years, whose tower will not lean. It is not a leaning tower. Our towers don't lean because our architects know how to understand soil conditions. In Vastu Shastra, there are shlokas to tell how do you test the soil strength and so on. So, living structures. The second source for me to read the book was archaeological evidence. You can't dig the ground and insert something 300 meters down. So it is a most credible source to evidence to claim. So archaeological sources. And the third is literary sources. I have gone to texts which are written 6th century, 11th century, etc. I have read them in original and then I was able to bring some shlokas out of it and understand what it is and so on. So that is what I want to present to you. Not generally, Indians had these, Indian had that. I'm not going to say any of those because that doesn't really serve the cause that we want to serve, we want to achieve and so on. So let me go forward. This is the famous Tirmalai Nayakar Mahal in Madurai. This is about 550 years old, I think. And the reason why I want to show this, and I don't know how many of you have visited this, one of the thing in architecture is to put large halls, but should not have pillars in between. If you have pillars in between, the visibility of the hall is gone. That is the charm of building a large hall without pillars. And our Vastu Shastra has designs for it. Sabha, that's called a Sabha. In the modern day equivalent is Parliament or Rashtrapati Bhavan or so on. If you take Samarangana Sutradhara, which was written by King Bhojaraj, written in the 11th century by King Bhojaraj, who designed a city called Bhojpal. Today we call it as Bhopal, but it is Bhojpal. And he has written this text, and in that, this is the 11th century text. There are different types of designs have been proposed for Sabha construction. Therefore, I'm not surprised we are able to put this kind of structures, which are utilitarian, artistic, and lives and stands the test of time. This is again a very special dam. This is in a place called Tiruchirappalli. This is called Grand Anaikat. Kallanai. In Tamil, they call it as Kallanai. Karikal Chola built it in 1st century AD or BC or some such thing. What is so special about this dam is there are only 5 dams in the recorded history which are 2,000 years old, and 4 of them have perished. Only one is remaining, and that is this particular dam. And means we are able to put structures which stand test of time for 2,000 years, if not more. And all that we are doing. So during Sangam period, the Pula kings were known for watershed management, and there are Uttara Merur inscription. If any of you are interested, you must actually look at it. So very nice ideas of how do you manage water. Today our politicians know only to mismanage water. Southern states are fighting tooth and nail with one another because we just want to mismanage water and do politics out of it. Whereas our Indians, I'm just giving an example from South India, but if you go to Bihar, you will find Ain and Pine. There is a series of water management systems there. If you go to the entire desert infested southern, western part of this country, they were very good in watershed management. They know how to squeeze gypsum and take water out of it. And that's why, Jodhpur may be in a desert, but it has no water shortage like Bangalore. They have enough. They know how to actually find water and manage it, step well. So many nice things are there in the western parts of the country also. So this Grand Anak, the world's oldest still in use dam, also being the fourth oldest dam in the world. Five, one younger and three elder are all gone actually. And the Grand Anak is uh, constructed by Karikal Chola, as I told you. And in 1804, it raised the height of the dam by 2 inches. And there is a PhD thesis submitted in IIT Delhi year before last, which actually said that this raising of this height by 27 inches was flawed. It was wrong. It ought not to have been. And if you are interested, look at that thesis and understand why our ancestors probably had a better understanding of how to actually build dams and what is the hydrology cycle and sustainability, etc. This is from a temple. This temple is the largest temple in southern part of Tamil Nadu in a district called Tirunelveli. This temple is in Tirunelveli. This is called Nellayappar temple. And what you see here are actually beautiful pillars. And there are 161 pillars like that. You see 4, 5 of them here. Each pillar is a cluster of 48 pillars, actually speaking, as you see here. And they are all musical pillars, which means you can take a stick and then start tapping these. You will get the Saptaswaras. Perhaps you can do a musical concert also here. And Pandya kings were very well known for building musical pillars. Madurai Meenakshi temple also has musical pillar. This particular one was built by Nendrasir Nedumaran, a Pandya king in 700 CE. And as you see here, it's a cluster of 48 pillars. 161 pillars are there in total. We can just use this one particular photo in a metallurgy class and make our students think, or in a architecture class, we can make them think what is the prowess of engineering technology this country have had. Because as you all know, the hardest material to work on is granite. Granite is also very brittle. If you mishandle it, it will break. Whereas what you see here is 48 cluster of 48 pillars. They are not made in a lathe and then with a Fevikwik stuck here. They are all carved out of a single granite monolithic stone. So which means you should know how to work with granite. You should have high-speed alloy steel. That means you should know metallurgy. You should know sound engineering. You should know architecture, symmetry, force, cantilever. I mean, one can go on. And our barefoot engineers, they were not coat and suit. They were barefoot engineers. They were better in doing these kinds of things. Surrounding pillars vibrate, and one of them is tapped, and so on. So anyway, quickly I have given a trailer. So let me now define what is IKS, because this is where a whole lot of confusions exist today. People show anything, everything, and call it as IKS. I think we need to, when we teach particularly, we need to be very formal. We need to be very robust and rigorous in what we are doing. Otherwise, we will do more harm than actually serving the cause. So that's why I thought I will, define what IKS is. IKS has three terms. There is something called Indian, and then knowledge and system. Indian is anything indigenous, which we all. But then it has two meanings. One is geographical meaning, another is demographical meaning. Geographical meaning is it is undivided Indian subcontinent, Akanda Bharata. India is not this what we have in 1947. That's all Britishers did for whatever reasons. When you say Indian knowledge system, Indian goes from Iran on the west to nearly Thailand on the east, or even Indonesia on the east. And then, of course, north and south are tightly bound by mountain and ocean and so on. That is a geographical meaning. Demographically, Indian means those who have born and or lived for a substantial amount of time, fully integrating with the native culture and practices. That's the most important thing. A lot of Indians today are not Indians by this definition because they are somehow little aloof and etc. Why I am saying this? Today, a lot of people seriously think what Max Muller has written in knowledge system. I want to tell you what Max Muller written is not Indian knowledge system because he doesn't fit into this description. He had just visited here, looked a few things, and then sat down there and then translated and wrote. That's not Indian knowledge system. It is all about IKS, not IKS. Megasthenes has written. They are all about IKS. They are not IKS, but a lot of people in Indology departments in the West try to tell that is Indian knowledge system. We don't agree with that. On the other hand, there's one lady by name Stella Krimrish, who came from University of Chicago. She spent about 20 years, lived in Kolkata. She wrote a very good book on Hindu temple. She wrote a book on Vishnu Dharmottara Purana. They are all Indian knowledge because she is fully, deeply involved and into this country and etc. So that's the demographic meaning. So we have to differentiate between IKS and about IKS. There are a lot of material on about IKS, but they are not IKS. Then you have knowledge. Knowledge emanates from wisdom, insight, deep experiences, observation. We all do that. Experimentation. Who said only the Westerners and the scientists of the today's people do only? Everybody, because it is inherent to human beings. Analyze, validate, improve, augment, etc. All those need knowledge. The only good thing about Indian knowledge is this is the only civilization known to mankind which has an uninterrupted civilizational corpus for at least 7 millennia, if not more. Which means, this improvement, this augmentation, validation, etc., will happen continuously. All the civilizations have discontinuity. So our civilization has carried these for years and years and years and years, and this knowledge is continuously getting improvised and improved. In the last 200 years, we have put an abrupt stop to it, about which we'll talk later. It has literary sources, it has formal, informal, oral, etc. And a system is a structured methodology to classify what we have. So you can't put it in a simple manner to make it very nice. Indians have been very good. If you take the entire Sanatana Dharma core literature, that comes under what is called Chaturdasha Vidyasthana. There is a 14-part classification in which you can put the Veda, Vedanta, Darshanas, Itihasa, Dharma Shastras, all those we can nicely put it under 14 compartments. So, for the purpose of my book and from my own understanding, I have created a classification scheme for IKS corpus. The IKS corpus have literary and non-literary. That's broadly the first level of separation. In the literary, we have substantially the core is Sanatana Dharma. Within that, there is this core of Veda, Darshanas, Shastras, Itihasa, etc. But there is a huge list of applied knowledge in Sanatana Dharma, which is aesthetics, architecture, alchemy, engineering, technology, and applied sciences, public administration. Everybody thinks Indian knowledge means some mantra which a Purohit will use. And even the Purohit, whatever mantras he uses, there are a lot of scientific content, there are a lot of speculative thinking, there is a lot of aesthetic content in it and so on, which perhaps, but other than that, there is hell a lot of material, which is what this book is all about. Then, of course, there are other traditions. You have Buddha and Jaina of that vintage. Of course, very recently we have Sikh and even Muslim culture has brought some interesting knowledge into the system in the last 400 years and so on. But in a very vintage, if you look at Buddha and Jaina, also there. Then you have a regional vernacular literature, which has retold the Sanatana Dharma and other dharmic traditions 1,000 times. So many retold, nourished with local content, explained, expanded, added a little bit more without changing the content. So we have a vast repository of knowledge. Then, of course, we have oral traditions. art forms, health, etc. All these form what is called IKS. So let me very specifically get into a few of them. I'll quickly touch upon some of them. First, talk about Indian math, where we have done most seminal questions humankind can ever think of, which is slowly being acknowledged after so many years of denial. Look at this. What you see are a 4 by 4 matrices, and what you see here is a special property of the first 16 natural numbers, 1 to 16, being packed in a 4 by 4 matrix. And what you see is called a magic square. In India, it is Bhadraganita. In Sanskrita, we call it as Bhadraganitam. What it means is all rows add up to the same sum, all columns add up to the same sum, and the two diagonals also add up to the same sum. For example, diagonal 13, 4, 16, 1 adds up to 34. The other diagonal 12, 5, 9, 8 also adds up to 34. Take any column or any row, it will be 34. This is called Bhadraganitam. As early as 1st century BC, we have some simple algorithms to construct this Bhadraganita. There are 2, 3 very nice algorithms. What you see on the right side is even more difficult. That is called pan-diagonal magic square. What you need to do is not look at it like a sheet of paper. You should look at it like a cylinder, torus, which means you can put this paper and make a cylinder of it. If you do it, look at on the left, the yellow shades, 6, 5, and 7. The next number would be actually 8 because you would have vertically rolled the cylinder. If you roll the cylinder, the next number that will come, 7 would be 8 on the left. But that doesn't add up to 34. It adds up to 6 plus 5, 11 plus 7, 18 plus 8, 26. Whereas if you look at here, the blue color on the right, 13, 16, 4, 1, that also adds up to 34. Similarly, look at the green color. Green color is rolling the cylinder horizontally, not vertically. If you roll the cylinder horizontally, after 11, 7, and 6, the next number will be 10. That also adds up to 34. So this is called, in today they call it pan-diagonal magic square. Indians call it as Sarvato Bhadraganitam. And this particular 4 by 4 special matrix was solved by one Narayana Pandita in 1498, I think. And he gave an algorithm. He stated the properties of this matrix and so gave the algorithm to solve this and so on. He said there are 383 solutions possible for this packing these numbers 1 to 16 into this 4 by 4. In other words, 14 pan-diagonal magic squares, all having a magic sum of 34. Whereas in the Western world, what did happen? In 1920, they studied this and said that there are only 9 solutions possible. And in 1929, these are all in American universities. In 1929, another American university, another department of mathematics, they said 383 solutions are possible, which Narayana Pandita said in 1498 and gave an algorithm also. That's what this is. Diophantine equation, you might be aware, Diophantine equations are very hard to solve. Take this first degree linear Diophantine equation, Ax plus By equal to C. The question is, there are 2 unknowns and 1 equation. Can we get an integer solution for X and Y? I mean, real solution is possible. You can put any number X and then solve for Y. Y is equal to C minus Ax by B, and you will get by A, and you will get the value of B in some real number. The challenge is integer equations and integer solutions. Aryabhatta solved it, in 6th century, with a beautiful method called Kuttaka method. Now look at the second one. It's called third degree Diophantine equation, which is called the Ramanujan taxi problem. W cube plus X cube equal to Y cube plus Z cube. Ramanujan actually boarded a taxi carrying the number 1729 while attending a meeting in London. He said, this is the solution for the third degree Diophantine equation. The numbers are 12, 1, 9, and 10, etc. So there are different such Diophantine equation. This 17th century onwards people are solving, whereas we have solved it in 5th century. We have solved it in 5th century. Actually, Aryabhatta proposed a general method for solving Diophantine first degree linear Diophantine equation. Brahmagupta handled more difficult Diophantine equations in his Samasa Bhavana and so on. Euler and all these people found much later. Bhaskara too in 1150 gave a solution which was recorded. Integer solution to Diophantine solution problems and so on. So we have solved many of these problems very well. And 600, 700 years back, that is a strength of work. I do not know how many of you are aware. 300 CE to 1400 CE. That is called the Dark Ages in the West. Why? Because after the fall of the Roman Empire, until Newton came and talked about the gravity, nothing is known about the West. But it is exactly in these 700 years, Indians solved every possible problem in math, architecture, etc. For us, it is a super bright age, not a dark age. But nobody wants to recognize it, no wants to push it below the carpet, which others can, I understand, but I think we should not do. We should actually read it more carefully and understand what it is. Indians have hugely contributed to the number system. Just to give you an example, if you want to write 3 into 10 power 8 meters per second using a Roman numeral, we need a 192-page book because the biggest Roman numeral is M, 1000. They don't have number bigger than M because they don't need bigger numbers, it looks like. I do not know. Whereas Gautama Buddha, in his Swayamvara, which is available in a book called Lalita Vistarana, his biography written in 2nd century BC, I think, he told a number 10 power 421. Up to that, he told some numbers in a quiz on mathematics for his Swayamvara. So if you use the Roman number M and try to write velocity of light, we have to write M 3 into 10 power 5 times you have to write. Only then you will get this 3 into 10 power 8. Because M is 10 power 3. Remaining 10 power 5 is missing. So today we have taken for granted. The question is, who discovered all these? Indians discovered place value of numbers, decimal system, surds, everything was the contribution of Indians. So what are the contributions of Indians? Concept of zero, without which it is impossible to have a decimal system, which we are so much used to today. And using it as a beyond the place, developing a robust place value system for the numerals, okay, and legacy of using very large numbers. You go into Ramayana, go into Aranyakanda, where Sugriva is enumerating the strength of his army. There is a number told from 10 power 0 to 10 power 61. Continuously numbers are given there. So we had all kinds of understanding of numbers for us, even before the Western world understood it. All these numbers actually went to Fibonacci via, Syria. It went to, Fibonacci, and then they started developing these numbers. Today, there are good books written on that. Well-researched books are written. Let me get into metals and alloy. In fact, there is a lot of contribution on astronomy. You have to look at my book. I am only giving you a tip of the iceberg trailer of what you can see in the book, actually. So, talking about metals and alloys, and we all know this, the iron pillar, which is in Qutub Minar, although it was originally in a place in Orissa in 3rd century AD, then in 10th century or 11th century, it was taken from there and put into Qutub Minar where it is now. And for 1800 years, open sky, and it is refusing to actually rust. Doesn't rust. Why you go that far? From Suratkal, you go half an hour from Suratkal, Kollur, Mukambika. Kollur Mukambika has an iron pillar, which is pretty much 30 kilometers from Arabian Sea. That is also not rusting. One Indian Institute of Science professor has actually analyzed that and written a paper to understand how good Indians were in what is called ferrous carbon alloy. It's nothing but a ferrous carbon alloy. So we have a number of iron pillars in this country, and which actually showed that the legacy of iron and steel making was absolutely fabulous. Obviously, we have huge iron wars, so it is not surprising that we understood how to make steel out of iron also. These are some of the examples that you see. Puri, Bhubaneswar, 39 pieces found in the Gundichibari temple. In Konark temple, you have iron. At Dhar in Madhya Pradesh, You have a pillar which is twice as big as this Delhi pillar. Mount Abu has one. So this country, we have sprinkled iron pillars all over. None of them are actually rusting, which means we are very good in ferrous carbon business. No, I actually showed this seal. This recently in this, Punin Selvan, they were showing seals and all that. These kings always use seals. I showed this seal, which is the seal of Samudragupta, the last of the Gupta dynasty, 330 to 326. I asked the metallurgy professor, tell me what does it take to make this seal? In fact, I would ask this question to the students to arouse their interest. And what came out during the conversation? First of all, you should know there is some metal called gold. It is buried under the earth. You should be able to take the ore. You should be able to know how to separate the metal from the ore. And you should know that you can use the gold form. You have to add some impurity in form of copper. Then you should know how to do casting, embossing, molding. I mean, essentially, the whole lessons of metallurgy has come in this simple artifact that you see here, and we take it for granted. We don't encourage our own students to ask what should have been the ecosystem to develop such a seal. You even have seals in the Indus Valley time, which means those guys have figured out a lot of things, which are all hardcore ideas in metals, metal making, alloys, metallurgy, and so on. This is a royal earring dated to 1st century BC, Andhra Pradesh royal earring found in Metropolitan Museum of Art, Washington, I think. And if you have to make this particular ornament, I wonder what kind of tools are required, what kind of an engineering ecosystem ought to have been behind. Otherwise, you can't make such beautiful looking, intricate, uh, you know, jewels out of these rare metals and so on. Talking of it, India was in zinc. The world did not know how to actually extract zinc. The problem was zinc separates from the ore at degrees centigrade, and at 550 degrees centigrade, it becomes zinc oxide. Therefore, you should know how to trap it before 500 and 550, which Indians knew. The foreigners knew it only in the 17th century. Whereas in the 11th century, Indians' production of zinc is industrial grade, million tons. IIT Kanpur, University of Baroda have done work and they written some good papers on the ability of the Indians to actually extract zinc and alloys and all that things. This is called wood steel, which is from India. I just downloaded this figure from Wikipedia actually. So wood come from a term ukku. In Kannada, ukku is steel. In Tamil, urukku is steel. So this steel was made in a tri-junction of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka. This is the region. If you take a place like Salem, from Salem, if you go 100 kilometers, you'll get into Karnataka. Go 100 kilometers, you'll get into Kerala also. So this is a vibrant kind of a where wood steel was made. That's called wood steel because the foreigners didn't know how to pronounce wood. They call it as woods and so on. And this is an unique Indian process of making steel, which is widely sought for manufacture of swords in the Eastern Mediterranean region. Produced as 700 BCE, exported, traded to ancient Europe, and the Damascus blade. That is Damascus blade. What I showed you is made of talwars were made of only wood steel. And by 17th century, the company said, "Finish this. These fellows should not take money. We should take money." The British government, that's what they did to us in the last 100, 200 years. So they actually put a ban. Okay, British Raj introduced production taxes and mining bans, which means you can't do anything with this. You all the process because everything was oral. We lost. This is how we 1,000 things. This is just an example that I'm giving. This is an idol, which the only news that you read these days is that either it is smuggled out of this country or it is brought back. These are the only two news you can read today. Little people know that this kind of beautiful idol making is 1,500 years old. From 7th century, we are making it, and made by a process called, I'm using the modern word, technology called blast wax casting. The French people discovered this process in 17th century or 18th century, whereas in our Vishnu Dharmotta Purana, it is written, it is called Madhuchishta Vidanam. Madhu Uchishta Vidanam. Uchishta is leftover. Madhu is honey. So the shell of the honey bee, that is the one used for making the mold, and when you pour the metal, it is very sharp, and then the wax melts and you get sharp images and so on. And Indians were very good in that. Not only that, they were able to make it by mixing five metals, Panchaloha idols, gold, silver, lead, copper, and zinc. They were able to mix these five and create beautiful idols. Today, we can't use ingredients and make a upma or a sambar. It's not just putting all of them and getting something. It's not that easy. And we are now talking of five metals in some proportions you add and then create Panchaloha idols. All these are even before the world woke up. These are all the dark ages of the West when we were able to do all this. As I told you, this is done through Madhuchishta Vidhanam. I would like to, I don't want to keep on going. It is just a trailer. The question that I want to leave with you, because we are all professors and we want to get this imagination in our students and encourage also. The question that really bothers me, bothers all of us is, what is all this? What happened to all these? I mean, you're telling all kinds of things, but today I don't say anything. So, first thing is, we have compelling evidence that Indians were very good in many things. We have absolutely no inkling of this today. We have awareness. We don't teach it in the mainstream. If you try to teach it, people will not see bread; they will see saffron in it. That's the tragedy of this country. You can't even teach secular. People immediately get very threatened, and this is how we have destroyed our education system in the last 75 years. We have to wait 75 years to get one book on Indian knowledge systems, which I wrote in 2022. Exactly 75 years after our independence. Some of the science and technology practices are still in use, but we have just put them on the periphery. We call them as Adivasi practices. Adivasi are those who are forever. They are the real ancestors, and we should know from them. I think we should give all the credibility to Adivasis and then learn from them. We call it as tribal, folk, and rural. So all these terminologies, as you see, are Western terminologies. If Westerners use these terminologies, I'm okay. But why are we using these terminologies? It is time we have our own terminologies. See, we translate Purana as mythology, and I object to it. Because mythology means myth plus ology. Myth is a non-existent thing. Ology is the science of a non-existent thing. To me, Rama and Krishna are non-existent. For foreigners, it may. So I wouldn't like to translate Purana into mythology. People actually, IAM Shillong offered a course in mythology. I said, please, and asked me to teach the course. I said, if you remove the title mythology, I'll teach. Otherwise, I won't teach. Because to me, there is no myth. These are all real. All these terms, as you see, are all very westernized terms. We are still using it because we are using English. The Indian society relied substantially on oral tradition for preservation and dissemination of knowledge. Therefore, if you cut these people, you cut the umbilical cord. You stop them practicing, it will not transmit. That's how we lost most of it. So, large part of this country was subjected to rule for 700 years. Large-scale burning of million manuscripts. No other civilization can weather such catastrophic damage. I mean, it is bound to create a certain discontinuity in the knowledge. I'd be surprised if it doesn't happen. Again, the priorities of what encouraged is always left to the ruling class. I mean, today in India, you all will agree with me, everybody wants to do an engineering. And after engineering, they want to sit in front of a computer and then PhD, semicolon, LKJHJ. Just, keep tapping this keyboard. Why is it? Because that's where the money is. That's where good jobs are. We will all go there. So it is some macroeconomic policies. The government will decide what must happen, what must not happen. British Raj knew what to do. They said, first cut all these. Otherwise, these fellows will never become poor. Let's get them paupers and then you find out what to do. So they said, if you teach Indian knowledge, you will starve of death. A lot of people starve of. You have to teach English. You have to learn some of these Newtonian things and all that. And that's how in 200 years we have actually traveled. Okay. skills and practices went off me because spirituality and all that, Indian knowledge are later. First, I have to live. I have to have 2 times good food for my family, so I know what to do. So he is the ruling class in the last 400 years, which destroyed this knowledge. And they had good reasons to do it. It is our responsibility to get it back, which is not going to be easy, but we nevertheless have to do. This is this Macaulay's note in which there are portions which I thought I'll bring it to your knowledge. The dialects commonly spoken among the natives of this part of India contain neither literary nor scientific information. That is what you and I talk in Sanskrit, Kannada, and Tamil are poor, and please understand, so rude and poor that they are enriched from some other quarter. It will not be easy to translate. This is what they did to the Aborigines in Australia. This is what they did to the Red Indians in the USA. This is what Westerners have done, Europeans have done whenever they have gone out of that place. Single shelf of good European library is worth the whole native literature of India and Arabia. Place that, and we need to take it or leave it. All books in Sanskrit is less valuable than what is found in the most paltry abridgments used in preparatory schools in England. This is his view of his country. Whereas Gandhiji in 1931, when he went and addressed in Chatham House in London, he said that you guys came and just destroyed our educational system. I say without my figures being challenged. Today's India is more illiterate than it was 50 or 100 years ago, because British administrators, when they came to India, instead of taking hold of things as they were, began to root them out. They scratched the soil, began to look at the root, and left the root like that. The beautiful tree perished. Gandhiji called education the beautiful tree, and he said the beautiful tree perished. And what he said in 1931 makes sense in 2031. You just see what he's saying. Saying English medium schools are costly. That's what he's saying. Where they have ancient schools have gone by the board, because no recognition for these schools. Schools established European pattern were expensive. This is exactly what we are going through today. And there are rickshaw wallahs, auto wallahs are pledging their future generation savings into putting their kids into these Baba black sheep schools, nursery and English and so on. And we just want to cut off our native. I mean, we are going through this. What Gandhi said in 1931 holds good in 2025. This is what he said about education and so on. Anyway, so this is the book that I have co-authored with two of my Sanskrit scholars in the Indian knowledge system, concepts and applications. There are 14 chapters on this. And the idea here is talk about what, why, and how of IK. Very extensive original course you will find in the endnotes. So as I told you, just glorifying. We want to take courses and then explain and interpret them. And this is how the book is organized. I have first 4 chapters which bring our corpus and the allied corpus. But the rest of the book, 350 pages, is all about application. Phonetics, linguistics, systems, knowledge frameworks, mathematics, astronomy, engineering, metalworking, town planning, architecture, health, wellness, psychology, governance, and public administration, and so on. I think I will stop here with this. That's why I titled this talk as The Treasure in the Wooden Box. There was a temple, and there was a beggar sitting outside the temple, as we see in many temples, on a wooden box, an old wooden box with a plate, and he was asking for alms. One sannyasi was about to enter the temple, and this beggar asked for alms. And sannyasi said, I am not supposed to take alms and eat, so I have nothing to offer to you. But then sannyasi said, you are sitting on a wooden box, why don't you open and see? So the beggar said, no, sir, we are 4th or 5th generation beggar. My great-grandfather sat on this box. My father sat on this box. I am sitting on this box and doing my begging business. My son is already on the way, is ready, is here. He will also sit on this box. So what is that? So then, yes, he said, what you are doing may be true. All that I want to tell you is whether you sit on a box for 1 minute or 1 million hour, it doesn't matter until you open and see what is inside. And then he went to the temple. So this particular sentence started to worry, making sense to the beggar after a few days. Oh, maybe what is he said is true. Why did I not open this box? So he have a lock key for the lock. Took a big stone and broke open the lock, and he opened the box only to find that it was full of diamond, gold, and jewelry and so on. He was not knowing that he was sitting on the top of his box. It is his box after all, and begging for alms. I thought I would leave this story to tell you where do we place this story for us. We need to decide. Thank you for this opportunity, and I appreciate your time and effort in organizing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mahadevan. The title "Treasure in the Wooden Box" was indeed a very apt title, and
Yeah, you are not audible. I'm sorry, you are not audible.
oh, am I audible now, sir? Oh,
Sorry. I muted my speaker. Yeah,
okay.
sorry. Because
Yeah,
echo was coming. I just
yeah.
muted.
Yeah, I'll just repeat, sir. Thank you very much for a wonderful talk. And Treasure in the Wooden Box was indeed a apt title for your talk. And we would have loved to hear you more. And I hope we will get more chances to listen to you in future, because this is the first step towards introducing IKS in our institute. And maybe we want to provoke this kind of motivation to all the neighboring institutes as well. So that's the vision of our director. And I thank on behalf of our workshop team and also the faculty and the staff of our institution. Uh, Really big thanks to you for a wonderful talk. And we look forward to interacting with you again in the evening during the panel discussion. You have set a nice foundation towards the panel discussion as well for today. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to give the opportunity to the members here to interact with you if they have any questions. Quick questions.
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Anyone? Yeah, 1 second.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Sir, my name is Chinmoy Bharadwaj. I'm actually an architect. By profession, I am an architect. I heard you speaking about it at the beginning of your lecture. So I would like to ask you one thing. So when we are talking about Vastu Shastra, the mainstream architect community at large in India, we have a notion that Vastu Shastra, as it was practiced in the earlier days, some of its parts are in the current situation not much feasible, because earlier the population density used to be very less. So we used to have huge plots of land. So there were individual houses where you could actually orient the spaces as it was required. But in the current context, since we have a huge density to accommodate, we usually have to go for higher vertical storied buildings. We have to design in a vertical way. So there are a lot more constraints compared to what it was earlier. So if I talk about having the kitchen in the southwest direction of the plot, so when we are talking about an apartment, that is not much feasible, because we'll have corridor ways, we'll have other units to accommodate also. So how do you think we might be able to accommodate Vastu Shastra in the present context? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the question. First of all, I would urge you to read Vastu Shastra first. You have designs for 14-story buildings there, not 6 rooms, 79, etc., etc. Secondly, I want to tell you there are 2 branches of science which have been completely hijacked. One is called Jyotisha. Jyotisha is not to tell you whether a dog will bite you day after tomorrow, or you will. All that is not Jyotisha. Whereas that is a roaring business today. Vedanga Jyotisha and Siddhanta Jyotisha is pure math. It's a high-end astronomy. Neelakanta Somayaji has, in 1499, has actually done such a wonderful work on the astronomy which people don't know. Whereas today's astrologers are using it for something. The same casualty happened in Vastu. Vastu is not, window must be southwest and, kitchen must be Niruruti, Agni. They were all minor points. They have overblown it out of proportion. Vastu has such wonderful ideas. You can't see that kind of designs anywhere. So my first urge you to read and go to somebody and read. I have been 15 hours. I have actually interacted with the Builders Association and discussed in detail about Vastu to the little I have understood. So you can put multi-story buildings. Otherwise, how do you think you build a Vimana which is 225 feet here with 14 stories? Are you telling we didn't know how to go vertical? In fact, the Leaning Tower of Pisa did not know how to go vertical. That's why it is leaning. So I think the answer to you is we have been hijacked in the name of Vastu. Vastu is not whether your mother-in-law will die or you will get diseases. They are not discussed in Vastu. Of course, there is a Vastu Purusha Mandala. We have to understand the spirit of that discussion. But that is not the entire text. That is probably 2 pages out of 2,000 pages. What is about 9,998 pages of material written in the book? Nobody wants to read it. Nobody even knows it. So anyway, that kind of thing we have to do actually. I would urge you to actually read Samarangana Sutradhara or Maya Matam. If you want South Indian architecture, Maya Matam. If you want North Indian architecture, Samarangana Sutradhara. If you want the architecture of Gujarat, you have to read what is called Aparajita Pricha. There is enough material available actually.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir. I'm Professor Kulkarni, in charge of IKS here. I had met you, and so thank you very much for your very lucid presentation, sir. Sir, our purpose of this workshop is to introduce this IKS in undergraduate curriculum. So that's why we had phased the first part as content and pedagogy. So today, Professor Kripashankar and Professor Sridharan also will be sharing their experiences. Sir, I would just like to ask you, since you have gone through all these institutions, how they have implemented it, some guidelines for NITK to implement this in our undergraduate curriculum.
Sir, you have the two veterans sitting here. I'm very happy the way Shankar and Sridharan went about.
Yeah.
So I am extremely happy they agreed to come. They, I think, will share very interesting insights into how we need to go about. So we can, take it through the panel. Certainly, I see that both the Calicut and Goa Engineering College, I'm aware of how they have gone about. We will draw very nicely from them, I think.
Yeah. Any more questions? Yeah. Let's all thank Professor Mahadevan for this wonderful interaction.
Thank you.
very
Thank you
much,
for
sir.
this opportunity. I wish you the very best. Yeah.
We'll meet again during the panel discussion in the evening. Thank you, sir.
So good morning, everyone. That was a very interesting session by Professor Mahadevan. Now, topping it up, we have Dr. M.S. Kripashankar for the second session. Dr. M.S. Kripashankar is presently working as principal, Goa Engineering College, Farmagudi, Ponda, that is Goa. He is also a Dean Faculty of Engineering at Goa University. He had attained his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from University of Mysore, and he has masters from University of Maryland and did his PhD in VTU, Visvesvaraya Technological University. His professional journey starts from being a process planning engineer at Bosch, then design engineer, senior design engineer, 7 US patents he acquired in the area of nanotechnology and microwave processing. He is also a consultant to NAL Bangalore, consultant to rubber processing industries in Delhi, Noida, and Calcutta. He is also the founder director of Energy Microwave Systems Private Limited between 2006 and 2009. He was professor of Department of Mechanical Engineering at RV College, Bangalore. Dean Postgraduate Programs, RV College during 15 and 18. He is also Registrar of RV University, Bangalore during 21 and 23. Presently, he is Principal, Goa College of Engineering since 2018 till date. He is also Dean of Goa University since 2024. His primary interest as Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Goa University, he has been able to formulate course on IKS based on guidelines issued by UGC and AICTE. The textbook that has adopted the IKS system, authored by Professor Mahadevan and his co-authors, the course provides an overview of all major aspects of IKS, the Chaturdash Vidyasthanas, which has been just told. So he has been able to mentor 8 faculty members and has prepared content to teach this course across 5 engineering colleges in Goa for nearly 1500 students during the first year of engineering. So he has also conducted civilization studies. He has been trained, he has received a formal training in Vedas, Upanishad, Yoga at Sri Ramakrishna Institute of Moral and Spiritual Education in Mysore during 1984. He has been associated with Ashram, Ramakrishna Ashram since then. So he has received formal training program, training in asana, pranayama as the disciple of Sri V-IKSHA Iyengar, the world-known yoga guru. I was introduced to vocal and instrumental music by Mother Srimati Vijay Bharati. He also is a musician. He came in contact with Sri Ramana Maharshi teaching in 2000 and took a spiritual tour of more than 30 important places in India between 2001 and 2005, such as Mount Kailash, Manasarovar, Sri Amarnath Cave Temple, Sri Muktinatha, Kedarnatha, Gangotri, Dwaraka, Omkareshwar, Puri Jagannath, Guwahati, Nepal, Saranath, Somnath. He spent few weeks at Swami Shivananda Ashram, Sri Ramakrishna Math. While traveling, had the good fortune of reading books related to great Indian traditions. So he has been trained in Vipassana meditation, the Buddhist way of meditation. So he is a diverse personality. So we'd like to hear from you, sir. Thank you, and thank you for coming. Over to you.
ओम गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः. So when we started on this journey of introducing Indian knowledge system, particularly in Goa, as you are all aware, we have got nearly about 40% of the population is Christian, and also we have got Muslim population. Plus we had the Hindu population. So when I took over as dean and I was asked to see if there is a possibility of bringing in Indian knowledge system, they were asking who is qualified to even talk about it, because it's a very vast topic. I'll show it in my last slide. So I had to contemplate basically whether I am also qualified and whether I could take up this challenge. So then what we started doing was, okay, this will be my presentation pattern. I'll go into how we formulated this first year students का जो syllabus है. Then what are we teaching? How are we teaching? The challenge was how do we formulate the teaching methodology? The pedagogy had to be done. Then how are the students receiving it? How do we assess that what is being taught is being learned? So I'm going to share some of these experiences with you. So first and foremost, being the dean of the university, the question that would be asked is whether you have got any UGC guidelines, whether you have got any AICT guidelines to follow. So we started finding out if there is anything. I see Dr. Purti is here. Okay, she is also a faculty of Goa Engineering College. We went through this document in detail, and subsequently we understood that they are giving priority to Indian knowledge system in the context of economics. We thought, okay, we will bring in Arthashastra, and also art and architecture, as sir just mentioned. We went into Vastu. I had the opportunity of learning about Vastu and Vastu Shastra when I had a fractured leg, and for 6 months I was in the bed. So I had nothing to do. I started reading 2 books. One is on Jyotish Shastra and another was Vastu Shastra. So thank God, perhaps I was getting myself prepared for this day. So then we looked at some more, and fortunately for me, being in Bangalore, we had B.V. Raman, one of the greatest authorities in Jyotish Shastra. Those of you who are aware of B.V. Raman and Jyotish Shastra, he was one of the pioneers who did a lot of nice work, and we were fortunate to work with his son on this matter. Subsequently, I had to go through more documents of UGC because I had to convince my academic council. It was not easy to convince the academic council that we are capable of teaching this subject, formulating it and all that. So we went through this, and then subsequently we had to also look for AICT approvals because we are a government engineering college coming under AICT. So I had to see if AICT had given some guidelines. These were all documents of 22-23. Okay, these are documents picked up from 22 and 23 and maybe early part of 24. So we went through and tried to understand what were the priorities being set by AICT, and AICT had given the following priorities. You can see those things. So what we did was we thought we will offer a minor course in Indian knowledge system. So the minor course starts in the 3rd semester. So first year it is just that we decided to give an introductory course. If there are students interested, they can pick up the minor course in the 3rd semester, and all the way up to 7th semester you start taking 1 course each. So that is how we have planned it. So now what is the introductory course that we could offer? So this is the introductory course that we have offered. You can see it is just 2 credit course. It is for 30 hours, and look at the width and the breadth of the course. And we have delivered it. I am not just putting up a slide here, we have delivered it. Already we have delivered to 800 students, and we are delivering it to 800 more students. So 1600 students are going to complete this course, 800 of whom have completed. Out of 800, 700 have passed, 100 failed. Doesn't matter. It is an attempt that we are making where they are also learning, we are also teaching. That's fine. Failure and this thing is not a point of concern. What I am saying here is we have made sure that we start with the civilization, we go in depth into material science, we talk about astronomy, we talk about public administration, we talk about everything to do with creating an interest for them before we get into the Vedas, before we get into Ashtanga Yoga and something which is more in depth to understand. So what I thought is to make it easy for them, let me start teaching mathematics, let me start teaching astronomy, maybe they will get interested because these are already close to them. Please note they are 12th standard students. They have just finished 12th and they have come into first year of engineering. So that being the case, I put this as unit 1, and then unit 2 we started going into little bit of Vedas, so that how Vedas are going to be important and relevant. Subsequently we added something about Ayurveda because that is another important contribution that has come from the country. Then finally music and musical instruments and all that, we have done substantial work in that area. I thought we should appreciate the work that is being done there. So most importantly, I think many of you would be wondering how is this done. I will tell you, there is a nice story for this. Okay, moving on. How do we teach Vedas? How as a teacher I am teaching Vedas? There has been some talk already yesterday and I will try to see if I can match up. Please note I am teaching students of 12th standard and who have just come out of 12th standard. So I will have to bring down the Vedas to a level where they can understand. Okay. So what we teach, we start with the basics. What is Veda? Veda means it is knowledge. And then we tell who is the master of the Vedas. The first master that we know is sage Vedavyasa. there are many more great sages before him and after him, but the credit goes to sage Vedavyasa to formulate this. So we said these are the 4 major schools that was formed. Why were these 4 major schools formed? We discussed this in the class. We tell students, see, you have got mechanical engineering, you have got civil engineering, you have got electrical engineering, you have got information technology engineering. So similarly, all of this essentially is a package like engineering, and then we put it together and then start teaching. So we keep referring to engineering programs while we are teaching the Vedas. So let me go to the next step of Rig Veda, what we do in Rig Veda. So I don't go into the details of what is Samhita, what is Brahmana, what is Aranyaka and Upanishads. I just don't do that. I just tell that if you look at the Vedas, it will have 4 major chapters. So these are 4 chapters. But if you want to understand this, you have to read little bit of the Aitareya Upanishad. Okay? Aitareya Upanishad will give you an introduction of what is being said in the Rig Veda. Okay? So always, if you read any book, people will say that go to the Upanishads if you have to understand the Rig Veda. Am I correct, sir? But, sir, so what happens in the Upanishads is it gives you a summary. So what we tell, we go into the depth of what the Aitareya Upanishad says and say that this Upanishad is a reflection of what is said in all these Vedas. So that is how we start. For each and every Upanishad, we have, I skip this, I will come back to this. We also go into a little bit more detail. Similarly, Yajurveda, we tell them that don't be hung up on the ritual part. Very often people think that Yajurveda means it is only ritual. No, I say it's not just ritual. Ritual is only maybe 10% or 20%. As Professor Mahadevan said, it is a misnomer or misunderstanding that the moment you say Yajurveda, it is only rituals. No. I tell them that, see, you are having food, that is a ritual. We are performing the action of consuming food and that generates energy. So that is why we should look at the scientific aspect of any Veda. So in this particular Veda, it is micro and macro level manifestation of the entire universe. So and then we have got 2 major Upanishads here because we have got Shukla Yajurveda and Krishna Yajurveda. And in the Shukla Yajurveda, we have got Ishavasya and Brihadaranyaka. These are 2 major texts that we talk in detail in the class and then tell them this is what Ishavasya says, this is what Mahatma Gandhi has said about Ishavasya, this is what Brihadaranyaka, this is what Brihadaranyaka Upanishad is all about. So we go into the depths of how micro and macro level manifestation happens. This is the typical picture that one gets when we talk about Yajurveda, and we tell the students that these are the questions that are normally asked. So and then we go into the depths. I know I have got to address both the Christian students and the Hindu students in the audience when we talk about all this. So I keep myself light and then we keep referring to this bottom part. We are eating food, we are considering to be performing the yajna. That is, one performs energy is getting converted into one form of energy to the other. So similarly, the other parts of the world, the galaxies, how the galaxies are formed, how the planets are getting, how they build and run the entire universe. So we go into the details of how it is done. So further, when we talk about Krishna Upanishad, Yajurveda, Krishna, the portion of it, Shukla Veda and Krishna. Yajurveda is split into 2, that is Shukla Yajurveda and Krishna Yajurveda. So in Krishna Yajurveda, we have got Taittiriya Upanishad and the Katha Upanishad. So in Taittiriya Upanishad, we tell the students that this is the physical body, this is the astral body, this is the mind body, and then the intellectual body and the self. We go into various discussions as to what happens when somebody is in coma, what happens when somebody falls sick, when you physically get sick, how do you treat yourself? So what is your physical body getting treated? When you are mentally feeling fatigued, what do you do? So all these aspects are being taught in the class and we try to explain to them what is all the different states of existence. Similarly, Katha Upanishad. Very often we have a discussion in the class on what is death. Many students remain silent when we ask what is death and how do we cross death, or is there a possibility of answering this question. So, all these are discussed in depth and I can go into the details. So, then we go into Samaveda. Samaveda, again, people think that it is a series of chants which are mostly to worship and to thank and do all that, but we say no. Again, you please look at these two very important Upanishads which comes under Samaveda, which is Chandogya Upanishad and Kena Upanishad. So, Chandogya Upanishad talks about different states of mind. So, we should know that we are in deep sleep state, conscious state, subconscious state and all that. So, we tell them you have to experience this. So, we ask students to sit and then do a deep breathing in the class, and then we tell them how are you feeling now, and then we ask some of the students to go back home to see if they have got into dream state and try to tell them what was the experience you have had. Try to bring them that, kind of relate Chandogya Upanishads to real life. And then we have got many things more. We talk about food that they consume, the water that they consume, the fire that they consume, the oil and fat that they consume. And then the Kena Upanishad also, we go into a little bit of details and tell them how it works. Similarly, when we say Atharva Veda, we say Atharvan. Atharvan is the one who performs. So, again there is Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka and Upanishads. And then we again go into just three major Upanishads, which is Prashna, Mundaka and Mandukya. So, this is how we are trying to tell them that these Upanishads are relevant to you and therefore the Vedas are relevant to you. So, that is how we are relating. We are not trying to tell that we have got 1000 hymns or we have got 500 shlokas or we have got Samhita, we have got so much of Brahmana, this is the text and all that. We are not going into too much of details of each of this. We are trying to convey a relationship between the Upanishads and the contents of the Vedas in a story manner. So, it is more of storytelling and then trying to get them interested in the whole process. So, that is a summary, short summary. I can go into a little bit more details later, but what I will do now is I will try to come back to my slide here. So, what I do in the class is, in the first week of my class, I tell students that we will pick some 40, typically the student group size is about 40. We have got 80 students in a batch, and of course, we have got in GEC alone, we train about 500 students. So, 550 students are studying Indian knowledge system only in Goa College of Engineering, and in all the other 4 engineering colleges put together, we have got 1600 students who are studying Indian knowledge system. So, what we do, 500 is again further broken down into so many departments. Typically, a class has got about 40 to 45 students. So, these 40 to 45 students, in the first week, after they have had some introduction on this, we tell them choose a topic of your interest. Some students say, sir, I want to take yoga. Some students say, I want to do Vastu. Some students says, I want to do Ayurveda. Some students says, I want to do music. So, what we do, we say, okay, this is the topic for your self-study or exploration for you, and we have given 1 credit. Please note, we have given 1 credit. He has to put in 30 hours of work. So, we do not want that it is just a teaching learning process, but we want them to also do some experiments. So, students who take this have started doing lot of work on various musical instruments. They try to understand and explore various musical instruments, the way it is being done. Ayurveda, we have had wonderful outcomes of Ayurveda. Students have started formulating different compositions. They will say, I will put so much mustard, I will put so much ginger, I will put so much of turmeric, sir, and you please taste this sweet. It is very interesting combination, because according to Ayurveda, I need to blend these. So, lot of interesting things. Some people are making some concentrates of liquids and trying to serve it to say that, okay, this is. And of course, we are having some people who are in the Ayurveda college who try to help us with this. So, what the students are doing is they are applying, they are not just studying Ayurveda and that. Similarly, very few people have taken Vedas, but one student took Sattva, Rajas, Tamas very seriously, and I will tell you about what he did. So, a lot of students are into astronomy, some of them into mathematics. So, there is an interesting combination of all these projects. I will just go through some of these projects, including the Indian civilization.
Sir, may I just interrupt you? Unit 4 seems little interesting. You start with music and musical instruments and then jump to dress, textiles, weaving, etc. How are they linked?
They are not linked, sir. That's what I am trying to say. Say here is we are just giving an introductory note on each of this. So, what I do when I say music and musical instrument, I just classify them into the 4 major classifications. So, the percussion instrument, the string instrument, and the other miscellaneous instruments that have come together, and how if you see Bharata's Natya Shastra and how he has recorded all the different types of percussion instruments those days, and from the Ektara to Santur, how the string instruments have developed. So, we just take them through the journey of what was happening 4000 years ago and what is happening today. And similarly, some people ask, how is the tabla today? And how did we start with the dole, or before dole what existed, and what is ghata, how we are using ghata and then put some skin on top of it, made some drums out of it. So, we discuss all this in the context of engineering. What is the frequency, what is the vibration that is being given, why do we strike it with a stick. In fact, Gummat is one of the popular percussion instruments in Goa. So, one of the students is trying to work on that Gummat. Right now it is made out of clay. So, yesterday there was a discussion, why do we make it out of clay, what will happen if we make it out of wood. So, then the discussion went on further, why don't we use even fiber or metal. So, there was a discussion with one of the tabla experts, and he said, let us try to make Gummat with other materials and see how it performs. Nobody has done an experiment so far. So, we leave it to the student to explore what are the possibilities in doing that, and then what happens.
Are they given opportunity to practically
Yeah. I'll come to that. And then when I go into dress and textile, those were essential in those days. Civilization needed textiles. So, what one girl did was, I don't have that PPTs with me. She went to Kunbi, is one of the major products, weaving product that comes out. We took them to the weaving center. They did the weaving themselves. They knew how to do the weaving part, and they were able to relate how 5000 years ago these ideas were there. Warp direction, weft direction, how do I spin it. Mahatma Gandhi taught us much later, but before that this was known. How they came up with the idea of converting cotton into a fabric is what we take them through the entire journey physically. So, we just give them that kind of inputs. So, Jyotisha also is something very interesting. I will tell you how we teach Jyotisha. As sir was mentioning, we don't go into who is going to live long and what is going to happen. This one. So, I will share some of the work that my students have done. We call now this the Sindhu Saraswati civilization. We have stopped calling it as Indus Valley. So, we tell students, don't call it Indus Valley civilization anymore. Let us rename it as Sindhu Saraswati, because in those days people did not know how to pronounce Sindhu. They called it Hindu, and then it became Indus Valley. So, we will call it Sindhu Saraswati civilization. Now, what is on the other side of the country today? Unfortunately, our Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, everything is in the Pakistani region. So, what we are doing is we are asking students to do research on the other side of the border, and we have all these places, whether it is Lothal, Dholavira, Rakhigarhi, all these are of same time period. So, if we are talking about Harappa Mohenjo-daro, we should be talking about Rakhigarhi. So, a girl took interest in studying this. She identified the place. She did a Google map search of what that Rakhigarhi civilization looked like. This is today's picture and earlier picture. This is all taken from Archaeological Society of India. We motivate them to go into the proper documents. It is not that they should just go into Google and do something, that is not permitted. They have to go through authentic websites and then collect information from the right sources, and we are checking the sources. As you can see, she has written at the bottom, a report by ASI on excavation at Rakhigarhi. So, they have to give references, proper references, and she has studied how a 2-storied building was being constructed, 3-storied building was constructed, what type of materials were used, what is it today and what it would have been. So she is trying to explore and understand how these mud clay, burnt clay bricks were used and how they were dried, what was happening in those days. I am just giving you 4 slides. Typically a student makes about 20 slides. Each slide is different. I have just given you 4 slides of one student here. Units of measurements. So this is something, in those days they were trading, and if they were trading, what were the types of tools and instruments used? So this is what we tell them, and they do a study. This is the same girl who has done this work. It's part of the Rakigari civilizational understanding. Okay. Then another very interesting project another student did. Thorough musician, North Indian musician, he is learned from his father. So he said, sir, I will do music therapy. They said, okay, you start off. So then his name is Kaushik. You can see all the students are there, their names are there. So Kaushik said, sir, I'll do Charaka Samhita, I will study. And in Charaka Samhita, he talks about Raga Chikitsa. So I want to study about Raga Chikitsa, and he used to come and sing. As part of our practical class, you are come and supposed to show every week what is the progress that you have done. So and then he started talking about ragas and then the music therapy. Then I am not an expert, but we invited a few people to check whether he is singing the right ragas, and he said, sir, for mental tension, Rag Darbari Kannada is being recommended. For headaches, Rag Sohni is being recommended. These are recommendations given by Charaka in those days, and we can even go into a little bit more detail. I think I don't have all the slides that he has prepared. So what we try to do is, we try to tell them sing and demonstrate and let us experience. So there will be some 5-10 students sitting in the class, he will sing for some time and we will ask what is the experience you are getting. Try to relate whether what Charaka said is appropriate, because Charaka in his Samhita has again repeatedly said that when I am doing an operation, please so and so should be singing this particular rag. Then only I am satisfied, because that is a way of curing, and particularly people who are being recommended under bed rest, he has also recommended series of rags that you have to use. So we took Charaka Samhita as reference and started developing this, and then the student did this wonderful work, and then he also went on to do about brain waves and how all that happens. So this is in 15 weeks pretty much you can do this level of work. So and they are all, as I said, first year of engineering, just come out of 12th standard. Now another girl said, sir, I want to do a blend of dance and yoga, because lot of yogic postures are reflected in dance and I like dance. So she started exploring various aspects of dance, and she said, sir, I will start with Nataraja, because Nataraja is the boss. So she went through each and every postures that Nataraja is a very complex posture, because if you read any book on Natya Shastra and then particularly about Nataraja, this is the most complex pose that anybody can hold for a long time, and she did in-depth study. Okay, what is Abhanga, Samabhanga, this we don't go into so much detail when we are teaching the theory class. Here when they take it as a topic of interest for themselves, they go into a lot of details, and then the different types of mudras, and then yoga. She is trying to relate yoga with the dance forms and how strength and balance, concentration, stamina of the body, everything is kind of packaged. So very interesting. I will skip for the sake of time here. So that is about the dance and music. Now sir was mentioning about wood steel. So one of our students got interested, Kalpesh, you can see his. So he said, sir, I am interested in iron and steel. I want to do everything with iron and steel. But he is first year engineering student who has zero knowledge about iron carbon diagrams and all that. So, but he started his journey, very sincere and honest student. So he started doing the same thing that sir showed, that all the coins and things that. So he did some survey. Then the question came in his mind as to how we do the smelting process. In those days, how the ores being identified. So he started going into that a little bit more detail, and then sketching out things. These were the likely processes. We also have lot of literature in this area. So we keep feeding them with the right information at the right time. Tell them, read this book, read this will help you. So then he goes into little bit of more of forging and quenching, because if you have to make, that finally he wanted to go to the sword. Now one girl is working on how the iron pillar was made. It's not that they'll solve the problem. It is just that we are creating a kind of process for them to apply Indian knowledge system to various aspects of life. So he was very keen that I explained to him the iron carbon equilibrium diagram, because steel, he wanted to know how steel is made, because finally his target was he wanted to understand this wood steel. That was the only idea with which he was working, and he has put in a lot of effort in order to understand this at a first year engineering level, and we have again tried to support them in whatever way possible. Lot of curiosity he had, but unfortunately we could not take them to all these sites to show them, but he went on to go into various weapons and instruments that were being made using iron, steel, and then also copper alloys. So he started putting up a report, nice report he has prepared. So what we are trying to tell you, address the audience here primarily is, this is my last slide. So what I am trying to say is, students have to be given an opportunity to apply the knowledge then and there. Otherwise we thought it will go in a kind of like a theory subject. If you had have taught, I would not have made the impact that we have made the impact. In fact, Dr. Mahadevan liked this the best. In fact, he said, you are taking a risk, you are giving 1 credit practical or experiential credits theory. I don't know how you are going to manage the practical part or the experiential learning part, but I think I have demonstrated to him. So I will be sending some of these slides to him. The results have come out only a month ago. So that is the kind of effort that we are trying to do. If you have any questions, I can answer how we teach any of the subjects. I have just given you the Vedas as just a, as a pointer as to how we teach, but my strong recommendation, if at all any institution would try to implement IKS, please bring it as a theory and practical. Then it relates to the students much better. Otherwise it will remain more like a subject which is being discussed in the class. But I have just given you 4. Just imagine I have got 40 slides, and 40 students doing 40 projects, and presently another 40 projects, no overlapping. We have made sure that he doesn't copy from the other, he doesn't copy from the other, and like that we have done more than 200 projects, and there is so much opportunities here. As I said, Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, another student who did that project, he did a survey of the entire class. He had a set of questionnaires he had downloaded from the right source, and then he said, sir, this is the Western style of analyzing our personality traits. Now he took all the Sattva traits, he took all the Rajas traits, and he took all the Tamasic traits, and then he classified the questions. He did not change the questions. He said, I told him, you are not an expert at formulating the questions. So only thing is you are mapping the Western style of analysis where they give certain names, but you are trying to relate it to Sattva, Rajas, Tamas here. So we did one very interesting project. It is, we'll continue that, and we have got lot of good references also. You can also see in the websites, in the various journals, people are trying to do, because this is much more simpler way of classifying people into Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, rather than making the more complex Western style of doing things. So the sum and substance of what I am trying to say is, we have students doing projects in each and every field. You can ask me any of this, I can give you some references, and this is possible because of that 1 credit 30 hours that they put in. So it is a 15 weeks. Every week we sit together for 2 hours, discuss in the class, and this is how we are executing. So this is what I would like to submit to this august audience here. And then before I close, Indian knowledge system is, I tell my students that it is like the Vishwarupa. So Vishwarupa, only an Arjuna, we have to be like Arjunas in order to understand Vishwarupa, which means we need to have a special type of eyesight to be able to appreciate. And then if you look at the Vishwarupa, Vedas and Upanishad, Ayurveda, Natya Shastra, linguistic science, textiles, mathematics, astronomy, so many aspects are there. And then that is how vast this knowledge is. And look at what Albert Einstein said. When I read the Bhagavad Gita and its theory of creation, everything else seemed superfluous. This has come from a man who taught us E equal to mc squared. So we once in a while we use these types of motivational slides to tell thus the best of the Western minds have appreciated the contribution of the Indians. So if you have any questions or if you have need anything more.
Introducing this IKS to the especially first year students is excellent, sir.
Thank you.
In fact, I appreciate that you had given one credit practical, and as you said, without practical it will be very dry, knowledge. So my question is, how you have been able to get the faculty for each of these units? That is, because as you said, one person cannot be expert. So how you are able to give training to the faculty first, and then bring them to teach these courses. If you can share, that be very useful.
So one day we asked Dr. Mahadevan to come to our Goa College of Engineering. He spent one full day with his book. His book is our textbook. So the textbook has most of this covered. So morning session, unit 1 and 2, we had prepared the syllabus briefly and sent it to sir. And said that, sir, when you come here, you have to help us now. And we got faculty from all the engineering colleges who are teaching that subject. I mean, who were planning to teach the subject, they were still not ready. They had volunteered that, okay, we will take the risk, because it is not easy. If you are in a Christian school like Don Bosco College of Engineering, Padre Cosesau College of Engineering, and if you have to start talking, and that's why I skipped the slide on the mantra also. We use very little Sanskrit, and we keep telling in the class that please don't associate Sanskrit language with Hindu and Hindu to Sanskrit. That is the wrong way. But we have done. So what I did, we brought all these 5 engineering colleges faculty, two or three from each. We all sat in one room for full day. Mahadevan sir took a class as to how it has to be taught. 1, 2, 3, unit 1, you teach like this, unit 2, you have to teach like this, unit 3, so he gave first, throw. Then what we did, we formed teams, 4 faculty members, 3 faculty members. Then literature. Use Mahadevan sir as the primary source. If you see Mahadevan's book, it's got 2 advantages. One is the book is very comprehensive by itself. Secondly, he has given references there only.
Plenty.
So we picked that same references and studied and then prepared the PPT slide. So we said 100 PPT slides for unit 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that will be the common slide for all the teachers in all the colleges. So this is your starting point. Now you can improvise on this. So that is how we put the effort 3 months before the start of the actual launch in July 24. July 24 we launched this activity.
Very nice, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I'm Ashwin Chaturvedi, faculty at NITKS. Thanks for a very good illustrative presentation. I have one query that this your 2 credits, 30 hours of interactions followed by 1 credit of practice actually. So it seems to be a mandatory course for every student probably in the first year. Okay, to take it to the next level. So are you planning to offer in the form of an elective course? Because in the NEP 2020, there is a very strong element of a kind of a liberal arts kind of things, where we can put yoga and then music and all kind of things. So how you take this, because NITK is now about to come out with a new curriculum and which we are planning actually. So.
Correct, sir. So under Goa University, from 3rd semester, I am supposed to offer a 4 credit course. So 4 credit course, I will take only unit 1, some portions of unit 1 maybe, I will have to prepare a syllabus, and it should be kind of comprehensive. Like the way I would be doing it is mathematics, definitely the mathematics that was taught then will be a major thing, and then maybe material science and astronomy. I will put only this because they have got some correlations mathematically, they are all correlated. So, I will teach this as a 4-credit course at the 3rd semester level. So, I am just watching what is the level of interest that is being shown by the students, and then we give that minor degree in Indian knowledge system is possible in Goa University now. So, 3rd semester 4 credits, 4th semester 4 credits, 5th semester 4 credits, 6th semester 4 credits, 7th semester 4 credits. So, you have to do 20 credits. So, what we are going to do is basically, this whole thing will be split. This will be, I am just giving you broadly, this will be semester 3, this semester 4, semester 5, semester 6. So, he will get a comprehensive treatment of the whole thing. So, this is what we are planning. If somebody wants to come for a minor in Indian knowledge system, but it will not necessarily be the same units. I will have to put Vedas and the yoga together because that has got a blend. Here I am trying to mix and match to create some interest and enthusiasm among the students. So, that is why you see this seems to be kind of disjointed in a way. It is disjointed in a way intentionally because some light, some heavy, it has to be mixed. If I start talking about Ashtanga yoga parallelly with yoga, no, Vedas, they will say, sir, you need to, bahut heavy ho gaya, bas chhod do idhar. We cannot cross this border. So, that is how I have done, just to create a kind of blend of. I have to work, sir, now. I have to work now on the minors, minor, yeah. So, this is the one compulsory? Yeah, this is mandatory course.
Sir, it was a wonderful presentation. NITK is just embarking on a new curriculum introduction from next year, and IKS is one of the things which is mandatory. From what you have just now talked, I think this is really fantastic, but the bigger challenge that we have is about 1,000 students need to be, 1,000 plus students need to be given this kind of preparation. And can I have some ideas from you? How do we go about the way you have done it with all the Goa engineering colleges combined together? Can you throw some light on how we do it? Because the first time when we do it, if we do it perfectly, I think that sets the ball rolling. Otherwise, people start saying that, you had an idea, but the implementation was not proper, things like that. So a few thoughts from your side.
Yes, sir. I'll just recapitulate what I said. All of us sat in one room, 8 faculty members to 10 or 12 faculty members from all the engineering colleges. We came together, and those people, we applied our mind as to how do we create the PowerPoint presentation content and also any supporting documents that has to be done. And then we created the content, and I would teach the topic that I am familiar with the most to you, and then there was a dance teacher and person who had music background. So, she would teach me how to present this on this side, and we got some subject experts also. Even yesterday with the session that I was talking about was a tabla expert, Dr. Kulkarni. He is from the arts college. He had come and he was demonstrating, and similarly we got a dancer to come yesterday, and she also was demonstrating this. So, we started absorbing it through the experts, and through a series of such sessions we were able to kind of imbibe ourselves and start talking. But even today, some of my faculty are finding it difficult to talk about Jyotisha. If you talk about, it's not an easy subject. There is a subject that is Vastu Shastra and Jyotisha. We have put it there. And then we sit on a Saturday and say, see man, this is how you have to present. It is like before going on stage, we have a rehearsal. So, whenever the faculty says, sir, we need to rehearse, even if I feel to rehearse, I will call them. So, we are somehow kind of putting an effort to make sure that we create the impact. I am not saying we have reached the perfection stage, we are like putting efforts in that. And now also we will be having one more meeting of all the faculty members who are teaching this subject. And also please note, this is the final semester exam is also there. So setting question paper, assessing, and for this also we have created a rubrics for valuation, how it has to be done. So we have we have done it well.
Totally, how many students you have and how many faculty are engaged in?
1,600 students, 1,500 to 1,600 all over Goa. About 8 to 10 faculty we are managing. Yeah.
Consider that you are already having a benefit of mail. That is, you are a multidisciplinary university and you have various departments across in the university. Definitely for NITK it is a challenge.
But we have not taken the service of the university at all, sir. Zero from the university, because this is an engineering program and we don't have engineering programs in Goa University.
How did you get the music teacher, sir?
Music teacher from our arts. No, not from Goa University. Under the government of Goa, we have got arts college, fine arts. Oh, okay, you are telling about NIT Goa doesn't have fine arts. You will have to knock at the door of fine arts college.
The concept of Meru has been built up automatically because of the university system. By name university. The moment a community college like NITK is formed just for technical education, speaks of every domain of like this, it is totally impractical for them to handle this. Because they don't have expertise, human resource, departments across which have grown up like that.
Yeah, that.
Humanities just considering typically first year, second year, economic subject, management subject, they are not again experts in others.
I fully agree, sir.
This is going to be a challenge if an institute like this wants to take.
I would look at people, there are people, like as I said, one of my, presently I have got a faculty who is teaching along with me. She is a dancer. She has learned dance. So if you have people who are, musicians, there will be some musicians in the system and some.
Not at all possible, sir, unless our institute grows as a university, which it was earlier, having multidisciplines as a branches existing. That's why the university name came to that. Being a technology institute, it's an institute. That's all. There it ends. Its goal and objective limits are put to what they are. If it grows as a university, there is an ample opportunity. And NIT converting it to university is impossible because resources are going to be a constraint. Or you have to affiliate to a university which we had earlier. Faculty of engineering was one of the small domain under the University of Bangalore or Mysore, where we had all the domains, all the fields of departments existing. That is the way university should grow. Engineering should become a component there. Then this will fit automatically.
Sir, I think we can be pessimistic about anything. We can be optimistic about it. I think I understand your point. It is an opportunity. We have to take it as an opportunity. There are, as you said, there are people who are musicians who would like to, or even Bharatanatyam or anything. I think we should engage them, and whoever is interested should take up the lead.
Yeah, we have to learn from them, sir. There is no age and time for learning.
Would have been very minimal if we had associated or grown as university.
Sir, just one clarification from you. Really fantastic. Thing is that, are you, a particular topic is taught by a particular teacher to all the engineering colleges, or every faculty member is supposed to teach every topic? That's the way you have organized.
Everything has to be taught by one teacher. We have trained them and we will continue to train them. He has to be thorough. That is why we have prepared the PPT slide, we do the rehearsal. In fact, some of them did not pass the rehearsal. So we requested them, please don't teach that subject. We have stopped them because we don't want them to cause harm to the system.
Correct.
So it is enthusiasm is one part.
See, collectively you work and then prepare the resource material.
Correct.
And then even qualify whether somebody is able to do it or not, and then put them into practice. Great.
Quality control.
Some level is required.
Maybe that we have to break the barriers that are surrounding us and reach out to the public and bring them as adjunct faculties and connect.
Correct. That's also a nice option, sir.
There are people in Mangalore, there are people in this thing that we should connect to them and make special arrangements how to engage them. I mean, they should not get disheartened and it should not strain their pocket or anything. Their travels and other things should be taken care of, their accommodation and other things to be taken care of. Bring them here and first, yesterday in this thing also, the first thing is training the faculty. I greatly appreciate your efforts on the first step that you have taken, training the faculty. Faculty need to be trained first. We need to identify the professors who are interested in doing this. See, we are all PhDs. We have done original research. We know how to do research. So if you are interested in working in some field, we take it up and we can do it. I think we have to take new initiatives.
Yes, no doubt about it. We have to walk the extra mile.
Yes, yes.
No possible.
If you want to do it, then you have to do it. I mean, yeah.
So yeah, that's very simple, sir.
Some other example came to my mind, but I don't think.
I'll put in a simple perspective, because we have several branches of engineering, including sciences and humanities. And if you look at music and musical instruments, then how will you connect these acoustics, music generation, frequency, vibration? And definitely it is possible related to our domain knowledge and expertise. And wherever domain knowledge is not available, then we can make use of adjunct faculty from those outside in it. See, we cannot go from bottom-up approach. Everything. So top-down approach means what is the application, relevance, how will you connect to the current generation of JED, and how we will motivate them, connecting to our ancient Indian heritage and ethos and values, ethics, and connected with ancient Vedic mathematics, science, etc.
C.V. Raman has written a journal paper in those days on musical instrument, particularly string instrument. That is what we show our students. That C.V. Raman, even though being physics professor, has written a very nice paper. And then IIT Mumbai, they have done a lot of work on percussion instruments and all this. What is the frequency, what is the design, why percussion instruments are done in a certain way. Now everybody is getting interested in exploring more of this, sir. That is.
Similarly, music and fountains, with reference to the fluid mechanics, etc. A lot of interdisciplinary content is there. Same thing with mind, body, dance, music, like Zumba dance. Same thing with our Bharatanatyam, using music-driven yoga, music-driven dance, etc. Interdisciplinary. That is possible and feasible. It ultimately depend upon our mindset only.
Yeah. What I have found challenging was to teach Vedas and yoga. That is why I just touched upon how we are teaching Vedas. So the others we can somehow relate. Metallurgy we can relate, public administration, and the other challenge is Jyotish Shastra. That is another very complex subject, but it is there. Because as sir just now mentioned, they usually think it is astrology. Jyotish Shastra is not astrology. Jyotish Shastra means Jyoti means light, the knowledge of light. And why the knowledge of light is important? Because they were traveling on sea. They needed to know which direction to go, how to go. So the knowledge of the stars, how they are placed, is astronomy, and its effect on the surface of the earth, and how do I manage my path, including whether there will be a famine for the kingdom or whether it will be a nice rainy season for us now. So they were all trying to do the analysis. It started out like that, then it came down to individuals. So what is the influence of Jupiter on the surface of the earth? What is the influence of moon on the surface of the earth? How do we see the tides? Now we started calculating the force that is exerted by Jupiter on the surface of the earth as part of the class exercise, and we found that it is 2 into 10 to the power of 18 in case of moon, and in case of Jupiter it was 2 into 10 to the power of 20. So maybe an order of 3 or 4 in terms of the force that is exerted using the simple formula of m1 m2 divided by r squared type of formula multiplied by g. So like this we try to tell them that Jyotisha means, don't say as sir was telling, tomorrow morning when I wake up will I be affected by something and all that. Jyotisha means there are 12 houses. Okay, in those 12 houses I have got 27 stars, and then I've got 12 planets which are continuously moving at different speeds. Okay, to go around once, the Saturn takes 30 years, whereas Jupiter is doing it in 12 years. So I put up the chart and tell them what is the movement of the planets and what are the movement of the stars and how the combined effect is coming here onto human beings and onto the surface of the earth.
So lucid. So why do you say it is difficult?
No, to say this requires lot of experience. What I just said requires a lot of experience for the see, I am able to say so because I have seen the 27 stars, analyzed the 27 stars, 2.5 stars per house.
Related to what happens to me because of something else. That's very nice. But it is so.
Yeah, but that is how we are teaching Jyotish Shastra to make it relevant to them. So these are some of the things that we are doing. I think I am running out of time or so.
Thank you, sir. Just before we conclude the session, I think it is a 2 credit, 30 hours, 2 components, and 15 weeks in the semester. No, both components are 30 hours. That and it is semester is of 15 weeks. So 2 hours of theory in a week and 1 hour of practical in a week. And 2 hours of practical. Okay. 2 hours of practical and you do separate evaluation for both practical and okay. Thank you. I just had it. Sir, Dr. Kripashankar has shared his experience, and sir, thank you very much. We are fortunate to have, and we will learn from your experience, and we look forward to your association much more until we stabilize the IKS here. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Sir, 1 minute, sir. I request Professor Sham Kamath, PIC of Learning Resources, to hand over a memento to our chief guest. Now we'll break for a tea. Tea and snacks are arranged in ground floor. We'll be back by 11:45. 15 minutes of tea break. Okay. Thank you. Please join after the tea.
ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ
ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ.
ಹಾಂ ಹಾಂ ಹಾಂ
ಈ ಕಡೆ 6
ಹೇಗೆ
ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದಾ?
ಹಾಂ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗೋದು ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ.
ಇದು ಓಪನ್ ಇರಬೇಕು, ನಾಯ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
ಒಂದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್, ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಹೌ.
ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಹಾಕಿ
ನೀವೇ ಹಾಕಿ. ಎಸ್ ಎಸ್.
Namaskar and good afternoon to you all. So now we have with us Shri Madhusudan Bhatt. He is currently serving as Assistant Commissioner of Central Tax at Bangalore. He has served in various capacities. He has been served combined experience of over 35 years in customs, central excise, service tax, GST and intelligence department. He has delivered many guest lectures on various topics like taxation, vigilance, religion, and literature. He is a certified master trainer in National Academy of Customs, Indirect Taxes, and Narcotics, Bangalore. He has also served to the Karnataka Coastal Police, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises, various institutes of repute. He has a versatile personality in the form of he actually likes sports activity. He's a former Karnataka State Under 25 chess champion, former Karnataka State chess champion 1992, hold a 5 chess rating of 1896. He is passionate about learning and teaching Sanskrit. So I welcome you, sir.
Yeah.
So please, sir. Thank you.
Just a minute. Would you forward? Forward is this,
forward.
and this is and to point out. Point
is not
ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಔಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ?
ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ.
ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ.
Pointer will not work because it's a digital screen.
ನೋ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್, ನೋ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್.
Only slides.
ನೋ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್. ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹಿಯರ್? ಓಕೆ. ಪ್ರೀತಿಂ ಭಕ್ತಜನಸ್ಯ ಯೋ ಜನಯತೆ ವಿಘ್ನಂ ವಿನಿಘ್ನನ್ ಸ್ಮೃತಃ ತಂ ವೃಂದಾರಕ ವೃಂದವಂದಿತ ಪದಂ ನತ್ವಾ ಮತಂಗಾನನಂ ಪಾಟೀಂ ಸದ್ಗಣಿತಸ್ಯ ವಚ್ಮಿ ಚತುರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪ್ರದಾಂ ಪ್ರಸ್ಫುಟಾಂ ಸಂಕ್ಷಿಪ್ತಾಕ್ಷರ ಕೋಮಲಾಮಲಪದೈಃ ಲಾಲಿತ್ಯ ಲೀಲಾವತಿ. ನಮಃ ಸರ್ವೇಭ್ಯಃ. I was just going through the list of speakers in this two-day workshop. It had all eminent scholars from Central Sanskrit universities, IIMs, IITs, NITs, IISTs, etc. I'm the odd man out in the group. I'm not from the field of academics, nor I have any domain expertise. Instead, I'm facing scholars here. So how one should face such situations is described by a poet. Swayattamekam gunam vidhatra. When Brahma, Lord Brahma created the universe, he created one unique quality. Swayattamekam gunam vidhatra vinirmitam chadanam ajnatayah. What was that quality? That quality is a cover for ignorance. Visheshata sarvavidam samaje, in a group of scholars, vibhushanam maunam apanditanam. The non-scholar should be ideally keeping quiet. So this is what the verse says. Now I am in a very compelling situation. I am asked to give a talk on the subject. So I have a tough task to talk about the subject, and you have a tougher task to listen to it. With all this, let's get into that topic. So introduction to Indian number systems in Sanskritam. So the contents are a small overview: mathematics, number systems, astronomy. Then a problem in chess, knight's tour of chessboard. So these are the issues that we will be covering in the talk. You are aware that the school curriculum that we have here has certain concepts, certain syllabus, and students are expected to study that syllabus and excel in that. Any question outside the syllabus, of course, students will protest, parents will protest. So you are supposed to stick to that. There is no encouragement to study anything further. So after some years of study, the student gets a feeling, maybe there will be various levels of exams, competitive exams, they will excel, and probably they may get into a feeling that, well, I have studied what is required to be studied, or they may not be aware that something else also is there. So this class is mainly to make them aware that there is something more to that. And most of the topics that we study in the syllabus are generally borrowed from the West, and not much recognition is given to the Indian thoughts or innovations. So best of the Indian knowledge system is generally ignored or not recognized at our own peril. Now, to give an example, the shloka with which I started, Pritim Bhakta Janasya Yo Janayate, can anybody tell from which book this was quoted, or who is the author? Anyway, no issues. The clue was there in the last sentence, Lalitya Leelavatim. This is Bhaskaracharya's Leelavatim. Excellent. So generally, we don't recognize this. So we have a reservoir of knowledge in Sanskritam, and since most of them is in Sanskrit, probably people are not able to tap it. The feeling is that it is orthodox stuff, all these things are there. Anyway, we are not going to the reasons behind it. We are just thinking of what is the way ahead. So, nanashyati tamo nama krutaya deepa varta. In a dark room, there is no point in just speaking about the light. You have to light. You have to light a lamp to remove the darkness. Or the progress that we are likely to make is very gradual and minimal. But even then, gachan pipiliko yati yojanani shatanyapi. Even an ant, even if it crawls, if it continues to crawl, it will crawl hundreds of miles. Agachan vainateyopi padamekam na gacchati. If the eagle, with all powerful eagle, if it doesn't fly, it will be stay put where it is. So with this introduction, we'll go further ahead. The number system basically elsewhere is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It goes like that. There is no substitute for other than this 1, 2, generally, to the extent I am aware. But in Sanskrit, you obviously have ekam, dve, trini, chatvari, pancha, that is always there. Then we also have the next system, katapayadi system. Katapaya. We are all aware of the varnakshara, varnamala. In that we have swaraksharas, a, a, e, and all. Then vyanjanaksharas, in all Indian languages it will be there more or less same, ka, kha, ga, gha, nga. So that all ka is given number 1. The next kha is given 2, ga 3, gha 4. That way it runs up to 9. Nya, cha, cha, ja, ja, nya will be given 0. Resume with ta, 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 da, na, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up to na will come 0. It is called kadi nava, tadi nava, padi pancha. From pa it is 5, papa bhava ma. Then yadi ashta, yara lava, shasha sa ha. There is no la in Sanskrit. So all these numbers are assigned. Then again yadi ashta, yara lava, shasha sa ha. I covered already. So generally when you look at this, we may get a feeling that well, you assign Kaka, Gaga, 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 9. What you will do for 10? 10 is not there. And how you will express big number? That is also not there. So the question is whether a bigger number can be expressed through this system. Well, to get into the answer, we will say why it stops at 9. There is an interesting story from Vanaparva of Mahabharata. I will tell you very briefly because it contains both counting 1 to 10 and the dramatic result, dramatic twist that story takes by counting 1 to 10, and a meeting with a great mathematician of that time. What happens is Pandavas were exiled, sent to Vanavasa. They were there, they were struggling. During that struggle, sage Brihadashva, he meets Yudhishthira, or Yudhishthira meets Brihadashva. And Yudhishthira asks Brihadashva one question: is there anyone in this world who has suffered more than us? Yudhishthira was thinking that there is no one. He is the worst sufferer. But Brihadashva consoles that there is another king who has faced more difficulty than you. And he narrates the story of Nala, Nishadha king. Damayanti and Nala, they were royal people. Nala was very handsome. Damayanti was beautiful. Because of Kali's Prabhava, they were sent to Vanavasa. And in there, Nala gets separated from his wife. He wanders in the forest and he hears a cry for help. And Nala, being a noble king, he decides, in spite of his great difficulty, he decides to help that feeble voice which seeks help. And when he goes near, he finds a serpent engulfed in a fire. Nala volunteers to help, but that serpent says, you please come and help me by counting 1, 2, 3, 4 as you keep steps. So Nala obviously agrees and starts counting ekam, dve, trini, chatvari, pancha, shat, sapta, ashta, nava, and tells Dasha and goes to pick up that serpent, and that serpent bites him. Nala asks a question, how come I am helping you and you are biting me? He said, you are counting out of duty. Ekam to Dasha. Dasha also means in Sanskrit bite. Biting is my duty and I have bitten you. That's what the serpent says. And the extent of poison with which he had bitten Nala, the handsome person, gets completely deformed and he loses all his handsomeness. And when he was worried, that serpent assures him, well, you have got deformed, but this will prove a blessing in disguise you in the days to come. I will fast forward the story. Thereafter, this Nala, he gets a change in form and he becomes a Bahuka, charioteer, and he assists Rituparna, king. And one day they have to travel somewhere. So they were traveling, Rituparna was the king behind, and Nala, the new Bahuka, is the charioteer. And during the travel, very fast travel, that Rituparna's Rankava, that shawl, falls behind. And he asks the charioteer to stop. But Nala says that we have covered so much of distance already. He specifies the distance. So there is no point in picking it up. Rituparna becomes unhappy, not that he lost the shawl. He was surprised by the ability to calculate the distance by Nala. So he gets little inferiority complex. So Rituparna reveals his expertise. His expertise is Ashukalanam. Ashukalanam means quick calculations. What Shakuntala Devi they were to do multiple multiplications of huge numbers instantly. So he was able to see a tree and count the number of leaves in that. Exact. So he meets a great mathematician. Story goes further in the Mahabharata. There is a saying in Mahabharata, Yasya stutau prastutava bhavet anyatya bharatam. When you speak about Mahabharata, it will become another Mahabharata. We don't have that much of time. We have to come back to the topic. So with that, Karkotakasya Nagasya Damayantya Nalastya Rutuparnasya Rajarshehe Kirtanam Kalinashanam, it says in Mahabharatam that, remembering them helps us to reduce the Kali Prabhava. So we'll come back to the topic. So Kaka Ka Ganga is there. Our original question was whether the big numbers can be expressed in Katapayadi, this one. We'll get an answer. in the coming slides. So this is Katapayadi system. There is one more system called Bhuta Sankhya. What is Bhuta Sankhya? So one example I am giving: Shashi Somash Shashankascha Indus Chandrah Kalanidhi Raja Vidhu Sudhamshuscha Yama Eka Janastatha. They are all indicating number 1. So similarly, okay, so this is the chart which I explained initially about Kaka Gaganga Katapayadi numbers. The rules are there given below. Nanyamachascha Shunyani Sankhya Katapayadayaha and all. That whoever is much interested, they can study further. So this is how the basic chart will look like. Whether big numbers can be expressed. Okay, now whether all these Sankhya systems is there, agreed, is it used anywhere? Whether people are making use of it was the question. So Mahaviracharya in Ganita Sara Sangraha, long back, maybe in the 14th or 15th century, he has given a very, wherein all these Katapayadi or Bhuta Sankhyas are used, or mathematics as such is used. He says, Laukike Vaidike Vapi Tatha Samayike Peyaha Vyaparas Tatra Sarvatra Sankhyanam Upayujyate. There is not a single field where mathematics is not used. We will be wondering, okay, in the normal Laukika Vyavaharas, there will be usage of mathematics, but where in Vedas and all it's used? So that will be the question. But Veda contains 6 angas, Shadangas, Shiksha, Vyakaranam, Chandaha, Niruktam, Jyotisham, Tatha, Kalpascheti Shadangani, Vedasyahur Manishinaha. So in all these Veda Shadangas are, it is used. Maybe the extent may vary. In the Shiksha is a phonetics. Ekamatro bhavet hrasvaha dvimatro dirgha uchyate trimatrastu plutojneyah vyanjanastu ardhamatrakam. So all these measurements and all they are giving in Shiksha Shastra. Vyakaranam also it contains that how the words vimshatihi, trimshat, chatvarimshat, panchashat and all it came. They are giving the sutras. Chandas Shastras, the meter of the poetry, that is also very well described. The first shloka that I just recited, Pritim Bhakta Janasya, that is from Shardula Vikridita, where 19 letters will be there in each line, and the yati is to be given at the 12th letter. All these things it will be there. Then Niruktam, etymology. Jyotisham, it is extensively used. It is called Triskandam Jyotisham. Jyotish Shastra, 1/3 is mathematics, full mathematics only. Anyway, part we will cover in the subsequent slides. So this is from the Vedanga side. But when in the Laukika side, where and all it is used, so he says, Kamatantre, Arthashastre, cha Gandharve, Natake Puva. Gandharva is music. How come mathematics is being used in music? Anyway, we'll see a couple of things. Pardon, sir? Beats counting. Beats counting, yes, but something more is there. Yeah. So, Supashastre, Tata Vaidye, Vastu Vidyadika Adishu. Almost he lists out about 30 Shastras where mathematics is used quite extensively. It's the same slide. Carnatic music, where it is used. Anyone conversant with Carnatic music here? Ragas, correct. So there are 72 Janaka or Melakarta ragas. What is a Melakarta raga? Well, I am not an expert in music. I'll tell you briefly that Sarigama Padanisa, that 7 notes are to be used in the same order, both in Arohana and Avarohana. So there are such 72 ragas, and there are many other ragas which misses 1 or 2 notes here and there, and then with the permutations and combinations, any number of ragas are made. Now these 72 ragas are given a name, specific names according to their number. By looking into the name of that raga, we will be able to find out the number. So here that Katapayadi system is used. So if you can read Kana, only the first 2 letters gives the numbers. Ka is 1, Na is 0 as per the earlier chart. And Ankanam Vamato Gatihi, we are using that system. First is we take the Na as 0 and Ka as 1. So that is the first Melakarta raga or Janaka raga. So next is Ratnangi. Ra is given 2, Ya Ra. So that way it goes. Hope everybody is able to catch this, no? Okay. Then Ganamurti is 3. Na is 0, Ga 3. So Vanaspati 4. Anyway, we'll skip number ragas because we can't count all the 72 here. Natakapriya. Na is 0, ta is 1. So Ankanam Vamato Gatihi, it comes to 10. Then Hata Kambari. Ha is 8, ta is 1, Ankanam Vamato Gatihi 18. So that way it goes. So my request is to identify the number for Kiravani. Anybody can tell? Guess. 21, nice. Varuna Priya. Ankanam Vamato Gatihi. 24, right. Jhala Varali. No negative markings, you can guess a number. Jha la, yara la, 3. Jha is 9. Jha is 9. 39. Then Dhavalambari. 20. You're almost. Okay, I'm getting varying numbers. Even I got confused. Is it 49? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Nitimati. Na is 0. Ta is 6. 60. Rasika Priya. For this you need not go to the Katapayat because that is the last raga, 72 you can say. So the whole chart is like this. And from 1, it goes clockwise. 1 to 72 numbers are there. Where else it's used, these numbers? Anyone heard Narayaniyam? Yeah. Narayanam Narayanam is a condensed form of Bhagavatam written by Narayana Bhattatiri in the 1500s. It is in praise of Lord Guruvayurappa. He was not well, and after composing this, he got cured. This is the last shloka of that particular Narayaniyam. It says, Dvedha Narayaniyam Shrutishucha Janusha Stutyata Varnanena Sphitam Leelavatari Ridamiha Kurutam Ayurarogya Saukhyam. Elsewhere in the Narayaniyam also he prays for Saukhyam. So people may feel that there is no special significance for this Ayurarogya Saukhyam coming at the end of that this one. He is using the same Katapayadi number system to denote the day of composition of that particular this one. So that number comes 17,12,210. But what is this 17,12,210? Is the number of days that has elapsed from the beginning of Kali Yuga. So there is a system to calculate. So accordingly, it is from the beginning of Kali Yuga, it is 17,12,210. So when the Kali Yuga was started, this is the question. So as per the calculations, it is BC 3102, February 17. Elsewhere it was told, this question was asked. So when the Kali Yuga was started, and the student had forgotten this date. So he said easily 15th August 1947. Anyway, so well, who has found out this 15th or 17th February 3102? The great mathematicians of that time, they have all agreed that this was the date it was started, including Aryabhatta, Brahmagupta, Bhaskaracharya, and agreed. But one person disagreed. He disagreed not with the date, he agreed the exact time. His difference was 4 minutes. So that was the extent, the precision with which they were calculating. So now using that, our main thing that using Katapayadi to express bigger numbers. So very recent composition that he says Gopi Bhagya Madhuvrata Shringi Shodhadi Sandhiga Khala Jivita Khatava Galahala Rasandhara. Here he is expressing a recent composition. He is giving the value of pi, that 3.14, so and so up to digit number 32. How he composed is he is praising Lord Krishna, and he has used this method. In that, Ankanam Vamato Gatihi was not used. There is a book called Tantra Sangraha, written by Neelakantha Somayaji. He begins, it is customary to begin any classical text with the Mangalacharanam. The Mangalacharanam, the idea is to complete the book with minimum difficulties. They will they will give a praise of some Lord, and what is the top subject covered, that will be covered. He begins the book like He Vishnu Nihitam Krishnam and goes ahead. So the dates as per the present calculations is 22nd March 1500. That was the date when which he began that book. And he concludes with this shloka, Lakshmi Shani Hita Dhyanaihi. That comes to 27th March 1500. In 6 days, he composed that classical book, Tantra Sangraha. He also gave the beginning date and also the end date. Only thing for us is to able to note such wealth hidden in such books. Now I can keep explaining about Katapayadi, but then unless you practically make use of it, its relevance may not be appreciated. My task for you is maybe 1 or 2 minutes. You can use any 4-digit number. Maybe you can take part of your Aadhaar number, which is split into 3, or your vehicle number, or the PIN code of your native place. Why I am giving different is that so that nobody should copy. Then year of birth, excellent sir. You can try to put it into Katapayadi and get a meaningful word. All we require is a meaningful word. Okay, generally we are supposed to be using that Ankanam Vamato Gati. In the initial stages, if it's difficult, you can skip that also. Anyway, if it is time consuming here, elsewhere also, after going home also, you can find the answer. We'll go to the next slide. So what I'm saying is that any number, so advantage is, you can pass any coded messages using this encryptation form, which others will not be able to easily detect. Somebody asked, what's the password? He said 123. Then how can you reveal 123? Then he said, I will put some numbers and some digits, some alphabets, and I mean, it is possible to encrypt anything using this technology. That's what I'm just conveying. We said there is a Katapayadi Sankhya, then subsequently Bhuta Sankhya, that one I had told, how that is, more numbers are given. 1, Shashi is equivalent to all synonyms of moon is considered as 1. Synonyms of eyes, hands, legs, that all considered as 2. Vahni, that is Agni, Ramashikhi, Chagnihi, Pavako, Dahananalau, all this connected with Agni, it is given 3. Then Abdhi, Sagara, Chatwari, anything popularly known as Chatwari Samudras, Vedas and all, it is given 4. Then Indriyam, Panchamam, Jnanam, all is given 5. So one in the previous this one slide, I have listed out, that 72 ragas of Carnatic music are listed there. In the first circle, the second 1 to 12 is given in clockwise number. All these 72 ragas are split it into groups of 6 and it is called chakra. So the name first chakra is Indu, second is Netra, eyes are 2, so it is 2. Agni is popularly known as 3, so it is 3. Vedas 4. All this way, the utilization of all this is given here in the Carnatic music. Now we come to the question raised earlier, how a big number can be expressed using Katapayadi or Bhuta Sankhya. Here in the Surya Siddhanta, it is believed that the duration of Kali Yuga is 4,32,000 years. 4,32,000 years. Duration of Dwapara is 2 times of Kali Yuga, that is 8,64,000 years. Treta is 3 times, that is 12,96,000. And the duration of Krita Yuga is 4 times that of Kali Yuga, that is about 17,28,000 years. When you add all this, you get a Mahayuga. So, one Mahayuga is 43,20,000 years. How this number is expressed in the Surya Siddhanta is Dvitrisagareirayuta hataihi. Very easily he is expressing this 43,20,000. How it is read? So, Dvi is 2, 3 is 3, then Sagara is 4 using the Bhuta Sankhya. Ankanam Vamato Gatihi, so 432. Ayuta is 10,000, so Ayuta Hate is multiplication. So, for 432 into 10,000, you get 43,20,000. So, this is the number of years in a Mahayuga, and it is in the astrological parlance, it is the sun's rotation. So, in a Mahayuga, how many rotations moon takes is explained here. Generally, we think that since Dwadasha Masas are there, we think that it is 12 into 12. It is not like that. There is a slight variation between that sun's rotation and moons. It will be roughly about 13 point odd in the in a year. So, that number is given here. Indoho rasagni trishu sapta bhudara marganaha. So, the number is rasa is shadrasaha, agni 3, 3 is 3, 3 ishu again 3, issue is bana. So, 5, sapta is 7, bhudharaha parvata 7, marganaha 5. So, if you Ankanam Vamato Gatihi, we get that 5, 77, 35, 336. So, this is the number expressed in the Surya Siddhanta. The gist is even a very big numbers can be expressed using this system. So, Madhavacharya, he is a great scholar from which state? Kerala. Well good. His books are not available. However, his disciples, they have quoted our Guru Madhavacharya had written like this. So, Nilakantha Somayaji, he mentions Vibhuda Netra Gajahi Hutashana Triguna Veda Bhu Varaha Bahavaha Nakha Nava Nikharvamite Kruti Vistare Paridhimanamidam Jagadur Buddhaha. Buddhaha Jagaduhu. Wise people told that Nava Nikharva is 90,000 crores. Kruti Vistare of a circle with a diameter of 90,000 crores, the diameter, the circumference is this number, the huge number which I told just now, that comes to about 2 crore 82 lakh 743,000, 2 lakh 82,743 crore, 33 lakh 88,233. Even a very huge numbers can easily be expressed using this system. Okay, now if you first number divide by the second number gives that constant 3.14 odd. He gave it somewhere in the 14th century. Aryabhatta had given much earlier in a shorter form. Now the question comes, why they needed this 3.14 constant, which we say that they had found long back. What was the practical use of this constant for them? Jyotish Shastra, there is not much use. It is in the Kalpa Shastra. The Shadanga system, I think, sir, you have already spoken about Vedic system last time. Anyway, there is a Vedic attire for Yajna and all. There are 3 types of Agnis. Agni means 3 types of Agnis: Garhapatya, Ahavaniya, and Dakshinagni. Garhapatya, the attire supposed to be on the circular fashion. Ahavaniya in square, and Dakshinagni in semicircle. You have 3 forms, but you are supposed to keep the area equal. So this was the requirement for which they had found this various constant, various calculations they had given. So this is the reason behind it. So coming back, the gist is huge numbers can easily be expressed by using this. Then there is one more system called Aryabhatiya, which is generally not followed much. Aryabhatta had used in his calculations. His calculations that Vargiya Vyanjana, Kakha Gaganga is there up to 25. So 1 to 25 he gives like that. Then Yara Lava Shasha Saha he gives 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Difference is Ka is also means that Akara is 10 to the power 0. Ka is 1, ka is 10, ki is 100, ki is 1000. So that way it goes. So even huge numbers can be expressed. But then one disadvantage which subsequently others found was that the numbers, I mean the words formed by using these, it is not in the general use. So people had difficulty, probably this is my guess, difficulty in recalling that number or recalling that, constructing the verse and all, probably, and this has not, is not in much use. However, it shows the limitless possibilities of Sanskrit. If this is not very useful, like you can, scholars here can develop their own system. Maybe after some years it will be popular. You can bring some improvements. So basically that Katapayadi is there, Bhuta Sankhya is there, Aryabhatiya is there. So different types of schools of thoughts to express the numbers. And see how huge numbers can be expressed with very small and useful words. So ekam dasha shatam chaiva sahasram ayutam tatha laksham cha newtam chaiva kotir arbudameva cha vrindam kharvo nikharvascha shankah padmascha sagaraha antyam madhyam parardham cha dasha vridhya yatha kramam. Each word gives at 10th power, next power to that number. So this is how the huge numbers can be expressed. Is it used anywhere is again the question. If you take Ramayana, when Kaikeyi asks Rama to go to Vanavasa, he is to be sent to 14 years of Vanavasa. Kaikeyi uses intelligently one word, Nava Pancha she uses, 9 and 5. Because at the, if you tell 14 at the once go, probably he'll get a heart attack or something. But so we get a feeling that okay, they did not know the bigger numbers. No, but when you come to that Kishkinda Khanda, when Sugriva summons that Kapi Vanaras, they bring their troop in huge numbers. Crore is nothing in front of that number. So even big numbers had practical use at that point of time. I told Aryabhata had given that 3.414 constant. So this was the shloka, Chaturadhikam shatam ashtagunam dvashashti tata sahasranam ayutadvaya vishkambhasya asanno vritta parinaha. Very small shloka which contains additions, multiplications, or bhagahara. All these things are very beautifully given in this. And he says, the genius of Aryabhata is, he gives all these calculations and says, it is asanno vritta parinaha. This is the approximate value. Nobody would have disputed Aryabhata if he had said, this is the value. But that shows the intellectual honesty that person had. And probably, after Madhavacharya brought this one, if we had said this is this one, probably Aryabhata's this one would have been slightly, some blemish would have come, but he had that great honesty to tell the truth for public good. So I had begun the class with Leelavati. During that time, all this mathematics, poetry, and it was very blended. It was not a distinct art by itself. So here one very additional, one small problem. Aye bale Leelavati, mati bruhi sahitan, dvipancha dvatrimshas trinavati shatashta dasha dasha, shatopetan nayuta vyutanshchadapi vadame, yadi vyakte yukti vyavakalana marge asi kushala. What he says is, he gives few numbers, 2, 5, 32, 193, 18, 10, 100. You add this, and if you are good in subtraction, you subtract this from 10,000. So he gives this problem in a very poetic style. So the addition comes to 360, and when it's subtracted from 10,000, you get that 9,640 number. He gives one more problem. This is a little more interesting. He takes a scene from Mahabharata. So he says, Parthah Karnavadhaya Marganaganam Kruddho Rane Sandade. Angry Arjuna employed certain number of arrows against Karna in that battle. Tasyardhena Nivaryata Charanaganam Mulais Chaturbhir Hayan. He has used X number of arrows, and out of that, half he has used to neutralize the arrows sent by Karna. And from the original number, square root, 4 times the square root he is using to destroy the horses of Karna. Shalyam Shadbihi, he neutralizes Shalya with 6 arrows. Ratheshu Bihi Tribhi, Tribhir Rapi Chatram Dhwajam Karmukam. He uses 3 more to destroy Karna's Dhwaja, Chhatra and Karmuka, his arrow. Chichedasya Shirah Sharena Katite Yanarjuna Sandade. And with 1 arrow he destroys Karna. So the question is, how many arrows he originally employed? Yes, sir. Yeah, it's a puzzle. No, the thing is, one thing is he has given a puzzle. Second thing is he has done it in a very poetic style, very extremely nice. So it requests. So that is the one thing. My only request is, of course, this puzzle may not be a big problem for students, and they can easily find out what is the answer. But only request is you try to appreciate the hidden gems. That is the only request with which I am just telling. Now, in astrology, how it is used? Here we are focusing only on the mathematical portion. There is a concept called dasha. Those who are born in Kritika, Uttara, Uttarashada, their initial dasha will be Sun, Ravi dasha. Then next Kritika, Rohini, all this they will get Chandra, Kuja, Rahu, Guru, Shani, Buddha, Ketu, Shukra in that order only. So that the duration of each dasha is 6, 10, 7, 18. So altogether it comes to 120. Each dasha is further split into bhuktis, that is called minor period, in the same order. The question is that Ravi dasha, which is 6 years, is split into 9 portions, and you have to find out what is the duration of each. It is derived Ravi dasha, Ravi bhukti. Ravi dasha is major period, Ravi bhukti is the minor period. What is the duration? 6 is the major, 6 into 6 divided by 120. So this gives that duration. But this it gives in a number. You may not be able to translate it into months and days easily. Of course, one ready-made chart is available, but the expert astrologer who Triskandam Jyotisham, he should be good in mathematics. He neither uses the chart nor uses the conventional calculation style or calculators. He mentally calculates. What I am essentially coming here is that there are different types of solving a puzzle. Most of us, we are generally, even I am able to calculate, but I don't know how I am getting that result. That also I am not getting. So what they do is, for example, Ravi dasha, Ravi bhukti. Somebody can use calculator and find out. 6 into 6 by 120. 0.05 years, that is 6 months. 6 months. We will take Ravi Desha Kuja Bhukti, 6 into Ravi Desha Kuja Bhukti, 6 into 7 by 120. 0.35 and convert it into number of months and days. It involves some calculation, sir. So, but how we calculate is, astrologers calculate is, they will simply multiply 6 into 7, you get 42. The first digit is month. So 4 months, 2 is multiplied by 3, 4 months and 6 days. And that method is adopted in multiple areas, which we are not even aware, and we get exact results. I am just telling where and all it is used. Now the flyer, when I saw, it says the Indian knowledge system in multi-disciplines. They have listed out the fields like metallurgy, mechanical, civil, all these things. But they have not included sports. So I have included that, sir. Yeah. Hope all of you are aware of game of chess. It's a knight's problem, and this is nothing to do with Sanskrit. I am giving this as an introduction to the next problem that I am bringing. Hope you are able to identify the chess board and the chess piece, knight. And knight moves in a peculiar fashion in a L shape. And a knight put on the corner just attacks or supports only 2 squares. Knight which is in the adjacent covers more places. A knight which is in the center attacks or supports 8 squares. The question is, what is the maximum number of knights that you can keep in a chessboard which doesn't attack or support each other? Total number of squares is 64, and knight placed in the center covers 8. Anyway, I don't want to take much time. We can keep up to 32 knights. Logic is, knight in a dark square colored, knight kept in a dark square color, it will not attack dark squares at all. It will be attacking only white squares. So on that logic, we can keep up to 32. So this is a prelude to the next problem. There is another concept called, it's a very interesting concept in chess, knight's chess tour. You have to keep a knight in a chessboard, and in the next 64 moves, you should cover all squares at least once. No square should be left out, and at no point of time you should be visiting it twice. Looks simple, but very difficult, because after some time we get confused. So this was the problem, and the first person who is credited with finding a solution to this is that Swiss mathematician Leonhard Euler. He found a solution to this problem. There are multiple ways of solution, and since then it is called Euler's chess knights problem. Afterwards, many people have found out solutions. For clarity, I am just telling what a chess tour is all about if people are not very conversant. If you can see on the left bottom square number 1, where you put the knight first, thereafter you move the knight to the square number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and all, and nowhere it's left out and comes to 64. So this is the problem. Now you take the great poet Vedanta Deshika in the 10th century. He had written a classic book, Paduka Sahasram, in praise of the Paduka of Lord Ranganatha, and it is about 1032 verses and about 30 Paddhati. Paddhati is a chapter, you can say, 32 Paddhatis, and in 30th Paddhati, he used a very different type, unique types of compositions, that is called Chitra Paddhati. In that, he is using a concept called Turagapada. The shloka number 1319 is Sthiragasam Sadaradya Hita Katata Mata Satpaduke Sarasama Rangaraja Padamnaya. It is shloka number 1319. And the next one is Sthita Samaya Rajatpa Gatara Madake Gavi Durahamsam Sannatada Sadhyata Pakarasara. So if you put that, the first shloka, it is like this. The meaning is there, read in its natural order. This verse means, O sacred sandals, you are always adorned by those who have committed unpardonable sins. You remove all that is sorrowful and unwanted. You create a musical sound, be pleased and lead me to the feet of Lord Rangaraja. Now if the same, if the extract in the knight's tour is taken, if it is arranged on a chessboard and read according to the squares that the knight visits in tour problem, it produces another verse, which is there 30 point, the second verse, 30.20. And the new shloka comes is Sthita Samaya Rajatpa Gatara Madake Gavi Durahamsam Sannatada Sadhyata Pakarasara. The beauty is, here he is able to cover in 32 squares, half of the chessboard, 32 moves. It is in Anushtup Chanda, so 32 covers, and after that 32 it comes back to square number 1. So here the composition is much superior to what Euler had given, and almost 7 centuries before the Swiss mathematician. Given the meaning is given there. So this feat is accomplished in exactly 32 squares, and next move of the night is to the original square. So Vedanta Deshika's that Chitra Kavyas, that Paddhati number 30 is a treasure house for Sahitya Priyas and all, they can read that. And he beat Euler almost in 7 centuries. But surprisingly, Nityananda Mishra is a great scholar. He had written that Bhamaha, another Sanskrit poet, had found out this, a similar solution earlier to Vedanta Deshika. Since it's coming from him, I believe him, but I did not get the original verse on that. I think with that, I come to the conclusion. These are all not very relevant to the this one. Anyway, whatever I have told is nothing from me originally. So the sources I am just giving it here. So Science in Sanskrit, Bharatiya Ganita Parampara, Pride of India, Leelavati, Narayaniam, all these things are there. So all credit must go to them. I think with that, I think, sir, this one is over. So thank you very much. I must thank you for a very patient hearing. Yes. But one condition is that they should ask easy questions. Yes. Yes, sir.
It is a remarkable presentation. I think it will be a weight for students to take them by storm.
I'm extremely grateful, sir, for your this one.
Sir, one small observation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The distance between the sun and the earth was calculated in our old ancient scriptures, and the current distance which they have calculated, they differ by just 1% or even less than 1%.
Yes.
Can you throw some light how this was done in our ancient?
It's a very vast subject, and I'm not an expert in that field. However, I have elsewhere I have read, I'm not able to recall right now, they have used that 108 go. Go is the word they used. In Sanskrit, each word has got multiple meanings depending on the context. The word go, some people translated merely as a cow, and they laughed at this calculation, saying that how come 108 cows, if put one after another, it will reach that. And it is not correct at all. Even a layman can point out. But the word go they used is also is bhumi. So that distance, this one, so it is almost very near to that. And how they arrived at all these figures, it's all atindriya jnana, which is difficult for us to visualize how they acquired their knowledge. One thing I can tell, whatever knowledge they acquired, it was for public good. Now, if at all somebody gazes, I'm not generalizing, there will be a motive to capitalize on that, develop patents, keep it for 30 years. But earlier it was not like that. It was free for all.
That you had illustrated, that's Kadapayadi's application.
Yes.
For astronomy, that is really good.
Yes.
The only thing is, we were not getting time, so otherwise we could have understood that. Astronomy.
Correct.
Because that in astronomy calculations, as you said, they were very easily able to do the multiplication.
Yes, sir. Actually, that Surya Siddhanta and all, it contains some enormous amount of data. I was not very sure, sir, as to how the different types of approach will be there. So I restricted myself only to the calculation part.
This will be interesting to the students also. When you teach this,
Yes,
IKS, this mathematics part of it will be interesting
yes,
for the student, because students are interested in mathematics, such type of things. It will be useful. Very nice, sir. Very nice presentation.
Okay. And as regards that, sir, that astronomical, this one you said they will, they'll appreciate that mathematical concept. There is a Prashasti Vakya of astrology. It says, Apratyakshaani shastrani vivadasteshu kevalam pratyaksham jyotisham shastram chandrarko yatra sakshinav. If they approach that without much any pre-bias, I am sure they will immensely like it. And what is the basis with which I am telling it so confidently? I myself am an example, because I took it open, I mean, without any pre-favor or this one. I thought what is there, and it is very engrossing. Yes, sir. Your question, please.
Thank you very much for opening up a new
Yes.
topic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We are used to decimal system and then hexadecimal system, and we have been doing things using that.
Yes.
But you have introduced to other number
Yes.
systems
Yes,
basically.
yes, yes.
But I just want to know whether any arithmetics based on those number system.
Yeah, immensely they are there. It is there. You, sir, kindly go through that Lilavati system. Even the normal addition or multiplication, he gives it in 5-6 different ways. The problem with us were during school days without calculator, we have accustomed to one system of calculation. We have limited ourselves to explore any other possibilities.
So it is there.
It is there. It is there. Yeah, it is
Okay,
there.
okay.
And the problem with us is unless we employ it regularly, we get tend back to the same original this one.
And the puzzle part may be very interesting for the students. So
Yes,
I
sir,
think
I believe it that there will be more students, so I just
That's what the puzzle
Yes, sir.
related to chess and knight store is very much relevant for the students of engineering and technology.
Yes, sir.
From computational mathematics, from algorithmic development, how they will solve by different ways,
Yes, yes.
and then what is the optimal solution,
Yes, yes.
or what is the strategy
Yes, yes.
for winning the game.
Yes, yes.
So it's very relevant.
Thank you, sir.
Similarly,
I borrowed it from some other book, sir. It's not original. This one.
similarly, we can consider such puzzles
Yes, sir. Yes.
relevant to the engineering and technology
Yes, sir.
based on applied mathematics.
Yes, yes, yes.
And even to some extent applied statistics also.
Yes.
Like what is the probability of error in
Yes.
finding the value of pi,
Yes, yes.
connecting to these real life scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. The whole purpose is that people should be aware that something is there. You kindly look into that, and if it is useful, develop on that. Yes, please.
I mean, they were original this one?
They are original, this one.
Or they are available as translated?
You have asked a very good question, sir. We are blessed with the translations. Why shouldn't we depend on that? Why should we learn Sanskrit will be the question. We'll be doing a great mistake if we don't read the original. I'll give a simple example. Today happens to be Hanuma Jayanti. In Ramayana, you are aware that it is divided into 7 kandas. Balakanda, Ayodhya Kanda, Aranya Kanda, Kishkinda Kanda, Sundara Kanda, Yuddha Kanda and Uttara Kanda. And generally that Kanda describes what it is. Sir, I am coming to answering your question. Now the question is, what is the meaning of Sundara Kanda? Sundara. Kanda is chapter. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's what people believe. And there are some people who said Sundara Kanda, there is some Prakriti Varnana and all. It's not there much. Sundara Kapi Mukhya Syat. Sundara is actually Sundara Kanda involves the heroics of Lord Hanuman. So Sundara means Kapi Mukhya. Sundaraha Kapi Mukhya Syat. And not beautiful. And if you try to explain this, many people may not even be aware of existence of that meaning. Is it the only meaning? No. There is a philosophical meaning. Nashta dravyasya labho hi sundaraha parikirtitaha. Whatever you lose and regain it, that is called Sundara. And this is the reason for hundreds of years, people who lost something, who decided to chant Sundara Kanda, have got it back. In my own life, I have experienced twice. I had borrowed a book from somebody which was not available, and I lost it in KSRTC bus. And is there any hope of getting? No. If I tell him that I lost the book, will he believe me? He will not believe. This fellow is a cheat, he may think. So the first thing I did was I did Sankalpa that I will be doing chanting Sundara Kanda, and I got the book same night. And the conductor, probably nothing else was there, is the only book he was kind enough to give to me. I should be thankful to him. Sir, the question is, we should read in the original form to appreciate. Most of the time, we lost its substance and essence in translations. We can't blame the translations nor the translators because they have limited capacity. All these things cannot be translated. Now, I will tell you the first shloka I said, Pritim Bhaktajana Sayo Janayate Vigdam Vinignan Smrta Tamvrundar. Sir, time is there? Tamvrundaraka Vrunda Vandita Padam Natva Matangananam. Whoever reads this for the first time, he may think that this is in praise of Lord Ganesha. It is true, Lord Ganesha is praised. But it can also be interpreted that in Matanga Muni, so connected with Rama, and Matanga, Kuvalayananda of Krishna also. I mean, so using very limited words, they are putting some great ideas forth. So my request is to the extent possible, read it in original Sanskrit with the Vyakhyanas. Vyakhyanadeva Vipratipatihi, Patanjali tells. Your knowledge comes, you will get a greater insight by reading the Vyakhyanas. Vyakhyanas, commentaries. So that is the suggestion, free suggestion I am giving. It's up to you to take it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, how about introducing Amara Purusha?
Yeah. Yeah. Sir, you may answer or yeah. Amara Kosha is a lexicon. तत् कथं तस्य आरम्भस्य श्लोकः स्मरति वा? यस्य ज्ञानदया सिन्धु. Yasya Jnanadaya Sindhu, it goes like that. Very beautifully it gives the, the synonyms and its linga, vachana and all. I think I have a shloka here. I'll just a minute, I'll just take back to that. But actually if you do that, there are so many things. Which one is to be introduced at what stage will be a big question. So you are aware, tree. In Amarakosha it says, Vriksho mahi ruha shaki vitapi padapastaruhu anokah kutassalaha palashi dudruma gamaha. What is a tree? You may not be able to explain. But vrikshaha, how that word came? Vrishtyate bhidyate iti vrikshaha. Overashchu chedane. If you cut a part, it regrows. So that is a quality in that vriksha. Mahyam rohati iti mahiruha. It grows from the soil. That is why that word mahiruha is used. Shakaha asya santi iti shakhi. It has branches, that's why it's a shakhi. So these all there in the Amarakosha. And even Amarakosha also, of course, in the initial stages it will be Kantasthe Karana. Thereafter you should read Vyakhyana. All this I got from one Linga Bhatti at Tika. Originally in Telugu, but it's extremely, now it's available in Kannada also. Extremely good book. Treasure house it is. And how much we miss, we never know. And in fact, I'm in the fag end of my government service. So my daughters tease me that, I have already lined up so many books to read in my post-retirement. Thank you, sirs, for the very patient hearing.
You told that you are a little hesitant about talking to the academicians. But you are much better than academics.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Incidentally, before concluding, I will just add that Surya Siddhanta, we have Panchangam,
yes, sir,
which predicts the eclipses to the dot. Maybe many of us have checked it based on the timing, the sun, the eclipse, solar or lunar eclipse happens. To that precision, our Surya Siddhanta is used. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for giving a new dimension to our thinking.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So thanks. And we love to interact with you further, and you are very accessible to us in Bangalore. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And I request Professor Govindaraj to hand over a moment.
Yeah. And just one more line, sir. I have a tendency to speak a lot when the mic is in front.
Please.
In that Ganita Sara Sangraha, that Madhavacharya say, Varahamihicharya says, Suryadi Grahachareshu Grahane Grahasanyutav. All this mathematics is used. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Was it good, sir?
Wonderful.
Yeah. I believe it's comforting for me too.
It was a great exposition
Yeah,
for all of us
yeah,
because
yes, sir.
this is something a
Yes,
new dimension of
yes, sir.
I request
Hello,
all
just a minute.
people to
Hello,
join
friend.
us for lunch in the ground floor.
Yeah.
And it
Can
is
you
a
take
Jain
this out?
lunch
Can you take this
without
out? Yeah.
onion and garlic. So still it will be tasty. Please join us. And after the lunch, we will assemble back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
So we are in the last afternoon session of the second day. So I take this privilege to welcome Professor Sridharan to take up the session on IKS content and pedagogy in NIT curriculum. So very apt for the workshop. So every title is very apt for the workshop. So I can't say this is the only or the other one is only. Everything is handpicked, and even the speakers were very carefully picked by the committee. So I welcome you, sir. And to introduce him, Professor Sridharan holds BE Honours degree in Mechanical Engineering from REC Trichy, MTech in Industrial Engineering and Operations Research from IIT Kharagpur, and PhD in Industrial Engineering from IIT Bombay. He is currently Professor HAG in the Department of Mechanical Engineering and Chairperson of Center for Indian Knowledge System at NIT Calicut. His areas of interest include decision modeling, simulation modeling, supply chain management, total quality management, and Indian knowledge system. 22 students have been awarded PhD under his guidance, and he is currently guiding 2 students for PhD. He has published 85 papers in international journals, more than 78 papers in the proceedings of international conferences, and 48 papers in the proceedings of national conferences. He is a reviewer for 6 international journals, and he has organized 1 national conference and 1 international conference at NIT Calicut. He has coordinated 14 workshops and 9 short-term training programs, and he is a fellow of the Indian Institution of Industrial Engineering. He is a life member of System Society of India, Indian Society for Technical Education, and Bharatiya Paramparik Gyan Vigyan Samaj. At NIT Calicut, he had taken up administrative responsibilities such as Professor in charge of admissions, Head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Head of School of Management Studies, and Dean Faculty Welfare. So we welcome you, sir, for this afternoon session on IKS content and pedagogy in NIT curriculum.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. I think I'm audible. So generally this IKS course classes, we start with a prayer. I will just do that prayer. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavakai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you. So I will also like to invoke Lord Ramachandra's great devotee Hanuman. Today is Hanuman Jayanti. So I just in fact got one message forwarded by our director on this Hanuman Jayanti. Ashta Siddhi Navanidike. So Ashta Siddhi is Buddhir Balam Yashodheryam Nirbhayadvam Rogata Ajadyam Vakpatutvam Sa Hanumas Maranat Bhavete. So I now need Hanuman's blessings to carry on this journey now, especially the afternoon session, post-lunch session. So I am first of all, I am thankful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my little experience in this IKS area, and also I thank our director for establishing the Center for Indian Knowledge Systems. Actually, he is a professor of mechanical engineering in this NITK, Professor Prasad Krishna. So he took over as director of NIT Calicut in October end 2021. So in February 22, he started multidisciplinary centers, and one such center is the Center for Indian Knowledge System. We have several centers, and for each center he has also identified some themes and then a chairperson. Yes, and in fact he floated it, and he invited people to apply, especially professors, to take up this chairperson's role for this. And nobody came forward for IKS. Then he called me, and then he told me that, can you please take up this chairmanship of this IKS? Nobody is opting for this. I said, okay. I did not want to take up this administrative responsibility, but I can give all the support required. Then he said, nobody has come forward. Okay, I took it up. Then at that time I was not knowing anything about this Indian knowledge system. So I was going through the web, internet search. Then I found that Professor Maghadevan sir is going to release a book titled as Indian Knowledge System. In fact, I have brought a mini library with me. There's all books there in my bag. So this teapot, if it is brought here, I can display all those books. You can go through it. Important books I have brought. And yes, sir. So just as today he appeared online and gave a lecture, the same way he did online for us on April 6th, 2022. That was the first lecture. Yes, I brought this book. His book is also there. And that was the first lecture by Professor Mahadevan sir. At that time only we came to know what is this IKS, Indian Knowledge System. And this also is there, sir. We have another 3 books also. So our journey started with his online lecture from 6:30 to around 8 o'clock or so in the evening, and our director participated full, and some faculty members and students also participated in online session. And Professor Mahadevan is known to me from long back, somewhere around 2009 onwards, because we are working in the same area, operations management, and I have conducted several FDPs on research methodology, and then the last one, that is before, when we have been calling him, we were conducting a one-day workshop on world-class manufacturing systems. And at that time only our MBA program was to be started, and I was asked to take charge of the MBA program, and we were not started, but our director had called for a meeting of experts. Then I was asked to coordinate, and I coordinated the meeting. Then this workshop was held somewhere in the month of March, and we are about to launch that MBA program in that year, academic year. So our director said, you are inviting Professor Mahadevan and you discuss with him about this MBA program. You get some inputs like that. So that was our initial exchange, and in fact I was trying to get him 3 years before onwards. He said very busy like that. Then only email, only communication. Then finally he agreed to come, and then he was there with us for one full day. And again in 2011, my PhD scholar who became a faculty, he organized one-day workshop. At that time also Professor Mahadevan came in person, and he gave 2 sessions. That one is on a case study of Akshay Patra Foundation, and another was on electronic auctioning, e-auction. These are 2 topics. Then when he came to know that he is going to release, he is writing a book and it is going to be published, and then I invited him for the talk. At that time I just asked him, after when we were going this talk etc. was over, then our director said, you interact with him and then see whether we can offer a course based on his textbook. And this textbook is also published by, that is AICT, that is IKS division of AICT is also involved in releasing the book. And then immediately, as but the book was not yet released actually. It was in the press. Then I was corresponding with Mahadevan sir. Then he said, you do one thing, you write to PHI, they are the publishers, you get the table of contents from them. So I wrote a mail sent a mail to PHI, they gave me the table of contents. So from the table of contents, I just drafted one syllabus. Then I sent to Professor Mahadevan sir to correct. Then he not only corrected it, he also wrote a 1-page introduction to IKS. Why IKS is to be studied and what should be the learning outcomes, all those things he listed down. Then when I presented it to our director said, it is better that you offer a course in Sanskrit also. So Indian knowledge system requires at least some beginning knowledge, basic knowledge of Sanskrit. So I again interacted with one Sanskrit professor in Calcutta University, and he gave me a syllabus. I sent it to Professor Mahadevan sir, like this. Then Mahadevan sir said, no, you do one thing. I am offering a course on Sanskrit for this IM in the MBA students. So that course outline I will send it to you, and then based on that you prepare the course like that. And the main textbook reference is Samskrita Bharati's Bhasha Pravesha Bhaga, Prathama Bhaga. So that you use as a textbook, and I will send my, so he sent his course outline. Based on that I prepared a 3-module syllabus for Sanskrit, and I added one last module, Anvaya, and then the Sanskrit literature aspect in Sanskrit. Then I again shared to Professor Mahadevan, and we have an advisory committee for this center in NIT Calicut, consisting of academics and industry person, one alumnus, and one R&D organization. So in our advisory group, Professor Mahadevan and Professor Ramasubramanian of IIT Bombay, these two were from academics. Then Vyoma Lab Sanskrit, which I think somebody mentioned, it's a very good NGO organization. Lot of programs they are conducting in Sanskrit, and you please visit their website. And some programs are free of cost also, and other programs are at nominal cost. So that Vyoma Lab's co-founder, one Venkat Subramanian, he is a civil engineer basically, but later on he did his PhD in our IKS, and he is the chief of that Vyoma Labs. So Mahadevan sir himself suggested that I will give you some names for your advisory committee. So one person was Venkat Subramanian. Then one Madam Rama Srinivasan, she is CEO in an organization, company. Of course the company is based at US, and she is sometime in India and US like that, but she is very much interested in IKS area, Rama Srinivasan. Then R&D I was looking for somebody. Then we got this Kalpakam atomic power plant, that is their director has done some work on archaeometallurgy. I was browsing through, because R&D I tried to send email to several people, and some people replied, and replied people also, they were very much concerned about travel and TAD, how much honorarium I will get, something like that questions arose. So then I left all those people. Then I was searching, then I came across this Baba Atomic Research Center. They have got another institute, and that institute head, I was going through his CV, then he has done some work in this metallurgy, archaeometallurgy, that lost wax process which our Mahadevan sirs were mentioning. So those things he has done some work and study. Then I sent a mail, initially he did not reply, but then through another scientist I sent a mail, and he replied and he accepted. He is also there in our board. Our alumni I could get one person. So like that we had the board. So when I Sanskrit syllabus I sent to Professor Mahadevan and also to Ram Subramanian, he also gave some comments. Add this one Sukanasa Upadesha is there. Sukanasa is one great king, and before coronating his son as the next successor to him, he is asking his son to get some advice from his minister. Sukanasa is minister. So that portion, Ramasubramanian sir said, you please include that, it is very important for students. So I have included that also, a few portions from that. So that way, Sanskrit syllabus. So these two courses we started offering. Then again, faculty for offering this course, again problem came. Then that our Vice Chancellor was here yesterday. So our director has very good contact with Professor Srinivas Varkade. So he gave me his number, and he said, you just talk to him for Sanskrit and you can get some help or so. And then at that time only, this Central Science University had floated a scheme of Center for Sanskrit Learning. They called it at that time of Non-Formal Sanskrit Education, NFSC. And they had floated applications from several institutions. One local Samskrita Bharati person, he came to my house and then told, sir, this is an opportunity for you. You can have some Sanskrit certificate programs and diploma programs you can offer, like that. Then we filled up the application, and director also signed, and then we sent it. Then we got allotted. Then after that I contacted Professor Srinivas Varkade sir, Then he said, we will be sending you one faculty for teaching this NFSC courses. You can use that faculty for teaching Sanskrit for you, like that he said. Okay, so that problem was solved. Otherwise, Mahadevan sir said there are a lot of people in Chennai region, but they may not be able to stay in your campus for a long time. Maybe they will come 2 days, 3 days somewhere and then go, but that will not help for a regular course. But this model worked, and of course that faculty came in towards the end of middle or end of August. We got the faculty. Our classes started in August. So I had studied Sanskrit during my school days. I had studied two exams I had passed, Bharati Vidya Bhavan's exams. I had some small introduction to Sanskrit. Then I developed courage, and then I was taking classes, a few classes I was taking. By that time, the Sanskrit faculty joined. So that way we were offering basic Sanskrit one course, and then the introduction to Indian knowledge. Again, Indian knowledge system also, I was asking Mahadevan sir, then Mahadevan sir said I may not be able to come physically, it's a problem like that. Then the second author of the book, Professor V-IKSHA Rajat Bhatt, I contacted him. Then in fact, our Srinivas Varkadi sir told me that you contact V-IKSHA Rajat Bhatt, he may be willing to come and then take a few sessions. Contacted him. Then he is a private university, Chanakya University. So his HOD said, you need to have an MOU with us, then only we can permit him to take class. Then he said, okay, again MOU. He made an MOU, then prepared it and signed and then given. Then they permitted him. Then he came and then took on Saturday, Friday and Saturday he had come on 2 weeks, and then he took classes. And then that Saturday I converted into a workshop, 1-day workshop, and open to all faculty, whoever is interested. So he was giving one session, introduction, first chapter of this book. Then second chapter deals with Vedic corpus. That also he did one Saturday, Vedic corpus and this first chapter. Then third chapter deals with Indian philosophical systems, and then another chapter deals with wisdom through ages, then knowledge generation. These are all completely new to us. Of course, mathematics was there, that I was going through, and I was a bit confident to handle the mathematics portion. And science and technology is okay, that's also okay for us. Astronomy, we had one faculty from physics department. He was offering an elective known as astrophysics. So, and he is a member of our IKS faculty. So he agreed to take 4 to 5 hours for astronomy. Very nicely he was handling. He has been handling for the past 2 years, astronomy. One chapter is there in our Mahadevan sir's book that he could take. So this Vedic corpus and Indian philosophical systems and wisdom through ages, knowledge generation. These are all 4 core topics for which I was not having any expertise. I had studied some portions of Vedas, Vedic mantras, etc. I was studied long back, and but the formal study I had not gone through. But then requested V-IKSHA Rajat Bhatt. He came and he made 3 trips actually. In 2 trips he covered Vedic corpus and wisdom through ages. Then there was another faculty named Venkat Raghavan, who is now in IIT Bhubaneswar in the humanities department. He is basically electronics graduate from BITS Pilani, and then he has done his MA and PhD in philosophy. And he was initially working at Chinmaya Vishwavidyapith, where Professor Mahadevan was the Vice Chancellor. And this V-IKSHA Rajat Bhatt was also there with Chinmaya Vishwavidyapith. Then they moved to Chanakya. Then I asked V-IKSHA Rajat Bhatt, he said, you better contact Venkat Raghavan. No? He is good in these philosophical systems. And in fact, he was involved in writing some portion of that chapter also. You please take him. I requested him. He readily agreed, and he came 1 week and Saturday, and on Friday, Saturday, he again dealt with this chapter on Indian philosophical systems he took, and he also handled this knowledge generation process. So that way, science and technology portion I was handling. Then mathematics also I was handling. Number systems, we had a session. So that also I was teaching. The one chapter is there in Professor Mahadevan sir's book on number systems. one chapter on Indian mathematics, basic introduction to mathematics, like what he said, determine the value of pi, and then Pythagoras theorem, Baudania's Sulba Sutra, then Aryabhatiya's algorithm for squaring a number, finding the square root of a number, then magic squares, which he was telling, then Chanda Shastra, these types of topics. So this, again we had one faculty, you could get one, Ramakrishna Pajatiya, he was earlier with CVV, now he is with Chanakya. But he did not come in person, but he took online classes. He took 4 hours on this Indian mathematics part of it, especially this Sulba Sutra and then this magic square, that topic he took. So it's a first semester I could manage with these people, etc. By that time I had also collected sufficient material and I was also reading, and as sir pointed out, during COVID lot of online lectures. So I had an opportunity to attend the lectures on Ramayana and Mahabharata, detailed during this COVID time. So this Puranas, Itihasas, I had some idea. Then Upanishads also, there is one organization in Thrissur, that is Narayanashrama Tapovanam, and they have a organization known as Center for Inner Resources Development, CIRD, and that has got chapters in several places. And that Swamiji used to, because during COVID time they used to give online lectures. So I attended those online lectures also, and philosophical systems, Upanishad, Bhagavad Gita, all those things. And I am also a member of ISKCON here, in terms of the Krishna consciousness. So Bhagavad Gita is being taught, and even now one course is going on. I am attending that. That is Mangalore also, from NIT Surathkal also some people are attending, Manipal some people are attending. That is 18 weeks course, 1 chapter per week, all Saturdays 7 to 8, 1 hour. Very nicely he is handling with PPT and then important things. So now 18th chapter is there today evening, there 7 o'clock, and like that. Some big chapters, 2nd chapter and 18th chapter are slightly big. They will take 2 weeks, 2 Saturdays, 7 to 8, like that it goes on. So that way, with some online also I was able to get some acquaintance with this Indian knowledge system. With that we proceeded. Then after that first year we were having these courses, then that gave us some confidence, and then we introduced some more courses also. Yes, now. So currently these are all the courses offered by our center. We have basic Sanskrit as one course, and that O stands for other than class hours, they have to spend 6 hours, like that. That is also one requirement in our curriculum. We have taken it from IIT Madras. So 3 hours of lecture, T is 0, 0, P is also practical 0. Then O is other than class hours, they call outside class hours, 6 hours per week. So 3 credits, and it is classified under OE means open elective, then EA is entrepreneurship, then DA is some DA stands for data analytics, etc. HM is humanities and management. We have 4 categories of electives other than the professional electives. Branch wise electives are known as professional electives. So other than the professional electives, a student has to get a minimum of 12 credits he has to do, and it can be any one of these, OE, EI, DA, HM. So we had put everything in these 2 categories, OE and HM category, because they said HM category there are not many courses available, humanities and management. OE is open elective. OE is open elective. That is, we borrowed this terminology from IIT Madras. IIT Madras is having OE, open elective. Open elective means elective may be offered by any department, and a student can take that course, and it need not be confined to the branch of study. It can be general. Even yoga is also can be taught, music or something like that. Only thing is should have a syllabus and then approved by Senate and things like that. So this then second course into Indian knowledge. Then last year I just came across this book, Indian Ethos and Values in Management. This book I came across. It's a very good book actually, very good. So here I think Professor Simha was telling about these values. So here there is a very good discussion on human values. Third chapter, first chapter is in Indian ethos. Second chapter, Indian heritage in business and management. Third chapter, human values. So, and then application of values, then ethics in India, Indian educational systems in ancient India, then towards the world, seventh chapter, towards the world ethos, seventh chapter. So, when I was preparing for some lecture, I came across this book. Then I prepared a syllabus, sent it to Mahadevan sir. Mahadevan sir said, I had put this human values as one portion. Then he said, see, in IIM Bangalore, I am teaching one course on values in management. For that, the reference book is Value of Values. That's a book written by Dayananda Saraswati. So he said, I am teaching only that book only. That is 20 values, chapter number 16, verses 1 to 3. 20 values, chapter number 16, verses 8 to 12. 8 to 12, 5 verses, 20 values are there. So I am teaching using that book only, and that's what there they have got 2 credit course. Here we have got 3 credits now. So he said, you take that only like that. Then what I did, I put one full module for that book, Value of Values. First module, first 2 chapters, and some content I had put it in the third module. So that was the third course, Indian Ethos and Values in Management. Then Indian Perspectives on Health and Lifestyle Management. That also we thought some course. Then I interacted with V-IKSHA, but he prepared the syllabus for this course, this Indian Perspectives on Health and Lifestyle Management. And then one faculty came forward to offer this also. We had offered it once, this course. Then Introduction to Ancient Indian Technology. I came in contact with Professor V-IKSHA Mishra, who is Professor of Aerospace Engineering at IIT Kanpur, and currently he is the Director of NITTR, Kolkata. And from after 2022, when I was involved in this IKS, I started attending some workshops and programs like that. There was one conference conducted in IIT Guwahati in March 2023. That is Go Vigyan. That is about Go Vigyan, cow products and things like that. 2 days conference. I was not having any paper to present, but I thought of attending that so that we know what is happening. They said it is organized by the Center for IKS. Professor Uday Dikshit is looking after in IIT Guwahati. He is a professor of mechanical engineering. He is looking after. At that time I met Professor V-IKSHA Mishra. He presented one paper also, and then he told me that he had offered this course known as Introduction to Ancient Indian Technology. He has offered, but now he has taken over as director. So he said, I am not offering now, but you can offer that course. I will take a few sessions online. I can take. So then I said, sir, what about syllabus? And he said, you get it from Swayam portal. I was searching Swayam portal, then I got, then I sent it to our advisory committee and then got corrections, etc. And that course also we have floated, but that course because it's a full course and we don't have faculty to offer, it is not offered now. It is there. But now he is offering in Swayam portal. The last semester also it was offered, and this semester also he is offering Introduction to Ancient Indian Technology. It's a 3 credit course. It's a very nice course. Then Managing Social Organizations. This course actually the background for this course is that one of our alumnus, he is a faculty in IIM Lucknow, Venkatramaniya, and he along with Professor Ravichandran of IIM Ahmedabad, they have published one book titled as Managing Social Organizations. This book is mainly based on Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam's management of the temple,
That's all. And they have looked at it from the management angle. And every chapter that is right from the queue management to even the hair shaving, and then how they are disposing of that, and then prasadam, and then so many, and prasadam, laddu prasadam, etc., plus annadanam, how they are managing all the operations. They have analyzed from the management point of view. And the author, that co-author of that book was our alumnus, so he sent us complimentary copies of that book. And he came, we conducted one conference, that is Swadeshi. One more thing which you can do is that there is a Vigyan Bharati which is functioning, which is headquarters at Delhi. It is started by Sir C.V. Raman, and that is local knowledge for science and how to inculcate scientific spirit among youth. And with that objective, that Vigyan Bharati is formed. This Vigyan Bharati has got chapters in all states under different names. And in Kerala we have what is known as Swadeshi Science Movement Kerala. And the Swadeshi Science Movement Kerala, they used to conduct a conference on Sir C.V. Raman's birthday, November 7th or so. They used to conduct. And somehow our director had met these people somewhere. And then he said, why don't you conduct the conference in our NIT Calicut? You can interact with our IKS center, and you have the theme as IKS, Indian Knowledge System, and you can conduct it in NIT like this. So we conducted that conference. So at that time I had requested this co-author Venkataramanaya to come and give a keynote address on that conference, and because he has written this book, I said you can do that. He said, yes, very well, sir, that also will be a platform for me to have a publicity about this book. I will come. Then when he met our director, then director said, why don't you propose a course on this title, managing social organization, because it is come to contact with the temple, whole administration, management, etc., not construction, etc., management of the temple. That too, like TTD is a huge temple, and we can even replicate that model in Guruvayur temple or some other huge temples. We can do that. So that way this course was formed, but is not yet offered actually. Then mathematics in India from Vedic period to modern times, similar course is there in IIT Madras. In the Swayam portal they are offering this course. So we have taken it syllabus from there. Then last one, values and human excellence, that course, because this all the 1 to 7 are available for only UG students. And for PhD students there is no course. And we have started enrolling PhD scholars in IKS from last year onwards. And of course, institute fellowship is not available to them, but if they have JRF and the faculty is available to guide, then we are able to take. One JRF is there full time. Then we have got 3 part-time candidates. One person is working on yoga for the betterment of speech impaired and hearing impaired children. How yoga can be used. That is his area. And another research scholar, he just joined last semester. His topic is Indian games like kabaddi, kho and all those. Lot of games are there. In fact, I will introduce you one game also. I think I brought that. That is, he has taken that as his topic. Now he is doing coursework. For these people, there is no course in IKS. Then when I was teaching this Indian ethos and values in management, I came across Professor S.K. Chakravarti's books on values. He was a professor of financial management at IIM Kolkata. And in 90s there had a lot of financial scams have happened in India. This, I don't know, Harshad Mehta scam was very famous at that time. Harshad Mehta scam. So he then shifted from this financial management to value-based management. And he has written 3 to 4 books on this. One is Management by Values, book is there. And then he has also written a book on work ethic. There's a book available, work ethic. Then he has a book, another book, Managerial Transformation Through Values. That is actually a case study book. Godrej company had requested Professor Chakravarti to give some, conduct a workshop to improve the productivity of the employees, how to motivate the employees to increase the productivity. Only by giving incentives it is not increasing, so what we can do. Then this Professor Chakravarti took up as a challenge and he had conducted a workshop, and there he discusses about this Triguna concept, and then body, mind, intellect, then yoga, karma, sukausalam, Bhagavad Gita, all those things he has done. And that course workshop proceedings he has published as a book form, Management by Values. I was using that book for a long time. We have got the value education course in our NITs. We had a pass-fail course those days. When we were REC itself we had. And I used to take two sessions for that. One is inner transformation, another is living in tune with nature, like that. So I was referring to Professor Chakravarti's books, but when I was teaching this course, Indian Ethos and Values in Management, I came across more papers and books on by this Professor Chakravarti. Then that tempted me to float a course titled as Values and Human Excellence for MTech level actually. But because we do not have faculty to offer, so our NIT Calicut, these PhD scholars are permitted to do Swayam courses, and Swayam courses are online courses. So I just requested our Dean Academic, you please permit me to take this course, offer this course online. I will offer evening, night 8 to 9, 8 to 9, because they are also employed, they will be attending some office work. After 7 o'clock they will be free. So I used to take 3 days, Monday, Wednesday and Friday, 8 to 9 I was engaging class on this values and human excellence. That also I prepared and sent it to Mahadevan sir. Mahadevan sir again did some corrections, because his Indian psychology portion I have added there, because it is very useful for research scholars. I will come to that how IKS will be useful for research, and that way this I am just explaining the background of all these courses, how they are all introduced. And faculty for this course actually basic Sanskrit is offered by the CSU Sanskrit faculty. That course is being offered, and I am the coordinating that course, because sometimes he may go on leave, etc. So at that time I used to take classes. Then IKS class I am taking, except that one portion on Indian astronomy. Indian astronomy is taught by physics faculty, and a few lectures on science and technology with Professor Devi Prasad Mishra. He is taking that. He is taking that course. Indian Ethos and Values I was offering fully, and Indian Perspectives my another colleague was offering. This one. And only the last, so that is what we are offering. First 2022 we are offering only 2 courses, 22-23 academic year, 23-24 also only these 2 courses. Only 24 we started offering Indian Ethos and Values in Management course, and the last semester Values and Human Excellence. And faculty wise I said no, physics one faculty is helping, and our department one faculty has offered Indian Perspectives and this one. And the situation is going to be still critical now in the coming semester. Yes, because I will be retiring by June 30th. So I will not be a regular faculty on the role of NIT Calicut, but 2 faculty members have come forward to take, that is the Introduction to Indian Knowledge System, 2 persons have come forward, and Basic Sanskrit also one faculty has come forward. Electronics department, one faculty said, sir, I am interested to teach Sanskrit. And the only thing is what is happening is, for this, because we are attached to our parent department, so HOD has to permit us to take these classes, isn't it? So what we have done is, we used to give a submission to director indicating the faculty names, etc., and request director to give instruction to the HOD to permit this faculty to take this course. With that thing, HODs are permitting and they are taking, but it also requires some, what I could say, some generosity from the faculty side also, because sometimes faculty are also loaded with more than one course in their parent department, but because they are having interest in IKS, they are helping us. That is what is doing that. But we are also trying to get some faculty, but now we have this visiting faculty system is there, then adjunct faculty is there. But visiting faculty, we have one visiting faculty on Vedanta, but the difficulty is they will come only 1 week or so, and like that. So one topic probably they will be able to teach at the most 1 or 2 chapters from this book they can teach, but the whole course we cannot offer with only the help of adjunct faculty and visiting faculty. We also need to have some permanent faculty, and coordinator also is required, because mark entry etc. we only have to do, these people will not be doing. So that way on administration side also, administrative purpose, we need a faculty to coordinate. So that's how we are managing actually, and we also requested for permanent faculty, at least 2 faculty, because PhD guidance is very important. See, in my case what has happened, I have one postdoc fellow working on the theme that is NEP, that is realizing sustainable development goals through IKS in NEP. So that she is a PhD in economics, environmental economics from IIT Bhubaneswar, and she is interested in IKS area, and with her research we have published almost about 6 papers we have published now, about 2 papers in journals, international journals, and 1 paper also 2 days back I got acceptance. 3 papers we have published in international journals, and conference also we have published papers. That is, the papers are dealing with that is what are the challenges in offering IKS based courses in education institutions, barriers and enablers for implementing IKS in education institutions. We have done one study we have done, and then we have also done another one, she has taken it, that is in Calicut city we have got 2 beaches. One is in the city, there is a beach, and Vasco da Gama's the place where Vasco da Gama landed in Calicut, there also we have got a beach, and that beach is very well maintained, whereas this Calicut city beach is not maintained. So this research scholar, when she had gone with her family, she noted that the beach needs a lot of improvement. Then she said, sir, why don't we do some study, IKS based study in this ocean, that is this beach, this one. Then he said, then we met a district collector, and then collector asked us to meet some particular person. That person was MA economics from IIT Madras. So he was very kind enough to discuss with us, and with that we have done 1 paper. Now we have used we have done SWOT analysis, and then the factors have been prioritized using AHP process, and that paper also recently got accepted. And she has introduced IKS knowledge there, because when we were interacting we found that this fishing community is involved there, and fishing community does some puja etc. worship, generally they go for fishing. So that she could gather such type of information and things like that we have done. So that way, because we could get that postdoc fellowship, she has got a fellow, she wanted to do work in IKS area, then she approached me. Her husband is working in our department, she approached me. Then I said, we do one thing, without stipend, if you can join as postdoc, it will not be difficult, there is no difficulty, you can join. So then I asked her to give a CV, then wrote, and I wrote a submission to director that she is interested in working in the area. No financial commitment is there. They said directly agreed. Then she joined. She joined in December 23. She joined, but then she wrote a proposal on this to ICSSR. Then she was called for a presentation. Then she got sanctioned also. So by the end of December, she got sanctioned about that fellowship also. So with that, we are able to do some research work in this area. Otherwise, where regular teaching alone may not be sufficient. So that way, we are able to do some work. And then once she joined as a postdoc fellow, then we thought, why not we take regular PhD students for this program like that. Then slowly we start. But guidance is big. It's a little bit of you need to get people for guiding. But of course, our adjunct faculty co-guideship is available. They can get some co-guide from some other institutions, even IITs also. They can use get people for co-guiding depending on the area of them. So like that only we have proceeded, and this is a brief about our courses, things like that. Then I will just come to my slide part of it. And so yesterday there was a quotation by Kalidasa, that is Mangala Sloka, that is starting Vagartha viva samprukta Vagartha pratipattaye Jagatah Pitaro Vande Parvati Parameshwaro. This Parvati Parameshwaro also, there are two ways of interpretation. Parvati Pa Rameshwaro. Parvati Pa denotes Parvati's husband Shiva, and Rama's Isha, Ramesha, that denotes Vishnu. So it comes, the another way also it can be taken. And this is one sloka which is coming, and this is quoted by Professor Ramakrishna, Professor Ramasubramanian sir, when he came to NIT to give a lecture. He quoted this sloka, Puranam ityeva na sadhu sarvam nachapi kavyam navamitya vadyam santah pariksha antarad bhajante moodaf para pratenaya buddhihi. That is what happened, but the background is given next sloka, next slide. See, Malavikagni Mitram was Kalidasa's first play. He was an unknown entity at that time. Just he was trying to enter into this area, drama, trying to establish himself. Before the main play starts, he presents a narration, conversation between the narrator and one of the lead actors of the play. And the actor asks why they are performing a work of some Parvenu called Kalidasa, when good old plays of people like Bhasa or Saumilla are available. Kalidasa's anguish and anger are both on full display when he speaks through the voice of the narrator. So Kalidasa is a very shrewd person. So what he says is, through the narrator, he says, the main actor, through the voice narrator, the Puranam ityeva na sadhu sarvam, that is, all poems are not good only because they are old. Puranam, sadhu means good, na sadhu, not all old things are good. All poems are not bad because they are new. Cha api kavyam navam itya vadyam. So all poems are not bad because they are new. Santah pariksha, Santa means saintly persons or knowledgeable persons. They examine and then take whichever is good. And moodaf para pratene buddhi, only the fool will be blinded, led by what others say. So that actually put a check on the audience, because they were thinking that this fellow is a young new entrant to this field. What is that he is going to do? He has to speak something in Ramayana and Mahabharata we can understand. He says he is going to, he has made a big new drama and then he is going to enact it. What is this? Then at that time he brings out this one. So very, and that's what Professor Mahadev, I have put it at the end. I will come back to this sloka at the end. Then this is what I have structured my presentation. Very briefly I will complete it. Important quotations, meaning of education in India as per NEP, only one slide. Salient as per knowledge generation, one slide. Introduction to IKS content, 2 slides. Pedagogical approaches for integrating IKS, 2 slides. Discover IKS, 2 slides with references, then references. So this is one quotation. Actually, this is one book all of you must have, Pride of India. This costs 1,000 rupees. And it is printed in a very nice paper, and it discusses about all the topics of our Indian knowledge system which we have been deliberating for the past 2 days, that is science in Vedas, then mathematics, physics, astronomy, Indus Valley civilization, dating the civilization, dating the Vedas, civil engineering, mechanical engineering, metallurgy, chemistry, then eternal relevance of Sanskrit, then medicine, detailed chapter is there. Dating the Mahabharata, then life sciences, biology, etc. And very nicely they have collected material and presented it. This is a very good reference book. So in this book, I have taken one quotation. This is by Abdul Kalam. He says that ancient Sanskrit literature is a storehouse of scientific principles and methodology. The work of our ancient scholars should be thoroughly examined and, where possible, integrated with modern science. That's what he says. Then another is about French mathematician quotation, and this I have taken it from Pride of India. Somebody told about Ramana Maharishi. In the morning there was our Kripa Shankarappa has mentioned about Ramana Maharishi. So this is from that is Adam Osborne, the co-founder along with Steve Jobs of Apple Computers. When he was writing for DataQuest magazine, he has made this statement. That is, he says that it is therefore it's a misgiving that today I find myself dealing with Indians, many of whom do not feel proud of their Indianness. Indians are recognized throughout America as technically superior, since the day Indians learn pride, India will rapidly move out of its third world status to become one of the world's industrial powers. Like that, he has made that statement. Then subsequently, next, in the same book it is written, D.S. Kothari, nuclear physicist, when he was giving a lecture on Indian National Science Academy, he had made this statement. How can we lament the lack of national pride in Indians without first acquainting them with the country's phenomenal scientific achievements in the dim distance past, he says. First of all, we have to acquaint our students with whatever ancient knowledge is there, then only they will be able to take pride in that. So that is what this course on IKS, which Professor Shankarappa was telling, Kripa Shankarappa was presenting it, no, introductory course to the students, first year students. That was a very good presentation, very good model. So this is the statement made by the scientist, and this Chinmayananda's this statement is also very important. I was really blessing that I could attend this session by some Chinmayananda in NIT REC Calicut long back in 1984. He had come and he delivered a lecture, and this was the statements he had made. Proficiency and efficiency, that was the title of his talk. He says, achievements are not earned through proficiency alone. They are in fact rewards of our efficiency. Achievements are rewards of our efficiency. And how he defines efficiency? Proficiency is gathered knowledge, while efficiency is the ability to translate the knowledge into action. So this Pride of India book gives a lot of examples, but how we are going to put those examples into action? I will take one example. I have done it, one BTech project I gave from here. Successfully we did one BTech project from here. So that is what is very important. Meaning of education in India as per NEP 2020, this many of you would have read several times. That is, ancient Indian literature describes a good education, the knowledge of the 64 kalas or arts. Yesterday one faculty was telling about 64 kalas. So that is about art forms, 64 art forms are there. That also is there. And in fact Mahadevan sir's book, he gives a description just categorizing the 64 art forms, artistic skills, skills on cleaning and beautifying body. Nowadays we find a lot of beauty parlors, but this is not a new concept. For Mahabharata, Ramayana time itself, Mahabharata, we know that during this 1 year Ajñatavasa, I think Arjuna was doing some work like this, and Draupadi was a Sairendri. So they were all doing this dressing and decorating, painting, etc. It is not something new. And Brihad Samhita of Varahamihira contains several formulations for manufacturing perfumes, cosmetics. In fact, Magic Square 4x4 Mahadevan sir showed, Varahamihira has made 3x3 Magic Square, and the numbers in the Magic Square correspond to the quantity of ingredients which can be taken, different ingredients, 9 ingredients taken in that proportion, mixed together properly, then you get that particular perfume. So that is described in Brihad Samhita, but only thing is we need to take it and experiment it in the laboratory. That is what we have to do, validate it. That's what we have to do. So like that, skills of decoration, cooking skills, play and entertainment skills, then skills for intellectual pursuits, conversation, practicing language, composing, engineering and technical skills, all the skills are coming under this category, including medicine, etc. Then special uncommon skills, that is knowing the bird speech and things like that, that's also there. Prediction by heavenly voice, etc. And this is a list of course. I think there is one writer in Hindu newspaper also, no, that I'm forgetting his name. He has written a book for IAS students preparation, Indian heritage and culture as a paper for IAS preparation. For that he has written a book. It's a very nice book, and in that he is giving this list of this one. Coming to content and pedagogy, what is that IKS content and pedagogy? In the context of Indian knowledge systems, content refers to a rich and diverse body of knowledge including mathematics, astronomy, philosophy, yoga, architecture, medicine and many more. Pedagogy focuses on how this knowledge is taught and learned, emphasizing experiential learning. This is very important. In our Indian system of learning is experiential learning. Then critical thinking and practical skills. Thinking is always critical. That is why Nyaya Shastra is there in our 6 Indian systems of philosophy. Tarka, Nyaya. Nyaya is very much useful for improving the logical thinking, critical examination, etc. And this is the list, Chaturdasha Vidyasthana. starting 4 Vedas, 6 Vedangas, 4 Upangas. So 14 there. This 14 only Mahadevan sir has classified as core. 14 is core. Then he says other. Other categories 4 Upavedas. Ayurveda, Dhanurveda, Gandharva Veda, then Stapatya Veda. The Stapatya Veda includes mathematics, sciences, then engineering, architecture, governance, economics, Arthashastra, all these things are there. In fact, when Kautilya wrote Arthashastra, he says that he has not created something new. What has existed in different areas, he has just compiled it and named it as Arthashastra, that's all. So this is there, and this classification also Morning Mahadevan sir has given this classification. This is what, and lot of material is there in regional language also it is there. Regional language also we have got scientific knowledge, and oral tradition also lot of knowledge is there. Grandmother's recipes for cooking, recipes for health, etc. we have heard. Neem patent we lost, and then things like that, and so that's what Mahadevan sir has said. Why IKS is required? First chapter 1.1, IKS in action 1.1 is about this patenting, because unless we, but our Indian thinking is not, morning also it was told, no, that is knowledge is freely available to everybody. We are not bothered about patenting, but that magnanimity is exploited by the foreigners. So they are just engaging our people, because our people are good in Sanskrit. They are going to Germany and then they are earning money in German currency, and they are actually reading the Sanskrit text and they are putting it into English, and Germany and other companies, they are manufacturing products based on this. That's what is happening now. So patenting has become a very important thing now, several things, that is what is required. Then pedagogy in IKS, I came across 2-3 papers on, titled itself as pedagogical techniques for IKS. So I just got this one is holistic approach, that is experiential learning, critical thinking, that's what you are telling. Then interactive learning, that is storytelling, debates, etc. Storytelling, when you say we have heard about these Panchatantra stories for children, but Panchatantra also has got a lot of things for elders also, because Panchatantra is 5 chapters. Tantra here used as a chapter, that is Mitra Beda, then Mitra Samprapti, then Kakolukiyam, then Nashta, that is how we can get what we have lost, that one thing is there. Then Aparikshita Karakam, without action, without deliberation, we should not enter into an action like that. And that is being narrated with a lot of animals and birds as the characters. Now, that is there. But when we teach this, that is this storytelling part of it is, when you teach these values, Satyam Vada is there, Dharmam Chara is there in Veda, and case studies are Ramayana and Mahabharata. So Ramayana and Mahabharata are case studies. Management, when you want to teach, you should have case studies, and this book contains a lot of case studies. And I have another book also on, this book is also very important. The whole Bhagavad Gita is available in this book as case studies. Whole Bhagavad Gita is there. Dharma Tales for CEOs. It is only last year only it was released, July 24 or so, 2024. This book is there, full of case studies only, Bhagavad Gita only. Every chapter has got one sloka from Bhagavad Gita here. And so this way, case studies have to be there. So when he said Satyam Vada is there, I used to give example from our this Vamanavatara, when Mahabali promises to give 3 pieces of land to that small child. Shukracharya says, don't give, he is not a small child, he is actually Vishnu. Vishnu himself has come, he is able to predict. Vishnu himself has come, so you will lose your entire kingdom, don't give. Then he says that there are some situations where you can tell lies. That is there, 19th chapter in the 8th canto, last sloka he says. That is, by control, when you have to control a woman, you can tell a lie. Because, yes, what happened? Kaikeyi, how she spoiled Manthara, how she spoiled Kaikeyi. Kaikeyi, when Manthara brings the news that Rama is going to be coronated tomorrow, she immediately gives a necklace and gives it. Then Manthara receives it and just throws it now. And then afterwards she changes. And when this Surpanaka goes to Rama Rama says, my wife is here. You go to Lakshmana. He knows that. Lakshmana did a lesson. Then she goes there. Lakshmana just cuts her nose. Nose cut he got. From there only nose cut thing has come now. Nose cut. Surpanaka was the first person to receive a nose cut now. So how you can handle that situation there. Then he says, when one's life is in danger, one can tell lies. Somebody's life is in danger, you can tell lies. Or you want to protect a cow, danger. At that time can tell a lie. Whether cow has gone this direction, you can say yes, no, tell lie. Or when a person is going to kill an innocent person, Brahmana, he is going to be killed, that time you can tell lies. So like that, he is listing out the situations when you can tell lies. Because we say, Satyam bruyat, Priyam bruyat, Apriyam na bruyat, non-ritam bruyat. Ritam means lies. Non-ritam, na anritam bruyat. You should not tell lies also. But you have to tell sweetly also. Priyam bruyat also, but Satyam also bruyat. So what can be done? Sometimes you have to keep quiet only because you cannot tell truth. Sometimes embarrassing situations will be there. You have to simply keep quiet. But sometimes you have to tell lies. You have to tell the truth even if it's bitter. That's what example given is. Amalaka is there. No? That amla. Amla, in the beginning if you take it tastes bitter. Some sourness, but after that you take little bit of water, then you feel tasty. So like that, et tadagre vishamiva parinami amrutopamam, Bhagavad Gita 18th chapter. So all these things, the beginning it is very difficult. I used to tell the students that sitting in the class for 45 minutes, 50 minutes is like sitting on the seat of thorns, isn't it? People are not able to concentrate. But if you listen to this, and then it will be useful for you only, for your life or for your getting CGP or whatever it is. No? So in the beginning it is very difficult. No? That's what he said. There is Subhashitams are there. No? One Subhashitam is commonly we quote is that Vidyaturanam na sukham na nidra. A person who has to acquire knowledge, he cannot have sukham or nidra. And in fact, I received one WhatsApp message yesterday, very extreme case. You have just see that. I will project it, then you will understand what is this Vidyaturanam na sukham na nidra. I hope this WhatsApp is there. Yes. Now I will. This very interesting thing now. Vidyaturanam na sukham na nidra. So I will just do you know why the Vadu boy has to lay down on Shayana in Brahmopadesham ritual? This ritual is from Kerala. I don't know, it is not working now. Maybe it will take some time. So here what happens, and here it is written here, this is the last sleep on the bed, and from now onwards he may be asked to sleep on the floor, mats or any rough surface in Gurukula. Because during that Upanayana ceremony, he is asked to sleep on the bed. That's all, that's the last day. And then he says, this is, and from now onwards, he may be asked to sleep on the floor, mats or any other surface in this one, Gurukula. And then afterwards, the commentary also is this that, this is and then says, even Matru Saha Bhojanam is the symbolic to become independent from then onwards. On that day, he can sit food along with his mother, that's all. That's the last. Then afterwards, he cannot sit, he has to go to Gurukula. Mentally, the boy should be prepared to face any hard circumstances. It is there. The inner meaning is one should come out of comfort zone. Somebody was mentioning comfort zone. And to acquire knowledge and to succeed in life. This is what he says. And Ramayana also it is quoted here. Next. Remember, Rama and Lakshmana sleeps on the very rough floor when Vishwamitra took them to teach Astra Vidya, the destroying weapon education. Vishwamitra is teaching Astra Vidya. So, like that is Vidyaturanam Nasukam na Nidra. So, if this video, if I don't know, it's not working. Just see the boys. Parents are standing. He is sleeping now. like that it goes now. So this is what is happening now. So that is a Vidyauturanam Nasukamna Nidra. When you want to teach that, this type of videos you can show. This is that very, very tough conditions, but this is how they are studying Vedas. Unfortunately, they are not even taken care of. I will come back now. So then pedagogical approaches for integrating IKS. Narrative approach. The narrative approach is possible now. You can give narrations, etc. Holistic approach involving active based learning. This is very, very important. Activity based. And I just came across this book. That is, I was saying about games, etc. In this book is titled as The Yoga of Snakes and Arrows. So many of us are familiar with this, playing this snakes and ladders game. He has made a chart like this. You can just see here the chart, and you can, that is here, numbers are genesis, illusion, anger, greed. These are all the qualities listed, and this book is full of description of these qualities, how one can get over these negative qualities, and a game is being played. This is yoga. I just came across this book in one bookshop in our Calicut city. Just one day I was going to the Calicut city. I said, let me visit this bookshop. It was a philosophy section I went in because I am teaching IKS. Then I came across this book, and it contained this chart also. And fortunately, that is afterwards when I was searching, I have got it out, and I got one paper also on this this snakes and ladders game. Paper also is there. And yes, see, there is a paper on this. It is written by a foreigner. We Indians are not at all bothered to know about our own or write about our games. See, Andrew Topsfield, he writes Snakes and Ladders in India, some further discoveries. Already has published one paper, another paper. And here you will see, he has discussed about things, very nice reading of this paper. I can share this material with you. At the end, he has given several snake and ladder games, charts which we use. Here, this is what he says. This is in Nepal, and this is the Vaishnava. This is another game. 72 square, 84 square, Saiva Jnana Chopar. Then see 84 square, Jain Jnana Chopar. Then today they said Jain food will be served. 84 square Jain Jnana Chopar there. Then this is something written in Urdu, etc. Yes, see, Sufi Gyan Chopar. There are 3 Chopars are there: Hindu, Jain, Sufi. He has said in this paper. So this is also there. Then 167 square Vaishnava Gyan Chopar. Then this is 380 square Vaishnava Gyan Chopar. Then this is again folding board for the karmic game of Siva Salgia in rosewood. Then this is another one. Then Mahesha, this is another. This is what used to. I have played this game. That is on Mukkoti Ekadashi or Vaikuntha Ekadashi day. You want to keep oneself awake in the night time. You have to play this, so that because those days no TV or something like that, no mobile phone. So you have to play this game only. These days people just watch some films. If it is a film on Vishnu or Ramayana Mahabharata is fine. So like this. This is one thing is there. So when I said this one, yes. So yes. Then field trips and cultural experience. This is very important thing I would like to tell you, that Dharwad is having a very good museum, sir. They have got Regional Science Center, Dharwad, and they have collection of more than 60 exhibits on IKS. More than 60. Just see the website, you can see that. And there's a small video also available, you can play. In fact, I want to take my students there, but then we could not go. But just this week's Tuesday, I have taken our students, IKS students, to a museum in IM Kozhikode. IM Kozhikode has got a museum, Indian Management Museum. They have got all Indian civilization, that Harappan, etc. Then administration side they are concentrating, but they have given also historical background of Calicut, when Vasco da Gama landed in Calicut, etc. How Calicut name was derived, all those things they have done. And shipbuilding, that is wooden boats were built. Now also they were building actually, but now we have gone for ships, etc. using steel and other metals. But in the olden days, wood was the only material used for making boats, urus they call, U-R-U, uru. That uru making is there. Still some families are making it, but again many have gone there, and they have, even Hindu newspaper also some report came about this uru making, etc. So that is field trips will help, and to appreciate this temple architecture and things like that, what Mahadevan sir was showing, those things you can make a nearby temple or so, or this you can find out some heritage site, then visit and then ask them to make a report and then publish it. Publishing is very, very important, sir, now in IKS. Lot of conferences are being held and they are all running short of papers in IKS. And you please give a work assignment to a student, and then if one student, at least 2 or 3 students can join together and write a paper. I will tell you how easily it can be written. I have written one paper last year. I wrote one paper for this Calcutta conference, because one madam from Cochin, she said she is interested to see how IKS can be used for preventing aggression among youth. Nowadays that youngsters are all very aggressive. If they are not able to get something, they are getting nervous and anxious and then unable to control themselves. So how you can use IKS to minimize or prevent aggression among youth? That was a topic. But she did not do any work, but the Professor Devaprasad Mishra was organizing the conference. He was calling me several times, where is the paper? Then what I did, I sat down and wrote the paper at only one portion, bibliometric analysis. I took help from my student who is in IIT Tirupati. He did the second section. Remaining I wrote. I just, it was not my original work, but I did case studies. I was searching for papers. Then I came across some papers on application of IKS principles for aggression prevention among youth, school children, like that. I got some 6 papers I have described in my paper, that paper now. And cultural experiences also, that is field trips and cultural experiences, this is very important we can do. Then role playing and dramatization. This also, see, in NIT Calicut, our director said, you need to involve students in this IKS. How you can involve students in IKS? Faculty members themselves are not coming forward. Then how to involve students? Then he said, you start 2 clubs, student clubs. One is Vivekananda Study Circle. Another is Science and Spirituality Club. So we have 2 clubs now. And with students, about some 40 to 50 students have enrolled. And students are very enthusiastic also. And I came across one manager, that is Debashi Satapathy. He is Chief General Manager of HR in NBCC, Delhi, New Delhi. And I attended some online lectures, and he was presenting one lecture. And I am in one group also, that is, there is one Management Development Institute, Gurugram, MDI. MDI conducted one 2 days workshop last year, January, titled as Indian Knowledge System for Management Research, like that. And the resource person was one Dharam Bahuk from some foreign university. He is a Nepali person, and he is working in Indian psychology. And he has published a book on Bhagavad Gita. I have, in the references there, I can share the book also. He has given a copy of the book to us. And he is discussing about how Bhagavad Gita can be used for management, yoga, karma, kausalam, all those things, and mind control and things like that he has done. So I had interacted with that Debashi Satapathy and invited him for a lecture, because he is doing PhD on management lessons from Mahabharata. And very nicely, actually you have seen that in TV there was a Mahabharata serial going on some years back. So he had talked with the producers and got license for all the episodes. And from the episodes he is taking from Mahabharata, and then he is developing management lessons from that. That was his PhD work. and I attended one of his sessions, and in the online question answer session I was asking some question. He could immediately go, sir, you are Sriran from NIT Calicut. Yes sir. Then can you please come to NIT Calicut and give a session? Yes, I can, ready sir. Then he came last year March. Then morning he gave 2 sessions on adaptability and other things from management, lessons on adaptability and resilience from management. Afternoon, our students, sciences Vijayadhara club students, they enacted some episodes from Mahabharata. He was very much impressed. They just enacted that Draupadi Vastaharana. What they did, one boy was standing and then he is sending some cloth, and then they are pulling out. It's actually amazing student creativity, and the dialogues which the students are making, it is equivalent to the dialogue done by professional people in the Mahabharata. That Saguni act, that role is played by the person. He was mentioning he is looking like real Saguni actually, the way in which he walks, the way in which he talks. So students are interested to do this type of role play. If you just ask them to come IKS, probably you say yes, this also carries some mark, you give some assignment, they will be able to do that. The role play, yes, incentivize. You have to incentivize students now. So this way I found that dramatization and role playing, they are very good now. Even this Kalidasa's this one play, you can take it and then give it to them. Sanskrit also you can, there are students interested in Sanskrit, then dialogues can be in Sanskrit also. So that type of thing we can do. Then comparative studies we can do. For example, Aryabhata's algorithm is there for finding square root of a number, then finding the cube root of a number, then find the square of a number, cube of a number. He has given algorithm. But currently we are using some other methods. Now what is the computational efficiency of Aryabhata's algorithm with respect to our currently used methods? That we can do. I came across one interesting paper where he has just given only the computational complexity, how many, that one formula only has given, but he has not experimented. So that aspect we can do. We can use Python coding and then develop that. That is possibility there, comparative studies. Then artistic expression in our hands-on training skills. A lot of art forms are there. Painting, sketching, these are all some traditional art forms. And that also if we can engage somebody, we can, some students, as our morning time Kripa Shankarabha was telling, some students are interested, they have put some painting and music and dance and all those things, some dance forms, etc. Also we can revive those type of dance forms. Then integration with modern issues, that's what this CEO Dharma helps that. Then community involvement strategy, local community, because Indian knowledge system, indigenous also is there. Morning he was telling. So local people, rural people, they have got some knowledge, and that knowledge is not known actually. So we can interact with the local people, we will be able to get that knowledge. Then use of technology, multimedia, that naturally it is possible. And in fact, computer science technology can be used for preserving manuscripts, manuscriptology and epigraphy. A lot of things are bundled in palm leaf manuscript lying on the roof of many houses. So that can be collected and then some knowledgeable person can be hired, and then it can be decoded, etc. I think some person is doing in Udupi, I was told. In Udupi, one of the mutts, they have some contact. That's the manuscripts, epigraphy and manuscriptology, palm leaf manuscripts, digitization of palm leaf manuscripts, that work can be done. Then project-based learning, so we can give projects. I said this book, there is a chapter on metallurgy, binders and glues, that is 11th chapter. 11th chapter, binders and glues. There is a description about, 11.5. Vajra lepa. Lepa means paste. Vajra means diamond. So in the olden times, temples, that is made of granites. Our morning we have seen Brigadiswara temple and such, made of either stones or granites. And what is the mortar they were using for joining purpose? They were not using cement. Cement-based structures will not last more than 100 to 200 years or so maximum. So they were using some type of paste. How they were making the paste, that description is given here. So I gave a BTech project, 4 students project last year, and we could, only thing is some 3 items you could not get. But with the remaining items we could get the paste, and then some tests were also be done, but we are yet to do structural test, that is not done now. So that can be done. Vajra Lepa, and next one Vajra Sangata is also given here. That is mirror-like surface we can get, which is Vajra Sangata. That's what they say. And here he has given description about this morning Delhi's iron pillar, that phosphorus content, and then the way they are making that process only helps them to get that corrosion resistance property. Whereas the modern steel making process, it is not there. They are not able to get that description is there. So that way we can give projects to the students. Either it can be software development project or it can be an experimental projects like that, no? And visiting a place and then making a note and then comparing with our existing method, that type of thing can be done. So these are all certain things done, and that establishing new knowledge, I was telling. I will just take another 2-3 minutes, sir. I will wind up. So establishing new knowledge in Indian knowledge system. So there is a common saying that Kanadam Panini Yamcha Sarva Shastropakarkam. Kanada is noted for logic or tarka, and Panini is noted for grammar. We know very well that in any research activity we need to have expertise on language, very important, and logical thinking is also required. In fact, there is a textbook on research. I used to teach research methodology. I have taught for PhD students, and he says there are 6 tools for research. Starts with computer, technology, then measurement, because you need to measure some variables maybe in the laboratory or in other situations. Measurement, then statistics is required, then language is required. Language is an important tool. Then human mind and intellect is required. Everything happens in the mind only. You want to write a program, means logic is there in the mind. So mind and intellect are very much required, very important tools for research. So how that human mind can be developed, that is what our body mind intellect concept and Indian psychology, that panchakoshas and all those things deal with that only. Mind development, yoga, asanas, meditation, all those things deal with that. So that's what required now. So that way this knowledge generation is a very important activity, and there's a separate chapter in Mahadeva's book, and he has explained very nicely about knowledge generation which was followed in ancient India, and currently also we are using that knowledge in generation is through induction deduction process. How induction deduction process was conducted in the ancient Indian times? Through only debate and then arguments and debating. So the debating technique means it is not that one person, the person who is proposing will always not win, no? Because it has to be argued and established. No? So the establishing of knowledge is dealt with in Nyaya, and that subject is very much required. In fact, IISc Bangalore, there is a professor in electronics communication engineering department. He has given some YouTube lectures. I attended it, and he was telling that in IKS you must expose the students to this branch of knowledge, Nyaya, because that only helps to establish some new knowledge. Then Mahadevan sir textbook, every chapter there is a title known as Discover IKS videos. So I used to give the assignment to the students, read this, go through this video, and then there are some 3 questions to be answered. And in the examination also we can ask question also, so that they don't forget that after submission of the assignment they need not forget it. The examination you can ask randomly 1 or 2 questions. You can tell them that this there will be questions asked. So these are all important videos he has given, and I have added 2-3 videos to this India's contribution to mathematics through ages by Manjul Bhargava, and it's a very nice lecture, and he was here, I was told that this last year he was here in India. Then this is one recent one, I got it from our director, very interesting talk, all of you please listen to this, by Nitin Gokan on history and importance of Ayodhya for Sanatana Dharma. This is important one, and he is an IAS officer, just recently retired, and he was involved in first Varanasi, that whole development project, and then he has taken up this recently Ayodhya has developed, and urban planning concepts are all described in this Ramayana he was explaining, and how IKS can be used by civil engineering. Somebody was asking morning architecture, how it is used. It's actually in Calicut, one retired professor from our civil engineering department who had interest in architecture, he has established a Vastu Vidya center, and on that center he is offering lot of courses, and he has published some books also on Vastu Vidya. So one has to go through, then he can see whether this Vastu is really relevant or something like that. But without studying we can't make the statement. Then this is another one, I just got it yesterday, that is Click Chemistry, a lecture by Professor Martin Peter Meldal, Nobel laureate in chemistry. He says that there are several inspiration instances in his lecture. He speaks about the chemistry of biological brains also, and this was arranged by the Bhakti Vedanta Institute, Kolkata on 9th April 2025, very recent one. And morning we were seeing about this Ayur Arogya Saukyam and Katabayadi system, that is in Katabayadi system vowels are given a value 0, only consonants are given values. So A takes a value 0 and Ya is first, Yara Lava, Ya takes value 1, Ra takes a value 2, so Ra Ro. Then Gya, whenever there is a conjunct consonant, that half consonant is ignored, then Ya only you have to take. Gya, you take only Ya, Ya takes a value 1. Then Sa, Saukyam, Sa takes a value 7. Then 7. Then Kya is, Ik is half ignored, Ya is taken 1, and last one is ignored, that Im. So you get this number, and then Ankanam Vamato Gatihi, you just take from left. That is our Indian system is, this is into 10 power 0, 10 power 1, 10 power 2, 10 power 3, 10 power 4, 10 power 5, 10 power 6. But decimal system, here we give 10 power 0, isn't it? Like that, no? So the whole thing is be reversed there. Sorry, not touch this. And 1 year, that, so here he has found out that force from Kali Yuga, from Kali year of completion is, that this gives the number of days by year, 365 days in a year, and that is not exactly 365, 365 plus 6 and 1.5 hours that you convert, then you get 4687 years and 244 days. Then Kolla year you 3926, because Kerala Kolla year, subtract, then you get 28 days. Then this finally translates to 1586 AD, 8th December. And in Guruvayur temple every year, the Vrishchikam month, on that month, 28th day of Vrishchikam is celebrated as Narayaniyam day. That is the day on which this work of, which is actually condensed version of Srimad Bhagavatam, and the date is given here. So when this Narayana Bhattacharya composed this work Narayaniyam, he wanted to end the whole thing with just only 3 words. Whoever reads this Narayaniyam with devotion and sincerity, he will be blessed with 3 things. One is Ayu, long life, Arogyam, good health, third one is prosperity, mental and physical, material prosperity, Ayu Arogya Saukyam. But in the 3 words, he has also built in, using Katabayadi, the date of completion of his work. It is there now. So this is explained in one textbook, and I had already put it in my slide, and but morning he has taken this Katabayadi, and this is very important concept we have to use for yajnas, Brahma, that is Panchamaha Yajna is there, and Mahadevan sir has mentioned that the Panchamaha Yajna, especially this Brahma Yajna, is studying and assimilating sacred teachings one's own life, conveying the experiential knowledge to others. Simple one, Bhagavad Gita itself, as the ex-foreign minister used to say, Minister of State for External Affairs, Sushma Swaraj used to say that Bhagavad Gita contains 700 slokas. If you read 1 sloka per day, 2 years you can complete Bhagavad Gita. And 1 sloka per day will take not more than 10 minutes. Read the sloka and then read the word-to-word meaning and translation and purport. It will take only 10 to 15 minutes, or maximum 10. So like that, you read the Bhagavad Gita, first year, that is 2 years you read, and later on also you can be read. In fact, when I visited Banaras Hindu University, I got this Bhagavad Gita small book, ready-made, everything is there, sir, that by Gita Press. So I used to carry this, whenever any doubt is there, you can check out this Bhagavad Gita. So Bhagavad Gita, like that, scriptures you have to read and then convey the experiential knowledge to others also, isn't it? Swadhyaya, isn't it? We have to study ourselves and convey it to others also. Then Manusha Yajna, serving fellow human beings, feeding guests, etc., social sustainability. This is what Mahadevan sir says. Then Pitru Yajna, honoring one's ancestors. Without our ancestors, where we are? That honoring ancestors only, ancestors' knowledge is only pride of India. Honoring. Then Bhuta Yajna, serving living beings, making offerings for food to all creatures, can be extended to plants, rocks and rivers. ecological responsibility. Water sources should not be spoiled, polluted. Air should not be polluted like that. No. Then Deva Yajna, worshipping the cosmic powers, the most manifested form of devas are space, air, fire, water and earth, Panchabhutas. This act aids in keeping the environmental pollution free. Okay, so this also has to be then, and now I don't know, that work ethics is there. Bhagavad Gita, this sloka says, and Adhisthana, our coordinator was telling that first yesterday morning itself. And there is another book I came across, that is V. Raghunathan. He has written a book titled as Games Indians Play, Why We Are the Way We Are. It is not that Coco Kabaddi or something like that. Many Indians are playing this game of cheating. That is what he is explaining, how we are good in cheating. Next slide shows. Here he says, here, this is a very interesting thing. A reporter once asked a farmer to dive the secret behind his corn, which won the state agricultural contest year after year. The farmer confessed it was all because he shared his seed with his neighbors. He says that I am sharing my seed with my neighbor also. Then the reporter is asking, why do you share your seed when you will be competing with them in the contest every year? Asked the reporter. Then, why sir, said the farmer, don't you know the wind picks up pollen from the ripening corn and swills it from field to field. If my neighbors grew inferior corn, cross-pollination would steadily degrade the quality of my corn. If I am to grow good corn, I must help my neighbors do the same. Why should you help others? So when we present to children, when students, if we take some examples from these types of books, students will get convinced, why we should help others. So this is a very good example. The next one, he says, our usual cheating propensity. An example for poor ethics in work. Raghunathan. That is, I was amused to read in the press February 2005 about the UK-India imbroglio over the farmer banning red chilli powder import from India amidst allegations of large-scale adulteration by Indian exporters. Only a week before this sad controversy erupted, I was told by a friend that when he was posted in South Korea with a multinational bank in 1970s, remember, this is 1970s, that is 2005. He says, my friend, I was told by my friend that when he was posted, he was witness to an export outrage by India. Apparently, after striking a deal to import red chilies from India, the Koreans found the very first consignment adulterated with red brick powder. Yes, chili powder mixed with red brick powder. This is what games Indians play. Isn't it? This is what he says. So, this is not a one-off case. A news item titled Early Birds Tip the Apple Cart in the Economic Times, 5th July 2005 said that apples from India's largest producer, Himachal Pradesh, would not be at their scrumptious best that year because the producers, in a hurry to make a fast buck, had plucked them much before the harvest month and treated them chemically to get the red glow. Now also they are telling, when you are purchasing these apples, please clean it thoroughly, because they are just applying some chemicals to look very glow, nice polishing. So the haste had adversely affected the export of apples, like that it says. Then organizational behavior. Then I will end with this summary of Indian work ethos. Why work? To purify the mind and the heart, Chitta Suddhi. That's what that book says, Indian ethos and values. Chitta Suddhi. Why do you work? Why should I come to college and why should I teach? I can as well work from home, or I can skip the classes, and students are also happy when you don't take a class, but only to purify the mind and the heart, Chitta Suddhi. What is work? Work is actually a sacrifice, yajna. It is a mode of worshipping the divine. That's what Bhagavad Gita says. Now you just do everything as an offering to me. Then how to work? With renunciation and service, tyaga and seva. These are the two things. Then what is the spirit of work? Excellence and perfection. Yoga karmashu kaushalam. That's what it says. So in fact that yoga karmashu kaushalam is, that yoga karmashu kaushalam is explained here. Yes. Kausalam means skill or method of or technique of work. It is an indispensable component of work ethic. Yoga means unchanging equipoise of mind, not only asanas. Yogasana is only 1/8 Ashtanga Yoga. So, yoga means unchanging equipoise of mind. Samatvam yoga uchyate. So, by making equable mind the skill foundation of our actions, Work ethic combines with ethics in work to reach a natural emergence. A German proverb says, a clean conscience is the best pillow. A clean conscience is the best pillow. So, if we are able to have equipoisoness of mind, then we can demonstrate this ethics in work. So, I will just stop here with again that famous quote, and here that's what Professor Ramsubramanian says, mindless glorification in the past is counterproductive. Equally counterproductive would be downright condemnation. It has become fashionable to build and spin theories, as if looking into the past is equivalent to taking back to Stone Age, a great step backwards, etc. Battery problem. The study of the ancient scientific texts is essentially trying to understand the evolution of ideas, cannot be considered obsolete. The simple and intuitive ways in which some of the results have been arrived at by the scientists are truly astonishing. And he has taken it, the derivation he gave, Madhavacharya's methods for pi. There are many other things. Even if there are better methods, a thorough understanding of how the ancients have approached the problem provides very useful insights and greatly facilitates in appreciating the development of the subject. We would be doing considerable harm to our own children if, while framing the mathematics curriculum, we do not pay attention to highlight any of this to the impossible age. Making unverifiable claims or exaggerated claims is unscientific, but what is scientific about suppressing or making uninformed blind rejection, like that he says. So I will stop now. I have taken more time, sorry. Online.
Thank Professor M.S. to hand over the memento to sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So this PPT I will share. You can use it as it is. No need of PDF conversion, etc. You can use it also.
Thank you very much.
Other study materials also I can share.
Yes,
no problem.
we need it.
Yes, Water.
So the last session of the day. So after that will be the tea break. So the last session is a panel discussion on leveraging IKS to enhance teaching learning experience. May I request Professor Govindraj sir to moderate the session, and the experts for this session is Professor B. Mahadevan from through online mode, and then Professor Sridharan and Professor S.M. Kulkarni sir, who would be the experts for the panel discussion. I request Professor Govindraj sir to take over the session.
Voice.
So that I procure the library.
Yes, sir. Library very much required. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. And I good afternoon to each one of you here. We'll have a small panel discussion now on the topics which we have discussed this morning. And we have Professor Mahadevan sir, who is joining online, and we have Professor Sridharan from NIT Calicut, and we have Professor Kulkarni from, he's the chairperson or organizer of this event. So I welcome all of you and all the audience here. Sir, today morning, I think the entire day was absolutely a very interesting set of topics, and I think we had a bird's eye view of the length and depth and breadth of Indian heritage, from its contributions in every sector of the economy and every facet of human life, to put it from a much larger perspective. So I think this is something given a eye-opening kind of a thing regarding what Indian heritage in all its dimensions are, and I think it's very appropriate that NEP says that this should become a integral part of the new education system that we are going to impart. So from this perspective, NIT Surathkal has started, there is a curriculum committee, sir, and the new curriculum is being proposed to be implemented from next year onwards, and IKS will be one of the core courses which every student who is entering NITK will be forced to, or not forced, will be required to take. And one of the challenges is how do we conceptualize the whole process, and second is how do we put it into practice so that it takes a wonderful shape, and then over a period of time we try to really capitalize on this Indian heritage and culture. So I would now request Professor Mahadevan sir to throw a few points in this direction, and then we'll go around and then have a discussion.
Yes, so introducing Indian knowledge system into the curriculum is, of course, UGC is also saying, AICT is saying, all regulatory agencies, NEP, of course, as you said. I think the real issues are, I think there is very little discussion required whether we need IKS. We don't have to really do that. The real issue now is how do we go about? Because there are specific challenges, a set of knowledge which 6 generations have been completely kept out.
Yes, sir.
So if 6-7 generations have been completely kept out, then we almost start from scratch. We seem to have nothing. Of course, we have our own daily living experience. Daily living experience cannot be a 3-credit course. At best, for half an hour we can speak, maybe 2 hours we can speak. But if you want a 3 or 4-credit course, you can't do it based on our living experiences. All of us have our own living experiences, which has certain amounts of IKS. So I think that is where the real challenge is. So therefore, in fact, the very genesis of the textbook actually started from there. Somehow, the then AICT chairman, who happens to be my close friend also, he felt very strongly, unless we have a good textbook, it would be very difficult to formalize it. Informally, one can do anything, but if you want to formalize it, you need a textbook, you need a structure, you need a certain set of topics which are sensibly taught and all that. So I think one starting point here could be the textbook that we have written, which has been written keeping in mind. See, this textbook has 14 chapters, and depending upon how the group that we offer, we can actually pick and choose a combination of chapters that could be a good way to actually start. So I think this whole process of formalizing IKS education can start like this. Then I find there is more scope to introduce more and more courses, electives. Professor Sridharan is sitting here. I am sure he will be able to also share some thoughts of how he has gone about in NIT Calicut. So I think this is the way probably we need to start.
Fine, sir. Fine, sir. In the current context where many students have a different perspective of IKS, and two important challenges which I feel is how do we make them inspiring, saying that, we are from a land where our forefathers have done some wonders, and how do we protect it and how do we continue it? I think if that thought process can be instilled in them, many wonders are again possible.
Yeah, so in fact, many people ask me, sir, our ancestors have said something 2000 years back. Maybe they said sensible things. They said something 500 years back. Why are we actually bothered about it? I think we have all the respect for it, but we are in a different, everything is Western and we have all these. Why do we have to do all these? So this kind of a question must be addressed. These are all questions which we should never push it under the carpet. If it is impossible for us, we still have to address these questions rather than avoiding these questions. So I have only 2-3 things to say. If I have to do a PhD in chemistry, or if I have to do a PhD in management, first thing I have to do is I have to read what has happened. I don't know of anybody who says I will read nothing about the past, but I will do a PhD in a subject. So in the same way, if we want to do, people are saying, sir, we should use IKS for contemporary application. I said, I am 100% with you, but please understand what is IKS first. And then let us see whether it is useful or not. So these jumping guns, this trying to leapfrog and all doesn't work in knowledge. It works in several other places. But in knowledge, you cannot leapfrog without the basics. So therefore, the first reason why we need to do IKS is, first of all, we should know what have they said. Only then we will be able to know how do we have to say it differently. You have to take it and then use it in a particular way, and so on and so forth. So this is one point which I think we must get across to our students very well. Second thing, so at least as a professor of management, I will tell you, we have been we have failed on solving a few problems in management. The Western paradigm cannot solve, I can tell you. For example, stress, burnout, and people just buy, I jokingly say, people have a 7-digit salary and spend 6-digit in health. We have come there, actually.
Yes, sir.
So the modern organization and the Western paradigms have given us quite a few solutions, but they have also opened up quite a few problem areas. Now the question is, how are we going to solve it? Don't we have to look at some alternative paradigms? And if we have to look at alternative paradigms, why can't we look at the Indian knowledge system? For example, in the Indian psychological tradition is different. The Indian understanding of work and joy is different, which is completely different from what we practice as and preach as a professor of management at IIM Bangalore. This is what bothered me. That's why I introduced a course on Bhagavad Gita and management. So I think we should be able to bring problems and show them that there are problems which are unsolvable. Sustainability is a huge problem. The way Western nations have gone about solving sustainability is still flawed. You cannot solve sustainability problems with carbon credits and that market and all that. That's a very wrong approach, actually. Sustainability, if you have to solve, you have to understand Rig Veda, and you have to understand how our ancestors had a certain position about how do you coexist. It is not about mindless consumption on malls on a Sunday, because that is the Western paradigm on which we have traveled. So we need to bring these problems to the table and then tell them that while we may not have answers to these problems, but at least we know that the current set of solutions are not going to solve these problems. Therefore, why don't we look at some alternative set of problems? This is the second reason why we need to know IKS. We need to dip into IKS. And after a part of reading, basic understanding, a little more reading, a couple of theses, a PhD, then we will be on our way. It will take 10 years. I think we should take that path. The third reason why we need IKS very much, in fact, in the first page of my book, I have talked about it. In the very first page of the book, I have talked about it. In fact, this next 100 years is going to be an era of knowledge. It's all about patent. It's all about intellectual property rights. World Intellectual Property Organization is giving patent after patent. And there are a lot of Indian knowledge which are patented. Why? Because we are not able to defend. See, IPR is all about saying, if somebody says, I know it today, if somebody says, I know it yesterday, the person who can prove that he knew it yesterday must be given the patent. Unfortunately, we have wiped off our yesterday. So we will not stand in a court and then get any patent. In fact, Dr. Mashelkar, with 200 engineers, fought for 10 years for a very lousy idea, which is very commonplace in this country, to revoke the patent taken by 2 American Indians from University of Mississippi. Now we will lose all our knowledge and will become paupers again. Do we have to become once again poor nation? That's a choice we have to make. That's a choice we have to leave for the younger generation. So to even tell that we know, we should first know where it is. So therefore, reading IKS is not a waste of time. Reading IKS is about economic prosperity. It's about protecting intellectual property right. It's about solving problems which have become unsolvable today in certain areas of our society. So therefore, we have to bring all these, then our students will get interested.
Wonderful, sir. Wonderful, sir. I think you have captured and given us a good way to move forward. I think we had heard this morning from Professor Krupashankar and from Professor Bhatt and from Professor Sridharan from NIT Calicut. I think the next important issue is how we train our faculty and how do we make the syllabus or course contents for IKS, and how exactly do we do the delivery process. So from that perspective, I think I would request Professor Sridharan to give some insights.
So first of all, I express my sincere thanks to Mahadevan sir who had introduced us to this IKS, just as you had an online session. I was telling the month of April 2022 we had given an online session. So as Mahadevan sir said, there are 3 points here. One is knowing about what our ancestors have done. That is awareness is very important. Knowledge of that is what is the our past. That is very important. First point. Second one is we need to develop alternate paradigms. That's the third one. As per the patent era is there, current era, and we need to also safeguard all those things. Now when it comes to incorporating IKS in the engineering curriculum. So one model which was demonstrated in the morning by Professor Krupashankarappa is that they have framed a course for the first year students, engineering students, consisting of 5 units they have taken, and they have arranged some contents in some way and they got some 5 units. I think that as an introductory course on IKS,
it can be a starting point.
That can be starting point, because I find that is a very good model actually. In fact, NIT Surathkal is very much blessed now, though you are starting it now only in full-fledged IKS activities, but you have got a very, very nice working model you have. Whereas we did not have such type of model, but that model is there, and only thing is now you need to have faculty for offering that course. That is very important.
So faculty who are adequately trained for that particular.
So that requires first enlisting and first have some discussions informally and maybe formally also, and find out some like-minded people in this case area. There are people, sir, I will tell you. Every department you can find, engineering departments, 3 or 4 faculty members will be interested in this area. So you just have a group formed and then you organize some training programs, like 3 days, 4 days programs with experts, and then have deliberations and then see. And you can also, like what Krupashankarappa said, that units, you just see depending on the expertise available what is possible to offer, etc. And it is better to start in the first year itself an exposure to this, and his minor model also will work here also, because for example NIT Calicut, Surathkal is offering minor for some more than I think for the past 10 years or so. The minor programs have been offered, but NIT Calicut is the first time we are offering. This semester only it has started, new curriculum it was introduced, but from the 3rd semester, the new curriculum students are now in the 2nd semester. 3rd semester onwards this minor will start. So, but here in his proposal, minor in IKS, that's a very good idea, sir, minor in IKS, because even in minor in IKS also, if you, but you may not have that much of specialization, like humanities and then science, engineering, technology, mathematics, these 3 streams are there in general. Mathematics and astronomy you can put together, science, engineering, technology you can put one together, and yoga and other aspects, Indian psychology, etc. you can put management, all these things you can put humanities. These three streams you can identify if that is there, but minor you can't have in each of the stream. It may be difficult to start with, but immediately you don't have to offer minor. After about 2 or 3 years, when you get some confidence and in offering this introductory course, probably you can think of, and till that time you can float some elective courses minor. And for you, one good advantage is that you have Professor Subhanya Bhatt sir available for handling this Vedic corpus, and Indian philosophical systems, and to some extent knowledge generation also. He will be able to deal with that, plus Itihasa, Purana and Subhashita, that wisdom through ages, Mahadevan sir's textbook. Some 4 chapters he himself can handle it. If some faculty who is interested in this spirituality or in our knowledge system, if you can ask them to interact, and I was told that he is also offering online some courses, etc. So if you are able to have a group that, maybe gradually some of your faculty also may get trained in that.
Right.
And I can find that there will be some people, sir, some people will be interested. Only difficulty is comes, we have experienced in NIT Calicut is that first the faculty is attached to a parent department, so he will have to take up the workload in that department. Teaching load, he will have something in that department now. Now suppose he is willing to offer some module or something like that in IKS, then his HOD has to permit him, and his contribution in this IKS should be recognized also. When it comes for promotion or so, at that time this also has to be considered, actually very important. This must be really considered for promotion, etc. Because what happens, I will tell, some faculty members I have seen in our recent recruitment process, some people who have devoted time for the center activities, they could not get promotion. That is some basic only, 6,000 AGP to 7,000 AGP. Even that they were not able to get, because they said, how many papers you have published, they are asking.
Sir, and I think the point system is really spoiling us.
Point system in NIT recruitment rules, that is actually spoiling, and because of that faculty members are not coming forward to take up seriously IKS related activities. That's what I have observed in our, and some people have told also, openly they have told that, okay sir, but what is the use, they are asking. Because in the interview time they are not at all considering, they are simply say how many projects you have, how many papers you have published, any consultancy revenue you have generated, and sponsored projects you have got, like that. Here also scope is there, but still there is a lot of competition in getting IKS sponsored projects. It is not that easy, and then there is only one agency, IKS division of ministry, which grants projects, but whereas we have got several agencies for other projects, sponsored projects. But one source is there, ICSSR also funds some projects, and one another thing which you can try is CSR funding is also possible. CSR funding, especially CSR based funding, sustainability, as Mahadevan sir said, sustainability based on our Indian knowledge system, that for that you need some, you have to take up some research projects. That CSR funding from industry, we have to attract that, and some people are able to attract the projects, CSR funding. And one important strength for NIT is alumni.
Yes.
So using alumni you can also try, and then another thing which you can try is that chair professor
for IKS.
Chair professorship is there, then you can try to have a chair professor for IKS, and then that also will be helpful to have a faculty, and then he can guide in offering courses as well as projects. Students actually, Mahadevan sir always used to say that this IKS course, when you teach 3 hours, you don't take class for 3 hours fully, you just have only maximum 2 hours only, and 1 hour for discussion, and during that discussion student presentations, some ideas will come, and as morning Kripa Shankarappa was presenting,
Yes.
some projects we have to do, and students also be interested, and it can also lead to patents also. That also is possibility. Patent and copyright is also possible. Paper publication also possible, and we will also get acceptability among our other engineering faculty when once we are able to demonstrate that yes, here also it's possible.
It's possible to get.
And more important aspect which I have felt in this IKS is that the personal satisfaction, that also important, because here, as I was mentioning, this dramatization, students were enacting some episodes from Mahabharata. When a lecture on management lessons from Mahabharata is given, morning session lecture, afternoon they are enacting some of the scenes from Mahabharata, and that too they are interacting with management, HR general manager. So that way, if we can bring in, there are
Having
also
a
people
role play
for example, that Prakash is there. Prakash has written that book, management lessons, for CEOs. So that type of people we can get also. There are people working in that area. In fact, ISRO scientists, they are all interested in ISRO people, and because they all have to depend on our scriptures, some knowledge regarding planetary positions and all those things. They are also going through astronomy. They have. So that also is one important attempt we made. That is forming a faculty group and then giving them some training for handling this, and involving students, and then incentivizing students in terms of activities and projects, and that also is required. That's what I felt there, and then look for any chair professorships for IKS from alumnus, or even if chair professorship is not there, at least some funding from alumni for IKS related activities. That also you can.
Wonderful, sir. Wonderful, sir. Thank you. I think we should look at it from completely multi-dimensional perspective, where we have a core group inside the campus, and then we have support coming from other people who are interested in these areas, and look at projects and all these corporate these things. Wonderful. Thank you very much, sir. And I think Professor Kulkarni is one of the founding, persons who is looking after this IKS. I would request him to share a few thoughts.
Thank you, sir. When we started this IKS part, first thing I could do was to get Professor Mahadevan's book, and I went through that. So it was the guiding spirit, sir. Thank you for being with us. So from the 2 days of discussions, I think we arrived at first thing that what Professor Mahadevan sir emphasized, why IKS. Now we are all clear of why IKS to be introduced, what jewels we have in IKS to present to our students. So that part, that was main objective of the 2-day workshop. The second part was what to teach, the contents. We have introduced the taste of this IKS to all our participants, and all 2 days deliberations were live streamed through YouTube, and many of NITK people they have, and outside NIT also they have gone through that. So contents, the taste has been built, and content also for Professor Mahadevan sir's book, it is very exhaustive, and as Professor said, it can be tuned to the taste of the students, and we can go ahead with the content to start with. And we arrived at 2 models based on the experiences of Professor Sridharan and Professor Kripashankar, that the model of first year introduction of IKS in the first year as a mix of theory and practice. Inclusion of practice or experience was very useful, and that's what we learned. It will enhance the learning by the students through practice, and we saw some interesting projects exhibited by Professor Kripashankar. So that is the lesson that we will take away. It is a mix and launched in first year, and based on Professor Sridharan's experience, a an exhaustive list of electives can be offered at NIT Surathkal based and catering to the tastes of the students, like human values, introduction of ancient Indian technology, introduction to ancient Indian technology. So we can share, rather use your experiences, and we can offer that. These two models are available. Then some of the challenges that were elucidated here are one of the faculty are not available, as our respected guests have told. We can have a training for the trainers. We have to build a group of people who can teach this course, maybe with the help of our alumni, our former faculty like Professor Subramana Bhatt. And that is what we can start with initially. Then inclusion of practice and experience, already we have the example in Goa. So we can rather go with that, both in the first year program as well as the elective. And we can also think of the minor, because already we are offering minor. One offer on one course or minor on IKS can be offered, but only challenge that I foresee is the so many faculty for teaching 4 or 5 subjects throughout the 4-year program. So that we have to identify.
I think we need to go for recruitment in this area also.
Yes.
Not just
Yes.
our technical area, but recruitment.
At
in
least
this area.
you need to have
1 or 2 faculty.
As Professor said, chair professor can be a good.
Can be there. 2 faculty members, if they are recruited, then you will be able to do, and research work also is possible.
Thank you, sir.
I would request if there are any questions or participation from the audience, please. Please go ahead.
Sir, good afternoon. Sir, this is to Mahadevan, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
So, it is definitely a very, timely introduction of IKS into engineering field, no doubt. My just thought is like this. See, I am, as a student, I enter maybe around age of 18 to 20. This is, so it is already I am looking for a, job and other things. So if we have to really make an impact, would it not be ideal to scale this up at the initial stages itself, like first standard, second standard? If we start some courses, then it will be building, slowly by class 10, class 12. We need not go in a hurry. What happens now?
So, in fact, I chaired the national committee. As you know, there is this curriculum revision or committee of NCRT. And there were 25 national committees made. One of them was on Indian knowledge systems, and I happened to chair that national committee. And we have exactly done what you have suggested. We have thought through how to bring IKS from. You have currently, you have 4 plus 4 plus 3 plus 4, that kind of a system. So we have analyzed all of them, and work has already started. So in about 6-7 years, I think we will logically reach up to the last level in the school education, I think. We are already doing it. There are a lot of challenges there as well. If NITK will find difficult to teach, you can imagine what will happen to 200,000 schools in India to teach IKS. But anyway, we will have to. These are all the problems of starting something which we have lost. So we should not worry about it. I mean, we may not do a great job, but we have to be on that highway. That's the most important thing to think about now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, my question is,
I think it's on.
Yeah, my question is that at the time at crossroads, many frontier technologies take over, and many multinational companies have huge funds for investment. On account of that, a lot of companies will have a lot many internship and projects. So in that context, based on the knowledge base in the IKS, if the problems are formulated for the startup companies using the techniques of artificial intelligence, are proving how IKS can support the domains of artificial intelligence, like how well Sanskrit is suited as computer language, or what are the faster computing algorithm which saves energy in data centers. If that is possible by encapsulating knowledge in the Sanskrit form, or the codings or encryptions devised in old IKS, then there can be a breakthrough and a lot of developments would happen. If that is emphasized, then obviously our young minds in the first year will start directly rushing towards this type of systems. In that connection, I just wanted to request whether there is any thought process at the Knowledge Forum of the India. Thank you.
Yeah, so what you are saying is precisely what we should actually aim at. If you have to use Sanskrit for artificial intelligence, then all computer scientists first must read Ashtadhyayi. Now we have to teach Ashtadhyayi. I was absolutely blown off when I read Ashtadhyayi. I never knew that there can be a better computer scientist language ever possible in life. So those kinds of investments are precisely what we need now. You can't just go and do artificial intelligence in Sanskrit without even knowing the syntax. You can't write a program in Python without knowing the syntax. So in the same way, if we need to bring these constructions and these new methods of doing, I go back to my earlier point. That's precisely why we have to now introduce IKS. 5 years down the line, that may happen. It may not happen now because nobody knows what is Ashtadhyayi. Nobody knows how beautifully this Panini has just used 2,755 sutras and said, any word you say, I will construct. See, when I used to do my probability and statistics in IIT Madras, particularly Markov process, this single server queue, we never memorize formula. We use first principles of birth and death process and get the solution, get the formula. I am still used to that because I am trained like that. So in Sanskrit, if you have to write a sentence, if you know Panini, you will actually write a sentence because you know how to actually construct a sentence. You don't need dictionary, you don't need any grammar, you don't need anything. So only when people understand that perspective of Panini, then artificial intelligence, some people in NASA have figured it out for themselves. So we need to do that. So these kinds of investments are being thought about. And I think we are at various stages now. I must tell you that I agreed to be a guest editor for a special issue on IKS in management. And I agreed. I said, okay, I will do the guest editor, be the guest editor. I thought I will get some 10, 20 papers. Somehow I should select 1 or 2 papers so that at least the quality is maintained. I have received 192 papers. And I don't think all of them are bad. I don't think I can disreject a good number of them. It merely shows that everybody is thinking all these. So the sooner the institutions are also joining the bandwagon, I think a few years, the next 10 years are going to be very critical. I think we should invest these basic understanding of aspects of IKS, then many of what you say will actually happen.
Anyone? Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Hireman. I'm from private institute, Manipal Institute of Technology. So I have a few questions. First one, so how our university has different backgrounds like management and like humanities and some engineering and medical is there, even some social science related anything. So when you are teaching this to university level, so many, and also if you only I'll consider my institute, MIT, here the students comes different background and different areas and different cultural students. So how to teach this course with the basic about this IKS and keeping them in a one stage? And that's it one point, because we have faced when we are teaching human values, just one joke went wrong and it is created hell for us. So how this knowledge, IKS knowledge is to bring to the student level. So that is one challenge. And next, we have different department like yoga and Sanskrit department and all. So each department is dealing with their own structure and their own method to teach. So in engineering concept, how we have to bring them and together and make this work in a success way. And also we need support the private institutes also. So many private institutes, they follow AICTC and UGC, whatever they say, suggest, but the dealing with these students, because finally student interest is required. So when we started HUS, there is a problem, then it is stopped, then now the student back that we not required this course because it is teaching some other things. So then it is stopped. Now again, if you IKS, if you bring these to institute, like any private institute, so again it may create a problems or anything, or how we properly channel this to make it success for studying this all basics in the private institute concept. In government anyway, it will be forced and it will be implemented. But in case of these institute, how we can bring and it can be transferred to the whole society, improving the whole society.
No, I think I don't see a difference between private institution and a government institution. You can't force it down the throat on a government institution. Anyway, I leave that point aside. I think the issues that you have raised are very relevant and very common to everyone. So let me explain a few fundamental rules. First of all, it has been a long tradition that whether you teach metallurgy, whether you teach IKS, whether you teach mechanical engineering, if you don't make sense, that course is not going to go anywhere. And I will tell you, in IIT Madras, I remember in 1989, 1989, one English professor came and joined the Humanities and Social Sciences department. And suddenly I found that there are 100 students lining up in front of his office to take his course on English. Generally, English courses are not taken. So I got very curious. I went to him and asked, how come you are attracting English students? Then, and they're all, you have JEE first 100 ranks. Computer science students, IIT Madras Computer Science will be the top 100 ranks, 50 ranks of JEE. These students were all queuing up and waiting to see in IIT Madras. There used to be what is called consent of teacher. You have to take COT, COT. Only then they register the course and so on. Certain courses are called COT. So I asked him, how come so many students are standing in front of your office? So he told me, sir, if I teach English, nobody will come. Nobody wants English. So what he did was he actually offered a course in which he actually took the linguistic structures from English and offered it as an elective for some computer science application. That's all he did. So what I am saying, that dharma can never go wrong. You can't teach IKS, you can't teach in the name of IKS, tell them Ramayana. They'll say there are better serials for me to watch Ramayana. Don't waste my time. Or don't teach Mahabharata. I mean, a lot of people make these mistakes in this country even today. I think there is one mantra in Sanskrit, Prayojanam Anudishya Mandopina Pravartate. If there is no Prayojana, even a dull head will not go against after anything. So therefore, this is a caution for us. I think we should take problems and offer a course which addresses problem. My Bhagavad Gita course is a huge success for the last 15 years in IA in Bangalore. It's a huge fighting to take that 75 seats. People bid very highly, and people from all walks of educational backgrounds, all religion, all academic backgrounds take that course. Why? Because it is all problem focused. Bhagavad Gita is incidental to solving a problem. I put the problems and then get into Bhagavad Gita and say, is there things that we can offer? So I think we should take that kind of an approach. We can look at metallurgy. There are very interesting ideas in metallurgy. There are very interesting ideas in every branch of science. Rather than just offering it, can we think of what is it that we want to put on the table? And students will have no difficulty in taking it. And of course, at the end of the day, there is a dharma of good teaching. If you crack a bad joke and get into trouble, that will apply everywhere. And I think that we have to be very careful. That is an experience of teaching that we will anyway gather. That has nothing to do with IKS, but that is true. Whatever you say is true. So I think if you take all these things into consideration and go about. Now, the most important thing in IKS is I would like to tell, don't measure it like your other courses. I keep saying, Sridhar and I have told many times, Kripa Shankar very strongly advised and he took it very seriously. Don't measure this course like any other course, both from teaching and learning, because then we will end up as a failure. I think we all as teachers have done it. I mean, we first start with a few topics and then slightly improve it, add a few more topics in the next year. By the third year, it becomes much better. And that's how we came up with new subjects. And I think we should take the same approach here, that identify topics which are very comfortable, we have a good understanding, then start adding pieces into it. That is one. Secondly, I think we must heavily engage the students. They will do a lot of very interesting work. Kripa Shankar took it very seriously when I said, I think. He also shared with me some of the interesting projects that have happened, because that will only add to our repository. In 3 years, our course will become much more credible. Please encourage a lot of postgraduate theses on IKS. That's a very easy way for us to gather IKS. An engineering application IKS, let a thesis work can be done. One can use a minor option and then do a project work, big project work, put a 40% on it. Let people read up something and then come and present. 2-3 years will be on our way. We will be able to get very good course material and offer good courses and so on. I think if we take those approaches, we will be on our way.
Anyone?
Sir, what you just now said, I think that's how we should go about it, and I'm sure NITK will be greatly benefited by your continuous support and hand-holding that you would provide us. And on this note, I wish to thank all the panel members, all the experts who have delivered lectures yesterday and today, and I take this opportunity to wind up today's session. In terms of taking it forward, I think we will have a lot of inputs which you have given us, sir. And thank you so much for being on the panel and giving your very valuable advice. I think your book will be the foundation on which we will be designing, a.
So thank you. A couple of things, if I may say.
Please, sir.
Please, I would like to leave this thought with you.
Yeah.
When you plant a seedling, you have to put a cover for it. Otherwise, the cattle will eat it. And that's what we keep seeing in corporations.
Right.
If you put a nice cover to it and then water it for a while, a 690-year-old banyan tree in zoological garden in Calcutta was actually a bud and 2 leaves 690 years back.
Correct.
We have to take that approach. I would like your director to take that approach. You have to protect people who actually do IKS, encourage people to do it, support them to do it. Otherwise, this seedling will just die. Point number 1. I think we should put a protective cover for 5 years. Only then this tree roots will be formed and then the tree will grow. I would like the leadership and Professor Kulkarni to impress on it and make sure that you get that kind of thing. Otherwise, our efforts will get nullified after a while. Second thing, sir, there is Swayam course. This entire my material is available as a Swayam course. Right now, it is running. It is running throughout the year. So faculty can actually get into the Swayam course and then bring some of those into the classroom. Add up 20% from there, do another 20%, let students do another 20%. We will actually have a great course going forward. These are practical ways by which we can actually establish a new body of knowledge. This is not a new body of knowledge. Unfortunately, it is a new body of knowledge for us because we are hibernated for 200 years. So therefore, for all practical purposes, it is a new knowledge and we have to approach it in a particular way. Thank you for this opportunity and I wish NIT Surathkal the very best. And if half a dozen NITs get and do a great job, I think we don't have to look back. I think the country will start marching. And please do all that to make IKS a great matter of pride, personal pride, and useful tool for our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, sir. With your blessings, I'm sure we will be able to make the small baby steps and then take it forward in a big way. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. A vote of thanks.
Okay. A very good evening to all of you. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get this opportunity to propose vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee on this special occasion of concluding function of this IKS workshop. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey our deep regards and hearty thanks to the chief guest, Professor Srinivasa V-IKSHA, the Vice Chancellor, Central Sanskrit University, New Delhi, for accepting our invitation and for being here with us for the inaugural session, as well as delivering a talk immediately after the inauguration. Sir, your presence was a great source of motivation for all of us, and your thoughts have truly inspired us. Thank you, sir. We thank our beloved Director, Professor B. Ravi, for being with us for the inauguration and also presiding the remarks, and for constant guidance and that radiated a source of energy within us. Thank you, sir, for sharing with us your words of wisdom. Our sincere gratitude to all the speakers from Professor V-IKSHA, Professor Subbanna Bhatt, Swami Vireshanandaji, Professor Harsha, Professor Mahadevan sir, Professor Kripa Shankar, Shri Madhusudan, Professor Sridharan sir, for sparing their valuable time and enlightening us on IKS. So we place on our record our sincere thanks to Professor S.M. Kulkarni, the professor in charge IKS, Professor Sham S. Kamath, PIS Learning Resources, Professor Ashwini Chaturvedi, PIS CCE, and Professor Punekar, sir, who worked really hard day and night to plan and execute this workshop. I myself experienced the kind of meetings we had in our librarian chamber initially for the last 3-4 months to execute this. So thank you, sir, for a wonderful workshop, for organizing this workshop. So I would like to express our deep sense of gratitude to Master of Ceremony, Professor Suprabha Madam, and her team for their relentless support for this workshop. Thank you, Madam. So our sincere thanks to Professor Shamlal sir also for taking care of the nice hospitality for our guests and supporting this workshop. So I thank our technical team, particularly Chavan, Subhash, Praveen, for taking care of the technical support, including the live streaming of this entire 2-day session on V-IKSHA YouTube channel. And also I thank my library team for supporting this workshop. So I thank all the participants, including our senior professors, faculty members from neighboring institutes like MIT, and students and research scholars from NITK for their active participation in the workshop. So last but not least, I thank all those who supported this workshop directly and indirectly, whom I might have missed here to name, and making this day a wonderful, memorable, and helping us to make this event a grand success. So thank you one and all. So please join us for the high tea in the ground floor.